At the Okoli Law Group, we specialize in producing justice. If you or a loved one in the Atlanta metro area is facing serious criminal charges, then you need serious legal representation.
The Okoli Law Group is here for you. The Okoli Law Group is here for us.
The Okoli Law Group, serious legal representation.
Peace, family. We are live again. Dynasty Mirror Search for Huru. Thank you all. Thank you so much for joining. I'm a little late. I apologize. I am a little late. Hit the like button. Please hit that like button. Also, make sure you share and make sure you subscribe. Guys, listen. You know, I'm working on my beer experiment. And we listen. It's getting. We almost there. We almost touching. Listen, we almost touching. We almost there. Okay. It's going to fill in eventually. All right. I'm working on it. I said I'm going to give it a year. A year will be in October. So we got about 4 more months of the beard. I'm sorry. I said beer. The beard experiment. Okay. All this is going to connect one day. I'm going to be a big boy and have a beard. So, guys, hit the like button. Also, make sure you share and make sure you subscribe. Just got back from Senegal. Couple days ago. Got back on Sunday. We had a great time. Food was good. It's debatable. It's debatable. But me personally, I think Senegal has the best food in Africa. And I will say the world as well. If you ask me, Senegal has the best food. I was there for Tabaski, which is an Islamic holiday. Well, I took a group and then I stayed. And the dates of the actual tour actually had, well, Gambian food and Senegalese food, they're the same people. Gambians and Senegalese are the same people. How that country got carved out in the middle of another country, that's what the colonizers did. But they're pretty much the same people. Now they think a little bit differently as far as how they act. When I'm speaking on Gambians, the mindset's a little bit different between Gambians and Senegalese. But as far as the food, you can get the same food in Senegal, you get in Gambia. Again, the same food you get in Senegal, you get in Gambia. It's the same. So, are there places for collard greens? They have platas, which is like a spinach or vegetable stew. Candy yams, nah. Mac and cheese, no. Fried fish, yes. Fried chicken. Like I'll take the cheb jin, which is jollof rice and fish, over fried fish any day. If somebody said, hey, you have to choose between fried fish and cheb jin, I'm rolling with the cheb jin, because the thing about, when you're dealing with fried fish, it's not consistent. Like, it really depends who fried fish you eat and the batter and all that good stuff. There's no real consistent, I guess, way to fried fish. So it's a crapshoot depending on who the individual is who fried the fish. But when it comes to Senegalese cheb jin, it's more close depending on the rice. So sometimes they'll serve it with the white jollof, and then sometimes they'll serve it with the more red jollof. But it's still consistent. So if I eat fried fish, if I eat the jollof rice the cheb jin at a restaurant, a Senegalese restaurant I eat out here in Atlanta called Bamba. And then if I eat at the Senegalese restaurant called Boabab in Harlem, and have one in Brooklyn as well, it's gonna be similar. But if I eat the fried fish at one restaurant, the fried fish at another restaurant, is gonna be completely different. And like I said, when you're dealing with fried fish, mac and cheese, that's another one. Everybody's mac and cheese ain't good. I'm sorry. Mac and cheese, that's another one. That's another crapshoot when you're dealing with mac and cheese, because everybody's mac and cheese is just not the same. Again, it's not the same. Yeah, mac and cheese is a tough one. I can count on maybe one hand the good mac and cheese. I'm 43. I could count my 43 years of life on one hand actually going out to a restaurant and eating good mac and cheese. Now, my ex-girlfriend in college, she made some bomb mac and cheese. My ex-girlfriend in college, she made some bomb mac and cheese. But as far as going out to a restaurant, it's just when you're dealing with soul food restaurants, man, it's a crapshoot, because everybody's recipe is different. I think what needs to happen with soul food, there needs to be somebody. They need to have a taste off, have one central recipe, and stick to it. But like I said, everybody's soul food isn't good. I had Senegalese cuisine once, and my personal choice, Mesoamerican food, is my top choice. It's, you know what? And see, that's another thing when it comes to Mesoamerican food. I guess, is that including Mexican food as well? Did so? Is that including Mexican food? Because that's the same thing. Like, everybody's tacos ain't good. Again, everybody's tacos aren't good, if you ask me. Everybody's Mexican food isn't good. The best Mexican food I've had is a Mexican restaurant in LA called Guelaguetza, and they have the mole sauce. But outside of that, I mean, from Mexico to Panama, yeah, I mean, it's just, the thing is, it's hard to find consistent good what you would consider Mesoamerican food. That's the problem. Again, it's hard to find consistent good Mesoamerican food. It's just, I've never eaten a bad Senegalese dish. There we go. Let me say that. Me personally, my experience, I have never eaten a bad Senegalese dish where I was like, send this back. I was like, this is nasty. It's just, I've never have. I've had some bad Mexican food, terrible Mexican food. I've had some bad soul food. In fact, here we go. I've had some bad Jamaican food. I've had some bad, El Salvador. Well, I can't really say El Salvadorian because I've only eaten at like a Salvadorian restaurant maybe once or twice. I would get the pupusas and the other dishes, but it was, rice, beans. I mean, it was cool. But yeah, I've never eaten at a bad Senegambian restaurant, or I've never had bad Senegambian food, but I've had bad Mesoamerican food. I've had bad Nigerian food. I've had bad Ghanaian food. Senegal is the only food that has been consistently good that I've eaten, me personally. And you know what? I want to throw in Thai food as well. I don't think I've ever had a bad Thai food. I've had terrible Chinese food, but I don't think I've ever had bad Thai food. And I've had bad Indian food as well. But like I said, I would say Thai and Senegalese have been consistently good, if you ask me. But hit the like button again. Please hit that like button. Also, make sure you share and make sure you subscribe. Tours. So we just got back from Senegal. we are rolling to Nigeria in 2 months for the Oshun Festival. Again, we are rolling to Nigeria in 2 months for the Oshun Festival, August 3rd to the 12th. And then we are rolling to where else we going? Where else we going? We're going to Zanzibar in September for Safari Blue. Then we're going to Namibia and South Africa in November, and then Sierra Leone in December. So if you're interested in joining us, please visit Downfall.Africa. If you're interested in joining us, please visit Downfall.Africa to learn more. Let's jump into today's topic. Your favorite Black politicians who y'all love, who y'all worship, who you care about so dearly. The leaders of the Black community. They on the front lines when it comes to legal immigration. Again, they are on the front lines when it comes to illegal immigration. But when it comes to reparations, which, reparations for me is, we get it. We, cash at me my reparations. If we don't, I'm indifferent. It's like, whatever. Nowhere to be found. In fact, here in California, it was the Black Caucus who shut down reparations. Guys, hit the like button again. Please hit the like button. Again, it was Black politicians, the Black Caucus, who shut down the reparations bill in California. You can't blame that on the white Republicans. You can't blame that on Trump. I mean, Black politicians are on the front lines, yelling and screaming, pulling up to ICE detention centers. We'll show Auntie Maxine doing that when it comes to legal immigration. But when it comes to reparations, they somewhere in the back hiding. In fact, let's play one of our favorite videos. Here we go. I think this is the video right here. Hold on, here we go.
Reparations. Tonight, the leader of California's reparations task force is speaking out after state lawmakers blocked 2 reparations-related proposals. The California Legislative Black Caucus decided to withhold those bills from moving forward. That led to a big protest at the Capitol over the weekend, as you see here. That's what the video is that you're watching right now. KCRA 3 Capitol correspondent Ashley Zavala spoke with the reparations leader.
Yeah, so Ashley, what does she have to say about how this whole session ended over the weekend?
And Golston and Lisa, Camila Moore was the chairwoman of California's historic reparations task force. That group wrapped up its work last year after spending years studying the effects of slavery, racial discrimination, and its impact on Black Californians. She says she felt betrayed by the Black Caucus after it decided to block 2 bills she says were fundamental for reparations.
Emotions still high after this scene at the state capitol over the weekend.
It's Black people stopping their own people from getting they reparations.
This scene at the state capitol over the weekend.
It's Black people stopping their own people from getting they reparations. Getting they stopping.
Scene at the state capitol over the weekend.
It's Black people stopping their own people from getting they reparations.
Reparations supporters frustrated by the Legislative Black Caucus's last-minute decision to block votes in the Assembly on proposals that would establish a state agency and state fund for reparations. The Black Caucus divided, with some saying they were afraid of the governor's veto, while the caucus leader, Assemblymember Lori Wilson, claimed the bills did not have the votes.
I think what happened on Saturday was unconscionable.
Camila Moore led California's reparations task force that helped come up with these recommendations. She did not expect this.
What we saw was a complete betrayal by the California Legislative Black Caucus against their own constituents. They chose to prioritize their ego and their own self-interest over the people that they claim to serve.
It seemed like Democratic legislative leaders were hands-off about this. Do you think they should have stepped in?
I do think that the Assembly leadership, namely the Assembly Speaker, Robert Rivas, should have, intervened. In effect, he sided with the Black Caucus.
How do you, the advocates, the supporters—
And guys, that was actually a Republican. No. Hold on. That was hold on one second. Let me continue.
how do you all move forward here? What are the next steps?
The next step for us is to keep pushing to hold the California Legislative Black Caucus accountable.
We tried to get a response from caucus leader Assemblymember Lori Wilson at a different reparations-related rally that she was supposed to headline at the state capitol Tuesday, but she canceled her appearance. I tried asking supporters about the situation. Do you have any thoughts that you want to share right now? They dodged the question. Now, Assemblymember Wilson's spokesperson told us in part she canceled her appearance there because she did not want to detract from the importance of that rally. As we worked on this story, we also tried to interview California Secretary of State Shirley Weber, who wrote the law that launched the Reparations Task Force years ago. She declined our request. We should note her daughter is Assemblymember Akilah Weber. She's another Black Caucus member who is under scrutiny for Saturday's actions. Back to you.
All right, we'll keep following this along with you. Ashley, thanks for bringing us up to date on that. And
everything you're likely doing right now to get high ticket clients online.
Yeah. So where was Maxine Waters? Why didn't Maxine Waters pull up to the state capitol and bum rush and say, what about the reparations? And I know why, and we'll get into that in a second. But where was Maxine? Guys, hit the like button. If you have not hit that like button yet, please hit the like button. Yeah, but where was Auntie Maxine? But here's Auntie Maxine pulling up to the ICE detention center. Just loud and wrong.
I don't know why you're in my city. You did the governor was not contacted. This is I don't know why you're in my city. You did the governor was not contacted. This is Trump and his outrageous attempt to not only target our sanctuary city, but to frighten us and intimidate us. This is wrong, and I hope that none of you will use those guns to shoot anybody. There's no reason to shoot anybody. Don't allow them to make your service in a service where you're killing people. Don't do it. Defy them. Don't shoot those guns for anything.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
I mean, Maxine, they're in your city because there's a riot. They're in your city because people are vandalizing federal buildings, Maxine. Yeah, she ain't talking to nobody. Like look at this.
And I hope that none of you will use those guns to shoot anybody. There's no reason to shoot anybody. Don't allow them to make your service in a service where you're killing people. Don't do it. divided. Don't shoot those guys for anything.
Thank you.
But oh man, Max, somebody needs to tell Maxine to retire, man. Somebody needs to tell Maxine to retire. Like you can tell she's not there because the way she, man, listen, like somebody. So, and I brought up this example yesterday. I grew up a huge Grambling fan. They had a coach named Eddie Robinson. I had the opportunity to meet Eddie Robinson back in, I think that was like 1996 or 1997. It was 1996, maybe 1995. He was the head coach of Grambling. He coached Grambling. He coached Grambling during their golden years. It got to a point where the alumni and the president of Grambling, they got rid of him. They sat him down. They had an honest conversation with him, and they removed him. Why is this conversation not being had with Maxine Waters? Maxine Waters, look. Now, why won't somebody just have an honest conversation with her? Say, Maxine, it's time to sit down. Like it's time to hang it up, Maxine. Don't run for re-election. Groom the next person who's going to take over after you. It's time to sit down. Look at the way she just look at the way she turned around. Like she was lost. She was clearly lost. Hold on. Look at
Divided. Don't shoot those guys for anything.
Thank you.
Look at that. Like where are we going? She's stumbling. Like where are we going? Where are we going? Like where are we going? Where are we going? I mean, for real. Nah, but some people, I don't want to say that. Some people over 60, they're there. Like their cognitive ability, like they're there. Like they're sharp. I know plenty of people over 60 who are sharp. Maxine Waters ain't there, man. She ain't there. Like she's not there. Yeah. Maxine Waters, somebody need to have a conversation. Listen, Maxine. I mean, she getting paid. Like, I think when they retire, she has great benefits. I mean, it's just time to sit down, Maxine. Oh, show the footage when they slammed the door. Hold on, let me pull it up. Hold on. Let me pull it up. Oh, here we go.
We're Phoenix Energy, a family-owned oil company focused on unleashing American oil from North Dakota and Montana.
Hello. Congresswoman Waters. I just came to use my congressional authority.
Ma'am, our lobby is secure right now to all visitors.
Excuse me, I need to get in.
Contact our public affairs office.
I need to get in.
Golly, man.
What are you hoping to do?
Give me my check.
I just want to see David work.
Oh, Lord.
Contact our public affairs office. Ma'am, our lobby is secure right now to all visitors.
Excuse me, I need to get in.
Contact our public affairs office.
I need to get in. What are you hoping to do?
Give me my check.
I just want to see David work.
Like, I ain't trying to laugh. Like, I'm not trying to laugh. I'm not trying to laugh.
Ma'am, our lobby is secure right
Hold
now
on, let me pause it. Did you see her try to like open and pry the door open? That's what it was theatric. You think it's theatric, JC? You see how she tried to like when they closed the door, like she's about to get her hand slammed to the door. She was about to get her her hand slammed to the door. Well, she thought twice about it. She tried to grab the door, try to hold it open. She couldn't. And then she immediately dipped. She tried to run up them stairs. Oh, Lord. Come on, Maxine. Y'all, somebody have a conversation with Maxine. She tried to sprint up them stairs like she was going to do something. She got the door. They was waiting for her. They were like, listen, dude, contact whoever. We got to go. They gave her the stiff arm, man. Come on. There she go. She tried to make it up the stairs. There she go.
Hello. Congresswoman Waters, I just came to use my congressional authority.
Ma'am, our lobby is secure right now to all visitors.
Excuse me, I need to get in.
Contact our public affairs office.
I need to get in.
Oh, Lord. Oh, man. Come on, man. This is just bad. This is just bad. Come on, man. Yeah, she about to get hurt. She about to get she about to get her hand slammed to the door. She tried to hold the door, and and dude was just like, listen, man, we ain't got time for this. We contact whoever. We close the door. He said, it was nothing to talk about, because when Maxine tried to do it with the Department of Education, there was a back and forth. This dude was like, man, whatever, get up out of here. Oh, that's right.
I want to. Hello. Congresswoman Waters, I just came to use my congressional authority.
Ma'am, our lobby is secure right now to all visitors.
Excuse me, I need to get in.
Contact our public affairs office.
I need to get in.
Come on, Maxine, man. You could have put oh, God. Oh, man. Guys, links in the chat room. But where was Maxine? Why wasn't Maxine running up the stairs of the Capitol when they shut down reparations? Where was Maxine? Where was Maxine? Why didn't Maxine bum rush the Capitol? Oh, you want to play it again? Okay, I'll play it again. Hold on. I don't think he said grandma, but I don't know.
I want to. Hello. Congresswoman Waters, I just came to use my congressional authority.
Ma'am, our lobby is secure right now to all visitors.
Excuse me, I need to get in.
Contact our public affairs office.
I need to get in.
Guys, I'll be honest. You can say what you want about Trump. Is he erratic a little bit? Yeah, whatever. But this is the options that we have. I don't see the Democratic Party winning for the next 2 cycles. I don't think he said grandma. Did he say grandma? I don't think he said grandma. But just this buffoonery is just, oh man, I don't know. Go ahead, Skywalker.
How you doing, Donnie?
I'm good, man. How are you?
I'm well. Thanks for having me on. I think it's an interesting topic. Congresswomen like Maxine Waters, bless her heart, you know what I mean? But we don't need that type of leadership in the African American community, you know. What's happening in California with, the immigrant situation, that's a situation they brought on themselves, sneaking into another country, undocumented. And so, whatever's happening to them over there is, people talking about them being separated from their families. Those are situations that those people put their families in by sneaking into another country undocumented and, all other kind of things. And so, to see a congresswoman like Maxine Waters or any of these other, African American neo-colonial puppets, and I juxtapose those to the African neo-colonial puppets, because the African American neo-colonial puppets are no different than the African neo-colonial puppets. The only difference is the African neo-colonial puppets tend to be the heads of states of their countries, while the African American neo-colonial puppets tend to be, second-class politicians throughout the counties across American nations. Wherever you find groups of Black people, you're also going to find some kind of colonial puppet, or they might even not realize they're a colonial puppet, but just a pawn of the imperial system in the form of a black face. Like Maxine Waters, like I say, bless her heart, because she's so old. She's kind of still living in that 19 civil rights era, and like I say, I don't know if she is intentionally, a colonial puppet like a lot of the African leaders are, but if you're ignorant, then you're just as, corrupt as well. If you're ignorant of what Black people ought to be conscious about presently and what we ought to be concerned about presently, and you're in a political position to, influence our community, and you have no knowledge as to what we ought to be concerned about, then you're just as worthless as a neo-colonial puppet, whether it's intentional or involuntary. Now, going back to, also, I wanted to mention, and I always say this, but this is a clear example of how backward the Anglophone African world is in terms of, moving forward and galvanizing ourselves. We're worried about immigrants and, people who really don't. Immigration is not in our interest. It's not like we're getting any kind of help or anything. Here we are in California. That's our own interest. What was that?
Skywalker, you're kind of going into the matrix. Your Obama phone is kicking in.
I'm sorry. Can you hear me better now?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. And but that's pretty much all I was going to say. The last thing I was going to say to sum up, because just in case my phone goes out again, is that I implore the Anglophone speaking African world to jump on board with the Francophone speaking African world and get away from all this kind of distractions like immigration, we Indians and all this crap, and just, get on with the Francophone speaking African world. People like Kemi Saber and stuff like that, who have completely negated tribalism. I mean, not completely, but, insofar as it impedes Pan-Africanism, none of that stuff matters. And so it seems like the Anglophone speaking African world is kind of still stuck in this identity crisis and doesn't really know where to how to move forward or what the way forward is. And I think the answer for that, for the way forward, is in the Francophone speaking African world. They don't have an identity crisis. They're not trying to mend old wounds with white people, but they're just trying to move forward. And I think we should be doing the same in the Anglophone speaking African world. And that's all I'll say for right now, Dinas.
All right, cool. Go ahead, Alan.
Hey, Dinas, how you doing? Yeah, I gotta say it's very strange that like 10 years ago I would never imagine the Francophone world to be so far ahead of the Anglophone, but they are, and it's crazy times. As far as democratic people being Democrats actually having their own agenda, they don't have it. They don't have any agenda, and that's the problem. They mimic the agenda of their Democratic paymasters, and then try to get us to go along with it. That's all they do. They're a one-trick pony, and that's all that she's doing. She's getting up there, and she's going to make a big stink about this sort of fake issue, which is not an issue. The people are here illegally. Their own people voted in mass for Trump to be in office, to do exactly what it is that he's doing. And so there's really not a good reason on any level for us to be caping for Latinos at this point, because in mass, they made the choice, especially their men. Their men voted, most of them voted for Donald J. Trump. And he told them from the very beginning he was going to go ahead and he was going to have the greatest deportation in the history of this country. as far as Maxine Waters is concerned, I didn't realize she was that old. She's older than my parents, and my parents are in their late 70s. So yeah, it's pretty much time for her to go. But nobody has any conversation for any of these people to do that. We've had people far older than her in Congress. We just got through with Dianne Feinstein being well into her 90s, unable to do anything coherent and being wheeled around. And she was in Congress till she dropped dead. And that's probably what Maxine is going to do. She's going to stay in Congress and stay in the Congressional Black Caucus until she drops dead, because she's somebody that Democrats can trust. They can trust her to go out and do foolishness like what you just saw on your screen, and to continue to do the same old, same old. And they'll worry about getting somebody else in there once she drops dead on the floor of Congress. But as you said, somebody should have a conversation with her, just as they had with Eddie Robinson. Eddie Robinson, at the end, I was a big fan of his too. He was running the wing T offense in the 90s, you know, and Dianne is I'm not Dianne. This lady is pretty much doing the same thing. She is running an antiquated playbook and trying to make it seem modern. So that's all I can say.
All right, go ahead, Marie.
Okay, hello. Can everyone hear me?
Loud and clear.
Okay, so yeah, Maxine Waters, I think that she needs to retire. Like, if she's 87, she's just a year younger. Well, she's a year older than my grandma. I'm sorry, my grandma's 86. But in my opinion, if you're that old, I'm sorry, but that I think all the politicians that are that old, they need to retire and give the younger people a chance. I just don't understand. I'm pretty sure they have more than enough money to take care of themselves. Why are you still working? Like, well, I'm not trying to be like, I know I'm not trying to be like get into like the ageism type of thing, but I'm sorry, but they need to retire and give the younger people a chance. Also, with the illegal immigration thing, I'm sorry, if you're illegal, then you need to go back home. You need to go back home because, like I said, us Americans, if we overstayed our visa stays in these different countries, oh, we will be out of there, okay? So what makes it, so I think it's unfair that illegals get to stay here. No, you got to go home. You got to go home. I'm sorry. And then also with, I'm sorry, I need to go back to Maxine Waters. She hasn't done anything for the Black community, and I'm not saying we should depend on politicians to for them to help us. We got to help ourselves too. We got to better our own communities and stuff, because the politicians, they're not going to do anything for us. We have to practice group economics and keeping our dollar in our community. So that's what I have to say about that. But yeah, illegal immigrants, y'all have to go. I'm sorry, because if we were to go to some other country, I'm pretty sure if we would go to Mexico and if we overstayed our visa, they'll be sending us back to America or wherever else. So that's all I
Hey,
have to say.
Oh well,
okay.
that's
Can I respond to that? Can I respond to Miss Shy?
Go ahead.
Okay, yeah, Miss Shy, perfect point. I have absolutely no disagreement with you. But one of your questions was, why is she still in office? And I'm glad you brought that up. It's because the structure of democracy, and President Boko talked about this a while back, and when he was bragging about Ibrahim Traore, how he's not, fettered by the, like tedious bureaucracy of democracy, right? Which is why democracy might work in the Western world, to an extent. It's worked very well here in America for the most part, but it's not really fit for African governments. And Boko and President Boko of Botswana was commenting how Traore is able to implement all of these projects instantly, and there's nothing holding him back. Whereas in other countries, it'd take a council, a committee, a 2-year committee, yada yada yada, to get things done. And the reason that I feel that this is relevant to your question as to why politicians like Maxine Waters are still in office when they're 80 years old is because it is a dictatorial element of democracies that we don't talk about enough. That the fact that certain politicians are able to stay in those seats for that long, even when they're 80 years old, is no different than the black presidents in Africa, right? Who have been in power for 30 and 40 years. The only difference is, like I mentioned when I spoke first, is that our neo-colonial puppets, the ones we are brooking with here in America, they aren't head of state. They are just like in, very political persuasive areas, right? Maybe like in Congress, or maybe in, like the legislature of their respective states. And they're able to stay there time on hand and not get anything done. And so it's a subtle form of corruption here. And it's the same thing that our brothers over there in Africa are suffering. Only, like I said, only difference is that the politicians are heads of states, and here they're just, like minor politicians. And secondly, as to the immigration issue, and one of the things I tell some of my peers here, where I'm from, is that black people should not be concerned at all about what white people are doing. We shouldn't care at all about what. This is my humble opinion, and I understand you all probably wouldn't agree with this. But the reason that I say that is that one of the key elements of self-reliance is literally taking yourself completely away from the people who you might seem to be, who we interpret as our oppressors, which they really are. But the reason I say that is that a lot of times when I send a lot of my friends information, it's always information about what the black world is doing, what's unfolding in the black world. Who are the current black leaders? Who are the controversial black leaders, right? Who are the black leaders that are keeping us down or whatever, right? We should not be concerned at all about what white people are doing. And the reason for that is because the media is designed to constantly inform us about what white people are doing, because they want to constantly, impede this racial emotionality upon us. When in fact, if we weren't concerned about anything they were doing, we wouldn't care what they was doing, and we would be more involved in what's going on in the black world. And that's the last thing. That's the last thing that I'm going to say.
All right, go ahead. Let me pass, Marie. Let me pass it to Abe, and I'll pass it back to you, Marie. Go ahead, Abe. Unmute yourself. Abe, you're very, 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 very low. We can barely hear you.
Give me 1 second. I'm gonna switch my headphones. You can pass it real quick.
Okay, no, we hear you now.
Beautiful. How's it going?
Everything's going good. How are you?
Good. I just want to say, so far, I agree with everything the panelists are saying, so I'm not coming here to counteract that. A point I do want to make, though, is I strongly agree that there's gonna be a time that hopefully the sellouts in our community die off, because from the beginning, from this whole narrative, from how it all started with us, from us selling ourselves on the slave ship, and it's still happening today. When that day does come, I really think that's when black people could be liberated. But like Skywalker was saying, whether it's a blackface, American blackface, African blackface, there's too many sellouts right now that's holding us back. And I don't know when that time's gonna come, but when it does come, I really think there's hope. But right now, no matter what politics is in place, there's always gonna be that one sellout around the corner. That's how they did Fred Hampton. That's how they did Malcolm X. I hope they don't get Ibrahim Toure the same way. But truth be told, we getting closer. Panels like this is helping. I'm glad there ain't no coons on the panel right now that can give me, out my character. But for the most part, I think black people are waking up. We're doing better. And yeah, that's my message right now. But I'm gonna stick around and see what the rest gotta say.
Okay. Go ahead, Marie.
Okay, so I agree with what Skywalker said. We need to just focus on ourselves, because right now we have a lot of things going on in our community. We don't have time to worry about anybody else. I mean, I'm not saying we don't have prosperous and successful communities, like I said on College Channel last night, but what I'm saying is that we need to fix things in our communities. We don't have time to be protesting with Latinos because they don't want to go back to their countries, or whoever it is. We need to focus on our communities. That's what we need to focus on. And we don't, like you said, we don't need to care about what white people are doing, Latinos, Asians, or what they need to be doing. We need to keep our dollar in our communities and fix our communities. And that's what we need to be focused on. We don't need to be focused on nobody else, because nobody else is going to come and build anything in our communities. We got to do it ourselves. So don't be calling on us, or, let us focus on ourselves. So that's all I have to say.
All right, guys, links in the chat room. If you want to call in and add to the conversation, you're more than welcome to call in and add to the conversation. Hey, Mock It, I disagree. There was videos of Latinos crying and asking for Black people to help them. Go ahead, Alan.
Well, yeah, they ask because they're used to a certain dynamic where Black people go out and crash out for them, and then they reap all the benefits, and we're left with nothing. And so that's what they're used to. You notice you don't see too many Black immigrants out there marching around or destroying things. The Haitians are getting treated a certain way. He just banned 12 African countries. You don't see them out there acting a fool. There's a sense of entitlement in that's specific to Latino immigrants, especially in places like California, that is unique to them, and that is why they feel entitled to shut down the entire 110 freeway, sell hot dogs and do graffiti and throw bricks off the top of overpasses. That is very specific to them. That they feel like California should be part of Mexico, and they own this and own that, and so we shouldn't get involved with any of that foolishness, because none of our Black immigrants out there acting this way. They might be hiding somewhere, they might be trying to stay, but they're not going out there waving their flag and trying to take over the place in mass. You might find one or two, but not in mass, not the way that some of these Mexicans and El Salvadorians and people like that out here doing this. And again, they're not taking any responsibility for the fact that the Latinos voted majority for Donald Trump. They voted for this, and they want to hold Black people accountable for stuff that they should be holding their own accountable for.
Hey, Alan, can I chime in on it and say one more thing about that? It's funny you mentioned that, that the African immigrants, haven't been cutting up. But I seen a video on YouTube. I forget the name. I wish I could give them credit for it. But it was about some black guy during the protest in California who was waving a Burkina Faso flag. Did anybody hear about that?
It wasn't a black guy. It wasn't a black guy.
It wasn't a black guy?
No, it was one of those white guys in the mask. He had a mask on. He had a gas mask on.
Oh, okay. Because
it's again one of those troublemaking white people who go ahead and interject themselves into every situation and try to draw us in.
Yeah, exactly. Because I was like, why are they waving the Burkina Faso flag? We ain't got nothing to do with what they got going on. Black people worried about our own thing. We got, what I'm saying? Those people are illegal immigrants. What I'm saying? What's the purpose of waving the Burkina Faso flag? And I was like, man, I don't want, a situation where now, conscious Black people, even though we're already kind of under a microscope, probably by the United States government, but now we're classified as some kind of terrorist or whatever. You see what I'm saying? Because it's easy for certain stuff to one group to fold over into the Black community when we ain't did nothing, especially in this racist country. So, and a lot of times that's how they do it. You know what I'm saying? They start off focusing on one group, and next thing it's Black people around here getting hurt or whatever. And everything started off as a Latino thing. You know what I mean? And so, but when I seen that flag, I was like, oh, I don't know if I like this.
All the more reason for our people to stay away from this crap. The fewer of us that are involved with this, the better. Because all it's doing, it makes us look in a certain light, and they're desperate to get us involved. And
no, we're not, sir. Definitely not.
Hey, guys, let me pass. Alan, you got 30 seconds. I gotta pass the emoji. Go ahead, Alan.
All right.
Hey, I'm going, guys. Okay.
By us, I'm saying African Americans and Black immigrants. You hear them out there vocally saying it during the protests. And we've been through this before when we had the Black Lives Matter stuff going on in 2020, where we had the anarchists and the white and all these people running around, burning things down in the name of Black people. And then we're like, hey, wait, can you stop? Well, this is going to be no different. We're going to have a certain type of white liberal who's going to go ahead and interject themselves into this and try to draw Black people in through symbolism. We have to be careful about that kind of stuff.
Let me pass it to go ahead, Yamoja.
Hi, Dynas. Hi, panel. I'm here in LA, and we're fine, first of all. I didn't even understand or know what was going on on Saturday until I had some folks from the East Coast reaching out, asking me, if I was okay, probably Saturday evening around 9 p.m. Because I was out at a couple of outings, one in Gardena, one in Pomona, and then I'm in LA proper. We're minding our business. Black folk are handling their business, going on with their lives. I'm assuming the majority of the activities that are going on are in downtown LA. And, I think if they're trying to have some kind of impact, they're making the wrong moves because they're down there near the federal building and some of the other, critical assets are down in the finance and the legal epicenter of the city. And so that's going to land legal residents, citizens, and illegal immigrants in federal detention because they're not going to play around with not having access to finance and legal. There was a court building that they were trashing or trying to trash on yesterday. Average citizens don't have any business downtown. We're not downtown LA. So to try to draw us in and get us involved, in that area, it's not going to happen.
Well,
We're busy.
there's a lot of I lived actually the last 3 years I was in LA. I lived downtown. I lived by the fashion district and I lived off of Broadway. There's some black people that live downtown. Emoji, go ahead. Emoji, you there? Did we lose her?
You hear me now?
I hear you now. Go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, we don't live down there. The cost of living, the lofts.
No, Emoji. What I was saying is, when I was this is between 2011 and 2014. There were some black people that lived downtown because I lived downtown in LA.
Yeah, we're talking about 2025.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah,
okay.
Completely different world down there. Post COVID, it went back to its finance and legal precedents. So we're not down there. We're not engaging. We're getting ready for Juneteenth next week. Okay, activities start this week, Friday, and go through the 20th. So several cities have activities, planned and ongoing. Black folks just aren't involved. It is not impacting me at all. I ran my errand Sunday, headed out shortly, not impacting us from a traffic perspective at all. We're minding our business. I don't see.
Emoji, you must be on your Obama phone, Emoji. See, y'all got to stop calling in on Obama phones.
That's the Trump flip phones.
No, that's an Obama phone. That's definitely the Trump flip phones work. That's an Obama phone. You there, Emoji? Emoji. All right, go ahead, Chicago Made.
Yes, sir. How y'all doing? Thank you for the time. I appreciate you letting me come in your platform, sir. Thank you. Hello to everyone. All I want to say, as a Hispanic, born and raised in Chicago, I stand up for everybody. When the George Floyd thing came out, it wasn't just black people out there protesting. There was white people, there was Hispanics that were doing all of that. What happened when the riots went in Chicago, when people were looting the stores and all the Hispanic community came out with their guns to protect their community? What did they do? The media made it look like it was a black and brown thing when everybody just wanted to do was protect their community, and that's what we did for our community. Therefore, we don't look at color, we look at character. And a lot of you folks are looking at these newscasts. You guys are being political sheeps, following ideologies from slave masters. And I do agree, some of these immigrants need to go. But you can't be taking people that have been here 20, 30 years paying taxes, and you never gave them a pathway to be legal. How can someone be here, own a home?
That's not true.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
What is not true, sir? I would like to talk about that.
Them not having a pathway.
People that have been here 20 years, own restaurants, own houses, they don't have any kind of legalization. They don't even have a driver's license. But a Venezuelan from a communist country could get a driver's license and get legal papers. That's where you're confused. There's a division line between our own. If you're from Cuba, if you're from Nicaragua, and you're from Venezuela, you're going to get all the privileges here to be an American, but not no Mexican, not nobody else. So get that right and learn the
Chicago,
law so you guys can stop spreading stereotypes.
Chicago, I disagree. I lived in LA. That's not true. It's predominantly Mexican, and trust me, they was getting the privileges. That's not true.
Can you hear me now?
Getting papers. They were not getting citizenships. They were not getting green cards. Only communist people from countries get those privileges. All right.
Can I get a can I ask a question really quickly then?
Go ahead, Alan. I got past it.
Yeah. Okay. So I get what you're saying in terms of the communist countries. They wanna for political reasons they want to go ahead and push them. I live here in Maryland. We got a lot of we got Venezuelans. We have El Salvadorians and stuff like that. So I get what you're saying. But how is it that some other immigrant groups, like West Indians, Jamaicans, people from Barbados, and people like that, we're able to get our paperwork, and when you don't have your paperwork in our community and you mess up in that way and you get sent back, you just get sent back. I don't understand how the mentality is that some of these other people are entitled to be here when a lot of them have just neglected their paperwork.
Right. You know what they said? I'm telling you, I got people in my community who are real good people. They're taxpayers. They just don't have the papers because they're Mexican. They're from another country who's not a communist country. The Venezuelans, the Nicaraguans, and the Cubans get papers automatically soon as they step on the border. Any other Hispanic don't get shit. They don't get nothing. Excuse me for the language.
Okay, let me pass it back to your emoji. Then I'm gonna pass it to Blessing Highly Favored. Go ahead, emoji.
Yeah, so I'm sorry I went out. I just want to say, like, these are all excuses, right? There have been paths laid out. There are organizations that are stood up to help people. People got comfortable and didn't follow the process, and now they're paying the price because the agencies that were stood up, that were getting federal funding to help, have had their budgets cut. So the ACLU and the state and local organizations that were here to help have run out of funding. The current administration is not supporting that, but I've been in LA for 25 years. There have been paths. The jig is up. No one's here to talk about the fact that I have legal residency in Mexico. I followed the process. I went under financial solvency.
Yeah, we don't make the immigration laws, madam. That's all I can tell you. We don't make them.
Okay, let me pass it to Blessing Highly Favored. Go ahead. I'm gonna get you, UT. Let me pass it to Blessing Highly Favored. Unmute yourself. Blessing Highly Favored. Blessing Highly Favored. Okay. Let me pass it to Mr. Salmon. Go ahead.
Hello, hi. Can you hear me?
Yeah. Then I pass. Yeah. Did I pass?
Sorry, Dinah. I'm sorry. I was rushing to press mute. I have a new Bluetooth. I am so sorry. Thank you for your patience.
Go ahead.
Oh, Dinah, it's been a while. Thank you very much. Long story short, to kind of just get to the point, your panel is correct. The woman from LA, we have to be honest. She's telling the truth. And a lot of people are not being very honest with this situation, Dynast. And I kind of want to piggyback on what she and everybody else is saying. I hope everyone can just give me 2 minutes, but we need to take a true search at the situation. Is that we have 40 years of data, Dynast. We have 40 years of data. And this particular group has not assimilated into this country. And that's just a cold, hard fact. To be an immigrant in the United States, first and foremost, you have to learn this language. You must learn English. Every single immigrant group, whether it be the Africans, which I know many of the Africans, when you look at the African countries, these are English-speaking countries. So it is going to be a little bit easier to pass TOEFL, but you still need to learn idioms. You still need to go to class. You still need to learn a skill that is knowledge-based. We do see that with the Asians, East Asians, the Indians, we all know this. We all know how they are. They are known for education. The Indians, the Chinese, the Koreans, etc. The Eastern Europeans, the Caucasian side of immigration, there are about I heard there are 300,000 illegal, just illegal, never mind the ones who are here legally. One thing about the Eastern Europeans, that is still a STEM culture. They are a science-based culture. Their women go to school. Every immigrant woman, they are educated, except for the Mexicans and Central Americans. They're the only group. This is a group, Mexico, Central America. Those of you in California and Texas, you know what I'm talking about. You know what I'm talking about. They brag about not going to school. They have the worst, what is it called? Not just educational attainment, but when it comes to matriculation, they don't go to class. They have the highest truancy. There's something particular about this culture that education, going to class, learning algebra, reading and writing in English, it's just not something that they highly take as important when you compare to the other immigrants. And there's no excuse. First and foremost, you speak Spanish, which there are a great deal of similarities to English. When you have the Asians who are coming in, yes, India is an English-speaking country, but when you have the Chinese who make a point to make sure their children learn English, these are all bilingual people, but yet you have only one group who not only does not want to attain education, they stay in a perpetual state of poverty. Think about what are they known for when it comes to skills. It's either the taco stands, landscaping, janitorial work. And it's been that way for 40 years. Dynas, I will find the Pew Charitable Trust. They pulled the data. When it comes to graduation, college graduation, we all know who's number one, the Indians. Who's number two? West Africa. This is college graduate education amongst immigrants, not even including their children. When it comes to Black doctors, I've pulled this data. Over half are Black immigrants, either islanders or African. Half of Black doctors are immigrants or children of immigrants. So that's just one immigrant group. We see with the Indians in technology. Technology is not only Black American men, you do see a very strong population of Black African men who are in STEM. You see a very strong population of Black Americans who are veterans who are in technology. They're in STEM. STEM is like 20 to 30% Black people. Black people. And the vast majority is going to be Black Americans. And of that majority, many of them are veterans. They are. I will tell you right now, Dynas, I have not worked with none of these Hispanic women in like 10, 15 years. They are so segregated out of specialized work where it's knowledge-based. Every race, every gender has a group who are specialized, who are knowledge-based. Their women are not. And it speaks volumes of the quality and the direction of a nation when you look at the success of women. In the United States, one of the biggest reasons why this country has been so successful is the support for women. Not only women independence, women the ability to work, women the ability for us to own assets, those of us here to be educated. It is inexcusable where you have, Dynas, you heard about that story, that girl, and she's like Dominican or Puerto Rican. She's suing University of Connecticut, UConn, because she can't read. And Dynas, let's make it very clear. The responsibility of literacy does not fall upon the school. You cannot complain, well, the United States education is so poor. No, that is woman not teaching her child language.
Hey, let me you got 45 more seconds. I got to pass them.
I just want to go ahead and land that plane. Dynas, I really appreciate it. I hope I have a chance to kind of come around after everybody responds. Thank you.
Okay, all right. Mrs. Sandman, go ahead, Mrs. Sandman.
Hey, hi, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah. Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, I was just making sure I was on the Bluetooth too. Yeah. So I don't think that Black people in the United States should intervene or anywhere should intervene. Not because, you know what I'm saying, I feel some animosity towards Hispanics. I just feel that, you know, Malcolm X had said something way back in the day. He said sometimes the chickens come home to roost. You know what I mean? So the United States fought for the land in the South. They took California from the Hispanics. They took Texas from the Hispanics. Also, we recall what too long ago, 30, 40 years ago, that the CIA or the government supposedly was transporting cocaine to be sold in the black communities throughout the United States as crack cocaine. So all of a sudden now we supposed to care. You know what I mean? I feel that the Hispanics and the government are kind of in cahoots, so to speak. And now they just having a little tussle. You know, let them have their little spat and deal with it. But in regards to it being associated with us, it technically it is called racial profiling. You can't just walk up to a person just because they look Hispanic and say, "Hey, you know, you let me see your paperwork," or "I got to send you out the country." That's against the Fourth Amendment, and I think it's against the 14th Amendment as well. So, as long as they don't like overreach their hand and start taking it to the next level, and then start coming to the black neighborhoods and say, "Hey, you look like this black guy who was who killed somebody in the next town over. I'm gonna take you in for, you know what I mean, fingerprints or something like that." Or it seemed like they could take it to the next level. Know what I mean, they might start making us, you know, carry microchips in our bodies, or you know, they already talking about that ID system where, you know what I mean, you need a special ID to travel and all that stuff. So yeah, just keep an eye on them to make sure they don't overstep their bounds in regards to, the Trump administration and dealing with the Hispanics, you know what I mean, in California and in Texas or what have you, or Arizona, you know what I mean, let them box that out. You know what I mean? They'll rumble for a little while, and then in another month or two we'll get over it or forget all about it. So yeah, just that's what I say. Just let them deal with it.
Can I ask him a question really quickly about something he said?
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah. What is wrong with people having proper ID and identifying themselves? Why are people in this country so caught up on that? When I go back to Barbados, I have a national ID card, the same national ID that people in here in America are fighting against and saying is racist, is pretty much being used all over the planet.
Yeah,
I don't understand why people have such a problem with that. What do you think this real ID thing is?
I think a lot of people will think it's that New World Order stuff, the 666 marker of the beast. So they try to track us everywhere we go. And it'll start with the real ID, and then they're gonna start putting microchips in you. And then you know that Elon Musk guy already talking about the Neuralink, and he been dealing with Trump. You know what I mean?
But there are chips in your ID already. If you have an American passport, there's
a chip in your passport. Correct.
Yeah,
If you
Correct.
pass through any federal building, your iris has been scanned without your permission. They already know who you are, where you are. There's street lights that track you that can zone in, zoom in.
Man, hey,
what is it? Boy,
Obama phone emoji.
But what is it
y'all got to get that Trump phone, boy.
Yeah.
What is it particularly about Americans that Americans seem to have all these theories about what is supposed to be being tracked? Meanwhile, being in America, being on these devices that we're using right now, we're already some of the most tracked people on the planet.
Exactly, especially the GPS.
I live right here in the DC area. If I turn on the wrong exit and I get off on the NSA exit, you know what I mean? I'll have people, surrounding me, tell me to go back. You're not even allowed to get off on the exit of the NSA in Maryland. Because they hold a whole lot of information in there, and it comes from your devices. It comes from all your technology. When I go back, and it's all over the world. When I go back to Barbados, I have to get my new national ID card that will include a chip. You know what I mean? The chips are everywhere already. So I don't get why people are making such a big deal out of that. It's just a thought.
All right, let me pass to Nigel. Go ahead, to Nigel.
Yeah, thank you for having me, Diners, and greetings to all the panelists, the chat, and to the viewers. I think this issue of some of the black people not supporting illegal immigration in America versus their own interests is quite nuanced because one, Normally, I would say, okay, why not support an oppressed group, given that the black community is
They're
oppressed?
not. They're not oppressed. They're not oppressed. Go ahead.
Yeah. But it depends on how you look at it. So, my point was that if I look at what is going on in Dominican Republic, how some of these mixed people are very, very mean to other black people, and at the same time, you look at historically, they have not been coherently supporting the black cause. One can see why a lot of people don't want to rush to their defense. But there is also this moral kind of situation whereby you see unfairness occurring and you let it carry on, even when your own community has been subject to similar oppression. Does it mean that maybe if you act today, tomorrow they might remember? You don't know that, whether they might think twice about their behavior next time, because you don't know the same powers that are going after them may come for you tomorrow. And we know historically they do. So that is the kind of nuanced conversation that I would like to have, because some of the statements that the other lady was making about their birth rate and whether something about education and stuff like it's unnecessary, because one, different communities have different priorities. The idea that because you prefer these priorities that they should, it's not the same. Everybody's going through different phases. Some of the things she's saying, the black community were subject to such insults and abuses in the past. And so we have to sometimes be a little bit more circumspect when we talk about these things, because we don't know what the consequence of our action is today. One thing I know is that America is going to, I've been saying it before, America is going through a serious change and it's not going to be easy. Tomorrow, you might need an ally. So depending on what you want to create for the future, you have to consider your action quite carefully at this moment. If you are saying, okay, you want to isolate the this in the Hispanics, fine. Then you have to make sure your own you are self-sustaining yourself, and that you don't need their help tomorrow. And you ally with the black community all over the world as much as possible, because those are the decisions we are going to make, and there will be consequences to them. Let's not pretend as if there are no consequences to our own actions. So that's how I look at it. Thank you.
All right, go ahead, T. Khalid.
Yeah, man, I'm getting kind of tired of that argument. That whole, it's going to happen to us. Next, you can make that for any country, anything around the world, where anybody can be some tyrannical person and come after any community. So, just to behave that way, kind of puts black people when other black people say that. That is kind of telling black people to low key support these things either through funding or getting out of the streets with these other groups. And history has shown black people that we get nothing in return doing this. All we see is just these other groups elevating past us. So it serves us no interest. And there's nobody who can show proof of that it serves us any interest to just be out there allying with these people on the front lines. Now, that doesn't mean that we hate Mexicans. Like, I don't hate them. Like, I live in Texas. I'm cool with a lot of Mexicans, man. I'm cool with them. I don't have no problem with them. I'll do business with them. I'll eat their food. You know, there's nothing wrong with them, but we're not gonna have no situation where we're just gonna have a wide open border and then you just come in and flood the country with the wages being depressed. I'm seeing a lot of black men, we can't even do construction jobs or a lot of these home labor jobs because the illegal immigrants keep the wages so low that black men can't even compete. And I'm being selfish with my community, man. If lowering or getting rid of illegal immigrants help black people, then I'm gonna be for it. And I'm pretty sure if the shoe was on the other foot, if let's say this country's minority was Mexicans and it was black people on the border and we was coming across the border, they're not going to support us. They're going to probably have the same mentality. So I don't know why we keep saying this
But you
nonsense.
don't know that though. Let me just add this
Well, hold
information
on,
to
man.
you.
Hold on 1 second, Tila. Too Nigel, what are you talking about? Do you understand how marginalized Black Afro Latinos are in these countries? What are you talking about?
Absolutely.
No. I'm just
Especially
trying to
Colombia.
give one example of Mexico so that we know historical context of when we are talking about it. Mexico is one of the first countries to abolish slave trade, and from what I gather, they were giving Black American slaves refuge in 1829, as early as 1829. So it's not totally unheard of that they do support the Black community too sometimes.
Good for them. Now, what are they doing collectively to benefit black people? Nothing.
Not a
So
thing. Not a thing.
I don't care about all that. I mean, good. I mean, that's cool. But fast forward today, if nothing is happening beneficially economically for black people, and all we're seeing is a net negative economically for black people, we don't need to be out there supporting it. Just like every other group. That's why the Asians are minding their own business. You don't see the Asians, the Indians, the Arabs, oh, after the Mexicans, they're going to come for us next. No, they're not worried about that. Why
At
are we
all.
the only race of people who talk like that? It's almost as if we are jealous that the Latinos are getting all the attention from the white people. And because many of our people can't stop dreaming about white people every day, we're like, how can we get the white man's attention on us? Oh, I know. Let's get our people riled up so we could be out there fighting the white man too. So then that way they can focus on us. Because that's what I think it is. I think it's jealousy. The attention is not on us. So we're trying hard as hell to make sure we get the spotlight to be put on us.
How do
The
you know what
Mexican
the
the
Chinese
Hispanic
people are
community
talking about if you can't even speak Chinese?
the Hispanic community has focused on for years being the king of manual labor. That is no longer needed. Therefore, they are under attack. Automation through AI is wiping out the need for manual labor. So that is what this is about.
Amen.
You
Well,
aren't here you aren't here legally. You aren't contributing from an educated scientific perspective. What do you have to give? Nothing. It's time to get off of the welfare rosters.
but
Healthcare, uh, food stamps. You have nothing to offer. Go
sis,
get
AI.
education.
Dinah, what this woman just said, it needs to be understood. 1/3 of Hispanics are under entitlement. So, to everything she just said, there is data to back it up. 1/3 of this group is entitlement, welfare, and they are generation by generation by generation. You cannot bring Black people into this equation because, number one, regardless of how long a Black woman has been on Section 8, her family has been here for 400 years and they are contributing.
She's a
They are
citizen.
contributing. You cannot be an immigrant. You come here within a year, 2 years.
You sound like white people the way they
I
used to
don't
talk to
You
care.
don't
black
I
live
Who
people.
here to
care.
cares?
I
Who
don't
understand.
cares?
care.
Let me
We
get
No,
don't
Why
Maxine.
should
I
you
fight
not
for
don't.
care? Because you are
Latinos,
saying things
bro.
that are
No,
We
clearly
don't fight
wrong.
for
no,
Your
Are
Latinos,
you
no,
bro.
saying that
tax
it
Dinah.
was
dollars
The
right
go
when
other
white people were
to
talking
immigrant,
saying
support
those things
sir,
about
Democrats.
sir,
us?
sir, the
Back
other
up.
immigrant groups, the other Black
Are you
immigrant
trying to
groups,
say that the white people were
sir,
right when they were saying those things about the black
Tunisia,
community?
sir,
What are you
Have you
saying?
been to South
Tunisia,
America? They don't
sir.
like you, black man.
The other Black
I don't care whether
immigrants,
they like me. I'm just
their
saying that we should be
children,
careful. We should think twice
16,
when we are saying certain things.
respectfully, sir,
Until
the
your
other
tax
Black
dollars go to
immigrants,
You
support
are sound like a
Islanders,
Democrats,
South
supremacist
Africans,
Can
yourself.
I
you have
squeeze
their
to
in real quick?
children
Bro,
are
black people
able
are
to
too caring,
compete.
man.
Can I
To
squeeze in
Niger,
real quick,
the
Dinah?
other Black immigrants, the islanders who are the majority of the Black immigrants, the Haitians, Jamaicans, Barbados, etc., who are number one, and the Africans who come in, their children are able to compete. Their children are able to compete. You have readily seen in New York, in Georgia, in Texas, valedictorian, salutatorian, when they're Black, a lot of times they're Black immigrant or coming from Black immigrant family. Haitians compete very well in this country, very well. Nigeria, exceptional. Ghana, Gambia, all the other Black immigrants do well in the United States. The Hispanics won't even give visas to their Black people. Brazil won't even give visas to their Black people. Have you ever met a Black? I want to ask all of you on this panel. Have any of you met a Black Brazilian, Black like who looks Black African? And there are millions in that country. They come here, these half breeds, mixed breeds, claiming who are white, but they are inbred. But I digress. They're the ones who are, oh, we're Brazilian. They never let Black people represent their own countries. But when you have Black Africa, Black Islanders coming to the United States who are exceptionally well, that's no excuse to these other groups. And neither the fact that you are inbred. They do not know how to compete to Niger. You cannot put Africa in the same sentence as these Hispanics who have been here for 40 years and only 7% of them have graduated college. Unacceptable. I yield.
All right, let me pass it to Willie. Go ahead, Willie.
All right, so peace to the panel, and try not to cut me off, Dinah, because I'm on my Lumumba phone, so it's about to die.
Okay.
All right. As a Black man in America who is very much opposed to immigration at this point, right? I am concerned with the children, right, of these deported parents. So to those children, if your family owned a food truck and your mother and father were deported, please reach out to your abuela and have her reach out to me, because I'm willing to buy those food trucks for pennies on the dollar. And with that being said, and with that being said, this is a phenomenal time for Black
Absolutely.
America, while the sole scope of white supremacy in America for the first time isn't totally focused on us. It's time to make moves behind the scene, and this is totally not our fight. In particular, in LA, if you wonder why you're not seeing Black people at any of these protests, it's because these same Mexicans are writing on walls, unalive all, the word that I would get a tariff for if I said, right? This is what's going on in LA, right? So there's not this alignment. You have Hispanic political bases who have been very vocal in being anti reparations, right? They're on record saying, no, don't give them nothing, blah, blah. So we are diametrically opposed on more topics than we are aligned on. And that whole argument about they'll come for you next, this has been the Black man in America's argument for years. While everyone said, oh, you're making excuses and we work harder, and we were saying, I'm telling you, when it's your turn, they're gonna come for you. You get what I'm saying? Yeah, AI is gonna replace a lot of jobs, but it's not gonna pick our oranges and build the decks on the side of our
They
homes,
already are.
right?
They're robots doing that now, sir. Come on, Willie, you
Robots
in tech.
aren't picking the
Come on.
oranges right now, and I didn't
Come
go
on.
to Home Depot and hire a bunch of AI bots to build the deck on the side of my home. That
It's
was a
coming.
job for, hold on,
It's
that was,
coming.
I'm
It's
saying
coming.
where we are now.
I'm
Where we
saying
are
what I do
now,
now.
bottom line, this is not our issue. This is not our fight. These Hispanics have been vocal in being opposed to many things we've pushed. If we look at the growth in their vote for this Republican president, it was like 80%. Like they jumped out the window for this guy and the policies he brought. Well, don't get buyer's remorse now, because that whole argument about they'll come for you next, this is the argument Black America had been making for a long time. So prior to that, it was, oh no, papi, me no black, I don't know. Now it's oh, you my brother, and they come for you next. Nah, buddy. You gotta fight that fight on your
I
own.
think there is something historically that I've seen occur when a group is under stress and they are losing stuff. Always an opportunity for another group to say, you know what, if we support you now, you will support you when we need you to. And that kind of agreement, hold on, that kind of agreement can be reached by their elders. And see, the truth is this happens. So you can joke all you want. It does happen. And when it's your turn, they too will be there for you. But
It's been our
the
turn
community
for
is not
Our
400
organized
turn
that
was
way.
after the
years.
Civil War, bro. They
It's been
could have
our
thrown
turn
us
for
back on the
400
boat till after
Well,
the
years.
Civil
all
War,
these
I'm
bro.
just saying,
Well,
Come on,
all
man.
maybe
these
it's an
immigrants
opportunity too.
came into America. That was always our argument. Align yourselves with us. Help us fight for our.
Until your tax dollars go to fund these programs that keep them fat as
Boy, that goddamn
The
flip
Obama
Nokia.
phone. That
That
Obama phone
Nokia.
emoji.
Hey, let me
Man.
let me say something, man. Let me say something, please, man. You know what I'm saying? First thing first, man. Tunija, I know Tunija means well. That's why I like him so much. But he said a key word that doesn't exist in America. He said the elders. It ain't no goddamn elders in the Black community. It ain't no elders in the Latino community. Just a bunch of old Negro spirituals. That's all it is. And then the Latinas, some old queso, guacamole eating ass, no teeth Mexicans. You get what I'm saying? Like, we don't, like, at the end of the day, we all know this for a fact. Black people, we don't have no leader. No matter what no matter how many times they want to goddamn get Bubba Gump looking goddamn the dude that sue everybody. I forgot his name that quick. You get what I'm saying?
Crump,
Yeah,
Benjamin
yeah.
Crump.
Benjamin Crump.
You know what I'm saying? With his Bubba Gump looking ass, or you get Al Sharpton out there with a gray straight hair perm. You get what I'm saying? Like these are the people that white people put out there. These ain't the people that black people put out there. Black people, we don't follow nobody. We don't follow nobody. We don't follow our parents. We don't follow the next door neighbor. We don't give a fuck what our grandmama say. We don't follow nobody. And that's the one thing I do like about us, because all the old Negroes in our community sold us out. The old Negroes in our community still talking about, well, you know, if Massa get tired of them, they're gonna come back to us. And I agree. Listen, Wall Street, Willie, a broken clock can be right twice a day. I agree with you. They goddamn in the other lady, the black people are tired of the Mexicans getting all the forefront. They want Massa. The boot ain't on black people neck tight enough. You get what I'm saying? Because at the end of the day, Dinah, you know who they should be getting mad at? They should be getting mad with Sloppy Joe. Sloppy Joe, the one that put Mexicans on the pedestal. Sloppy Joe was the one that told the Democrat Party to focus on Mexican. Sloppy Joe was the one that let.
You know what's crazy about that, bro? Like, Donald Trump hasn't deported half as many people as Sleepy Joe did. So why is it all of a sudden this gigantic take to the streets and burn things down issue?
But see, I'm finna get to that. I'm finna get to that part on the Democratic Party. The Democrat Party let 11 million of them come in. The Democratic Party, the one that put up sanctuary cities. You get what I'm saying? So what it did was it gave the Latinos false hope, and they are entitled.
No, bro, but listen to what I'm saying.
Hold on. Wall Street Willie, you had your 2 minutes in a cheeseburger, bro. Nobody cut you off. What are you talking about?
I wasn't finished when I had my
It
time.
didn't matter. You interrupted me and wanted to finish saying what you saying. So I apologize for even saying that. I agree with you, but you agree. You right twice a day with a broken clock. But anyway, back to what I was saying. The Democratic Party is the one that elevated Latinos, that made them like that. So you get a state like the lady was saying, she's in LA or where the party it doesn't affect it because it's in Paramount. Paramount is 60 to 70% Latinos. And Latinos did not. One thing you was wrong about, you said that they voted for Trump 80%. But they ain't nowhere near that just shows how black people can be right and then go off the mark and try to make up a number the same way the dude yesterday was saying that it was 15%. You get what I'm saying? Black people that vote did actually it was 45%. Like I don't know why we go to the stream like that to make a point when you could just stick to the facts.
I said it was an 80% increase in the Latino vote. Hold on. I'm gonna clarify.
Hey, no, you can talk. No, you can talk after I get through talking. You can talk after I get through talking. So what I'm saying is that it's the Democratic institution that put Latinos on the pedestal as if they don't have to learn anything. They told the Latinos they was up next. And on top of that, why wouldn't the Latino be arrogant? You know what I'm saying? They outnumber black people now. It's 67 million of them on record and 11 million are hiding. You get what I'm saying? It's only 45 million. So why wouldn't they act like that? Why wouldn't they when they in a democratic state when they can do what they want to do? Where they can walk around and not be approached. You get what I'm saying? And not have to answer to nobody. You get what I'm saying? So it's just like me when I walk to the corner store. It's just like when I walk to a corner store and the man, I sit up there and got 3 pounds of gray hair on my face and he asked me for my ID. I don't get mad at that. I ain't trying to get up there and say swing low, sweet chariot, and Plymouth Rock landed on us and all that shit. I just pull out my ID and get going.
Hey,
but here's the thing, though, right?
Hustle smart. Say.
Swing low, sweet chariot. Why you always pressing me? Yeah, bother me. Get your hand out my pocket. Like that's the crazy thing that black people do. We always got to sing a sad song, and then what tonight just said, you right, there is a moral compass to us that most people don't have. But at the same time, that what makes us be the perfect slave. That's what makes us be the perfect slave in America. Because no matter how much they beat us, no matter how much they kill us, no matter how much they redline us, no matter how much they drag us, no matter how much they put laws that put us in prison, no matter how much drug they dropped in the street, it's still black people out there running up the white people that be like, let me tell you how they getting over on these food stamps. Let me tell you how they getting over on these taxes. Man, you go over there in this neighborhood, they sell pot over there. In this neighborhood, they sell cocaine over here. It's still a black person that sit up there want to be up on the massa because black people want to be white. Black people hate being black. You get what I'm saying? Because we don't want to do
Man, that was crazy.
like far as mentally, we're mentally better than Latinos. But one thing that Latinos got on us, they practice nepotism, baby. You get what I'm saying? Even though they can't read the back of a goddamn hot sauce bottle, but they'll still jump 12 deep in a truck to go knock out. I mean, Diners, they got them had 62 Mexicans on top of my roof, knock that shit out in 8 hours. I ain't seen a drip in 3 years. I can't even hear the rain falling on my roof. But they stick together, and they work together, they eat together, they play together, and they spend money together. So why wouldn't they be entitled? And then black people, listen, and black people is the only one that talk about black and brown coalition. They hollering that shit now because they know black people are emotional. They know you're gonna get guys like to Niger, and you're gonna get black women be like that. Well, you know, we can't just not think about them. And that's what we doing. And the last thing, Diners, y'all talk about black people ain't with it. You ought to pull up the video of what they doing in Atlanta. And guess what?
Yeah,
Guess what black people.
I saw that.
Guess who out there? Guess who out there marching? Guess who out there marching for Latinos in Atlanta? It's these rig weed wearing wild hyena hood rat up in the twerk monkey from Southeast Atlanta with a whole bunch of weave and a whole bunch of kids from a whole bunch of baby daddies. So you got black women.
Smart. Does she have all leggings? No leggings?
Bro, and 3 of them had on leggings, and 3 of them had on them goddamn mushy, cushy flip-flops, and 6 of them had on bunnets.
Smart, were they vibranium leggings?
Bro, vibranium stuff with the blue light going down the side of it, so they can activate the cushion part of it to pull that girth together. Out there looking stupid.
Let's get serious for a second, right?
No, bro. You can think that I'm joking. You know what the funny part is, Wall Street Willie? I wish that I was joking right now. I wish that I was joking right now. But you got black women right out here in Atlanta, a majority black city, which supposed to be the black Hollywood, the black Mecca, is out there caping for goddamn Latinos and trying to convince black men to come out there and join them.
All right, but we're not seeing that in LA where it's ground zero for these protests, right? But here's what I wanted to ask.
Go ahead.
Why is this all of a sudden this big issue? Because the reality is Donald Trump has not deported anything near where any comparable part of time that you could compare to Biden or the deporter in chief, as Obama's known, right? Like Donald Trump really isn't hitting even the Democratic numbers. So when we say that the Democrats put them on this pedestal, we got to also understand, and there is room for that argument, but we got to understand on the other side of that, they deported 10 times more of them than Donald Trump. And we didn't see this protest, this backlash. Why do you think that is? That was my question.
Because it's done in LA, because they hit a spot where the Latinos outnumber everybody. Latinos is the whole community. That's why they went to Paramount.
What I'm saying is, though, Barack Obama was doing that times 10. He was doing
that's
better.
easy. I'm trying to tell you. Wall Street Willie.
Biden was doing it better.
Hold on. Let me ask him real quick. I want to give him a serious answer. It's because that out of the 12 major news companies, only 2 of them are conservative. The other 10 are Democratic leaning. So you got Democratic leaning people that's stoking the fire with the media. It's the Democrats that's CNN out there on the grounds and they're getting tear gas and talking to them. You don't see Fox News out there doing it. You don't see The Hill out there doing this. MSNBC talking about calling the guy the MS-13, a Maryland man, is not illegal. It's Democrat media that's not calling them illegal immigrants. That's what they are. But all these news groups make up trigger words. The same way they did with the elections, where they were calling reproductive right. Reproductive right ain't nothing but abortions. That's a woman laying her
They are the
silly
first
ass
ones
on
to
her
tell
back
us.
and letting a man get between her leg and snatch a baby out. But we want to make
They
these
are the first one to
buzzwords.
tell us when we making a beef about something social. Well, why don't you blacks just follow the law? Well, hey, listen, you got a point. Why don't you Abuelita just follow the law? And she's an illegal. She got to go. Your daddy
I
got
agree.
to go. All of them got to go because they're not following the
I
law.
agree. But they try to make this
That's in their
they try to
argument
make
with
this
us.
argument though, Willie, that just because they out there selling tacos and burritos, I don't give a fuck if I've been on the run. If I got a warrant on me, it don't matter if I got them live right and took my kids to soccer playing for saying, let me get pulled
Listen.
over. If I got a warrant on me, I
Hey,
go to
yo,
jail.
I made that joke too because they were saying that they picked up a bunch of them, the Mexicans from a graduation, and that's what really got like a lot of the Mexicans upset. Hey, listen, man, if I had a warrant, I couldn't go to my kid's graduation either. I mean, if you want
Right.
to be in America, right, you're going to deal with the things in America. So you want to protest? You want to set stuff
Hold
on
on.
fire? All
No,
right, you're going to have to
hold on,
deal with
Wall
them
Street Willie.
dogs. You're going to have to deal with them rubber bullets.
Right.
You're going to have to deal with them police just like we
Yeah,
did.
but there's a bigger challenge coming when the right wingers in the other groups decide that enough is enough. They're not going to have America the way it is because of the demographic shift that is occurring. When that major conflict comes, when that chips are down, who is going to be on your side? Because in the end,
When is that going to
that's
happen?
the
This
bigger.
is fear
When is
mongering.
that gonna happen? When is that
No,
gonna
it's not.
happen,
It's the
Fear
same.
Tunisia?
mongering status.
Let me tell you when it's going to
This is
happen.
fear
It's going to
Okay, tell
mongering.
her.
happen
Hey, Talib,
between
hold on. I
now
want to hear. I
and
want to hear the
between now
timeline. I
and
want to hear
20
the
years time.
timeline.
Between now
Huh?
and 20 years time. The reason why
20
it's going
years.
to happen, because historically, if you can give me one example in history, any of you here, give me one example in history where a people living in a country that they are majority in gets surmounted by another group peacefully. I've never seen one in history, and that's about to happen in America. And that's why I think within
Nigel,
now
is
to
it
20 years, there's
not
going
the
to be
white
problem.
liberal? Is it not the white skin color liberal allowing all these people of color in illegally? So your argument doesn't hold.
It doesn't matter.
They're going to fight the white liberal
See,
before they even get mad at the black
I've
man.
been saying this just so for you to understand. I've been saying this, and the symptoms are already showing up now. It's going to happen. You like it or not, because it has never
And you know
happened in
what? You
history
know what?
before.
We
But my
got guns
argument is
too
it's
as black
been
men.
happening.
Then we
My
gonna fight it.
argument is the immigration numbers were way higher under like the last two administrations outside of Trump. They've always been higher. So why are we acting like we a critical mass now?
Exactly. No, listen, it's these old Negro field tactics. Niger need to go back to Niger and get him some of that spicy, you know what I'm saying, over there under the bridge, over there, get him some
I'm just saying we should be
Obono
prepared for
stew.
both
No,
scenarios. I'm
no,
just saying we should be
what
prepared
you
for
doing
both.
is
Bro,
Whether you
I
support them
am
or you don't
tired of
support them, you should be
fear
prepared for
mongering, bro.
both.
I'm tired of that
what you're
narrative.
doing is you're doing fear prophesizing. That's what you're doing.
But it's a
You get what I'm
fact.
saying?
Okay,
So
then why don't you
how
give me an
I tell you,
example where that has happened in
Niger.
history before? Give me
So
another
Nigel, we
example.
have this thing in America. We say, you know, say let it happen. Wait. We'll wait till it happens because it ain't nowhere in the world
Right.
we
We've
can.
been hearing America gonna
You
fall
can't
apart
convince
since the
black.
90s. And we
You
And
can't
lived
stop
through
being
convince.
such a
Y2K.
wuss, man.
We lived
Someone
through
see a
You
white
have
man
to
wars.
attack
think
you,
We
fight him
lived
ahead.
through
back.
You have to think
everything.
Damn,
ahead.
stop being
You
so
can't
scared of the
think.
white man. Fight his ass
You
back.
can't. You can't think ahead in America because black people living high off the hog on the mass of goods and services. You get what I'm saying? Like black people
But they
ain't
have to
trying.
think
Black people.
ahead. They have no choice.
Let me explain something to you real quick, too, Nigel. As long as Walmart stay open 11 o'clock, long as Kroger stay open 11 o'clock, as long as you can get on the internet and you can get 5G and see, hell, I got 6G at the house. I'm an uppity Negro. I got that fiber optics in the ground. You get what I'm saying? As long as when I click on the app, it doesn't buffer. As long as I can go on Uber Eats and go get something, as long as I can jump in the shower in this hot water and cold water. As long as I can flush that toilet, black people ain't worrying about shit. As long as the lights is on 24/7. As long as you ain't get malaria when you get bit by a mosquito,
yo,
black people
they
ain't
can
gonna do shit. Now I agree with you, Nigel. Once the day happen and the lights get cut off and the rain starts beating and the kids start getting hungry, then black people will wake up. Until then, black people gonna go to church and act like they got a special relationship with God, even though they sell
hallelujah,
pussy, even
Yeah, but
though
it's
they
hallelujah.
too
rob
late
people and steal
then.
people.
It's
Until
too
that
late.
day happen, black people ain't gonna do nothing. Black
I
people
tell
ain't
you
gonna
this:
black
you
people
could
ain't gonna
deport
prepare for
all them
nothing until they go to
Mexicans,
the
right?
club on the
But
weekend.
if they
Guy,
touch my
let me hold
housekeeping,
on. Willie, let me pass the mic
all
to
right.
City. Now pass it back to you. Go ahead, City.
Hey, Dennis, welcome back, man.
Appreciate it.
All right. So the whole situation going on in LA, I really support Donald Trump for this. Uh, Based on my experience with the Spanish, specifically the Dominicans in New York. I work in one of my previous jobs. I used to work with David Yeoman in a corporate office in finance. So I was there as a senior finance guy, right? Pure African, pure black. And they used to work in the mail rooms and come and clean the offices. So I have a couple of white folk that were working under me. And those Dominicans will come and clean the office spaces, clean all the cubicle and leave my space without cleaning my space. And they would take the garbage out for all the other rest of the employees. I was the only black person. And they would not clean my space. And one of the girls that was working under me, she told me to report them to HR. But cut everything short, I didn't make any report because I didn't want them to target me. And when David Yeoman is below Tribeca, if you've been to New York, it's right below Canal Street. So, and they will be talking a lot of shit about black people. All of us in America today is because of African American. They open the door for all of us, right? I sympathize with other Africans that are going to be deported in this situation, and they're going to be fine because not many Africans being deported. But I'm really 100% support Donald Trump on this idea by deporting all these Spanish people. They hate black people. If I were to choose between between white and Spanish, I would go with the white people because they have given me a lot of job opportunities since I've been here, and I work with them in a peaceful manner. I've not had any kind of racial experience with white people, even though I'm in a corporate environment in terms of promotion. Yeah, they will help their people to promote them. But all these other African guys that sit in their shithole country talking about what they should not deport all these Spanish people. You have not been here before. You have no experience. You have no idea how the system works here. So Trump should deport all of them. If you are a true American, as a Mexican, you burning people properties, you burning cars, and you standing with Mexican flag and demonstrating. Why would you be carrying Mexican flag if you love America? You cannot be demonstrating in
Yo,
America and be
great
carrying
point.
Mexican flag.
In and out real quick. If you're carrying the Mexican flag, why are you complaining about getting sent back to Mexico? Very
Right.
well said.
Yeah. So it makes no sense. Can you imagine what's the image that you're presenting to people? You carry Mexican flag and self-drive car, you burning it down. And then who are you? Are you a Mexican? Are you American? No sensible person will ever do that, right? So these are people that hate this country. They hate all the other race, and they will always bring more destruction to this country. And whoever the guy that got through Nigeria, he's comparing it with the situation. He thought it's between the North and the South. Whatever tribal war that they have in their whole country is completely different here. So I'm an African, but don't compare that situation here. No white people against black people. It's not trying to say what black trying to take over. It's nothing like that in America with my experience.
The way you sound, you literally
So
said you were going to side with white people. That
I'm not siding with
just by
them, but
saying that alone, you know you are completely lost. And
just
secondly, the people that you are saying they should
give
be
me a
deported
break.
now,
Give me a
vast
break. When I
majority
finish
of them are
talking, you
already
talk.
citizens.
Can
You are
I
not
talk,
winning
please? Can
anything.
I
You
talk?
are just making them
Can I
target
talk,
you even
please?
more.
Dennis, can you
Nigel,
give me
you
a
really
break
need to
when I
see
finish?
how Africans are treated in South America, man. I
Then he
think you
can
need to
talk.
travel there
I know that. I
and
know
talk
about
to them.
Dominican
They're
Republic. I
treated
consider Dominican Republic a
terribly.
very horrible country.
Colombia,
I know
man, I
that.
don't even see them, man. There is no civil rights for them. Racism is just there. If
I know
you
that.
black, you on the bottom, screw you. So
Let
if you
me tell
want
you,
them
we
to
I
be the
live
just
in
we just
majority,
Harlem,
have
right?
to know what we are doing. We just have to know our strategy, because this idea of we hate Hispanics, some of white people are even loving
it's
white people
not a
right now.
hatred,
No, it's
Nigel.
not a
It's
hatred. They
to
have
fight
more
your own
hatred for
battle,
black
man.
people. They have more hatred for black people, and the black people having
Yeah,
hatred
yeah,
for
but
them. You
you are
cannot go
talking
to
now
if
like
you
you love white people because you don't like Hispanics. I don't know where the
no.
dynamics is coming from.
No, I'm not saying that. You see, I don't know. This I don't know where you come in with that idea. I didn't say that I hate
Hey guys, real
white
quick,
guys.
let me read this super chat real quick. JC Inc, thank you for 499 holla. No, she doesn't sound like white people. She sounds like an American. Close the border. Shout out to Sister Ronique too for the $50 cash app. I
First of all,
appreciate you. Go ahead.
sorry, be honest. First, I will tell you I voted for Kamala Harris. Let me tell you that first. And some of the things that Trump is doing right now, I'm kind of liking it. I even regretted why I voted for her. If Trump was not in power, this thing would be worse for black people. I live in Harlem. Go to Washington High. That's the neighborhood of Dominican. As a black person, you will never get apartment in our neighborhood. They will welcome white people. You will welcome the Chinese, but you as a black person, you will never get apartment in Washington Heights as any New Yorker. So my experience with Spanish in New York City, I'm not seeing any other race in this world that have hate black people than the Spanish people. I'm not saying all of them. But my experience with them, I have worked in the environment. I even go and play soccer with some of the Mexicans over the weekend. The way they talk about her, the way they exclude us, it's unimaginable. You cannot understand until when you did Spanish woman. When you did a Spanish girl, especially in New York, you will know when she explained those things to you. That's how you will know. I have nothing against Spanish. I have nothing against white people. First of all, I would give all the credit to white people because when I came in this country, it was a white person that gave me my asylum. He granted me my political asylum. Where I'm working right now, probably we're only two, one Nigerian and I'm the only black person. I know how they treat me. It's not going to be the same. You cannot even compare America with Europe. In Europe, my African friends that are in Europe will never get opportunity to work in that type of environment that I work here. I give all the credit to African American. Because of them, they fight for us, they put on this ground. But I don't know why the Democrat, they wouldn't fighting because of their power. They want to remain in power. They think when they bring in more Spanish people, they're all going to be Democrat. They're going to vote for them. I guess I understand that. But it's not in the black people's favor. You as a black person, when you go and work
But
in a
you
place,
are here literally
what's that?
praising white people while saying another group of people that are mean to us are also bad. But which one is worse to us?
But
The
to Daniel,
Spanish,
why
the
do a lot of
Spanish.
immigrants from other countries come here? I'm just curious. Like that, it's wild that you would go to a country where the white man is the most racist, and you would just leave your country and live underneath him, work at his jobs, live around his people, have sex with his women. Like it makes no sense. Like if they're evil, we should be getting the hell away from them.
Exactly,
But
right?
it's
Right.
not
I mean,
practical in
he's the
life.
one.
It's not
He's the one that
practical.
even talking right now. The mess Nigeria is in right today is because of all these stupid military dictators that was there stealing money from them and come and give it to white people. Babangida was arrested with $4 billion. Mohamed Buhari were running behind Trump to get the money back. Sani Abacha, the same thing. They all be, why you can fight your leaders and to stop stealing money and come give it to white people? That way you should start it first. Instead of you coming here and say,
Then, but
well,
you are here praising them. That's the difference.
no,
I'm not here praising
but
them for what
I'm
they've done
making
for us.
comparison. I'm not praising. I'm making
You are not making
comparison.
comparison. Actually, you are literally praising them. If you didn't hear yourself.
I'm saying that if you were to choose between white and Spanish, even though they are both races, but I would choose white. Right? That's what I
Oh
said.
my! Historically, have you thought about what you are saying historically? We are talking about continent killers here.
You always talk
Because
about colonial, whatever
you
happened.
don't have a clue what you are talking. It
Okay,
just shows
first of all,
how
right now, okay,
short-sighted you are. You just look at what your belly is getting. You don't look at the bigger picture.
not that. I won't say that. You can't say that to me. First of all, now your country was fighting for democracy all along, and now you have a democracy. What's the change? Right? Where's the change?
See,
So
both sides.
before you come here and tell me, say, I'm
If
looking
somebody
for
doesn't like you, both sides don't like you, don't support any of them. You should be supporting people that support you, whether they are Hispanics or white people. If they support you, you support them. Don't look at it as a group and say, "Oh, all of them hate you." Not every group hate every group.
No,
It's
but
not true.
you cannot live in a society. You cannot live anywhere like an island. You have to have from whether someone like you or not. I have a policy of system that I sometimes keep enemies around, because you cannot show to the enemy that you are my enemy. Then you're not going to be existing, right? As long as you become successful, you're going to create some enemy for yourself, right? So it does not make any sense for me to show to my enemy, yo, you are my enemy, so I'm not going to talk to you. No. But in the meantime, while I'm in America, I'm benefiting from white people. I'm benefiting from African American because of the civil rights, because what they fight for, what they did for black people. That's why we are here, right? Not only being here, but when you make the comparison with Europe, we are far better being in America than in Europe.
How do you know that? Have you been
Because
to Europe?
Hey,
Have you worked in Europe before?
I got to pass the mic. Go ahead, Quincy. Quincy, unmute yourself, Quincy.
Gotcha, I'm right here. Y'all hear me?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, real quick. There's a lot being said, man, but it kind of related to what a couple of the guys said about rather dealing with white folks versus dealing with Latinos and just the whole influx and everything going on in LA. One thing I've really been wanting to not sound alarm on, but really put on people's brains, specifically Black Americans in America, right? Is that, if you think white folks don't want to give us nothing, you better believe these immigrants of all colors that come to America, they don't want to give us nothing. They feel like we had our chance and we fumbled it. They feel like, hey, we just got here, we getting ours. You had your chance, you had your shot. So you better believe that when their kids, like right now, they coming in, they may do these, menial jobs or whatnot, but their kids are going to go to school with our kids. Their kids going to college. Their kids are going to get, in these political positions. Some of them are even there right now. And I'm telling you, when it comes time to draft these bills and spread these resources around, a lot of them are going to have. I'm not sure if it's a chip on their shoulder. I'm not sure if it's
Yeah, you
jealousy.
saying it right. You saying it right. Don't sugarcoat your message, bro. Say it right.
Yeah, I'm saying I don't know. I don't know if it's jealousy or a chip on the shoulder or something. But when they draft, I'm telling you, in the coming decades, when they drafting these bills, they are going to be unapologetic about looking out for their own, and they're also going to be unapologetic about not doing a goddamn thing for us, because they're going to say y'all had y'all chance and you fumbled the ball. Now, here's one other thing I want to say, and this is the wildest thing that I thought I would never agree with. Right? Crazy as it sound, I'm be real with you, white Americans might be our biggest ally against that, because people keep assuming and saying that this new coloring of America, they want to move past white Americans. The part they're not saying is they also want to move past Black Americans too. We had our shot. We had our time in the sun. We had our shot in America. You had scoot on over and let us get our shine. You know what I mean? Let us get these resources or whatnot. And crazy as it sounds, regular old white Americans who've been here for centuries, I hate to say it, but they're probably the only ones that are really be on our side to kind of push back against this. Because anybody who's came in the last several decades, they on the other side. They feel like it's their turn. They coming there over here to get theirs. So
Right. They playing the system. They saying that if the system is so solid that you can come from a peon and become the president, they getting together like, why it can't be us, Gwen Guido? Why it can't be us, Senorita? If the system, because they say that their system ain't looking at race, Quincy. Do you get what I'm saying? So they're saying that we got the numbers. Let's go over there and stick together, and we'll wipe out the black people and the black people. I mean, the white people and the black people, and it'll be Viva la Mexico in the White House. Why would they not do that? That's what you call a strategy. See,
They'll
that's
have
the
to
thing
go
that
through the white Afrikaners to get to
I
that
got you. I
level.
got you. I agree with that. What
Okay.
all I'm saying is this, and I've been preaching this since I came on this channel back in 1926, is that black people, we're doomed because we don't have a strategy. Even if it's a strategy that we're gonna fail, we still ain't got one. You get what I'm saying? We got black people that's scared of everything. That's the old Negroes. We got the black women that don't want to be with, don't want to respect black men. You get what I'm saying? You got the simp black men that want to, even though the women don't like them, still trying to figure out what can we do to make these black women pat us on our head and give us some fish box and make us a spaghetti. And then you got the dudes that are respectable that do what they got to do, but we're in the minority. You get what I'm saying? Our voice is not getting said. And then you got these sugar boys running around here wearing a size 22 Christian Dior red bottoms, you know what I'm saying, with Gucci person
Hey, you're
and
missing one.
26-inch yak in their head. You
Yeah,
get what
but
I'm
bro, you're
saying?
missing one. You're
Go
missing
ahead.
one,
Go.
and
Give
you
me
missing the
another one,
biggest
bro.
one. You missing the biggest one.
Give it to me.
The
Pause.
biggest one I'm telling you is these talented 10 boule Negroes are black politicians
Mhm.
because they have the voice. We've seen it in real time and where black Americans in like it's, whether you agree with the movements or not.
Hey, leave us out of this. Leave the boule out
Whether
of
you agree,
this.
hold on, hear me out this. Whether you agree with the movements or not, you've seen where there have been a number of movements in the last few years that's went against what the NAACP wanted to say, what Al Sharpton wanted to say, what Roland Martin wanted to say, right? And every single time there's a grassroots movement, regardless of how you feel about it. Every single time, them boule Negroes shut it down. They run interference every single time. So even when we try, even right now, we trying to tell them folks, look, let them Latinos handle that. They 20% of the population. They got a long documented history of racism, definitely in LA. Let them handle that. And what you got right now? You got all the black politicians, all the black boule Negroes, the talented tip, HBCU, Ivy League Negroes, everybody with a voice that's quote unquote respected by white
Hey,
folks.
Quincy,
Yeah.
add Deutsche, whatever her name is,
Oh,
Deutsche.
there you go, Dochi. All of them, they trying to get us to get into that. Like, no, look,
Hey,
they got it.
Quincy, how do you get a BBL and your ass is still flat?
Your guess better
Oh,
than
come
mine.
on. Can I
Yeah.
ask a question, please? Can I ask a quick
No,
question? Because
I want
it's a quick question. I'm not talking. I'm just asking a question.
no, you're not talking over me. Let me, Quincy, you got 30 seconds. I can pass to your motion. Go ahead, Quincy.
Yeah, so that was my only thing, man, because the clock is ticking, and if we don't really figure out how to knock over these boule Negroes, the people with the voices, that's gonna be our downfall because they literally have us, and they got the black women too that want to be ride the high horse. They got them voting against talk about voting against their own interests. We literally voting for Latinos to replace us, literally voting for them to replace us. So that was all, man.
All right, go ahead, your motion.
Hey,
Yeah,
listen,
I just
making me an enemy is not a good idea on the behalf of the boule. Just want to throw that out there, right?
Okay, go ahead, your motion.
quickly, I just want to address Tunaja's point about needing allies. It strikes me that you would be on here talking about the fact that we would need the Hispanic community as allies and to keep that bridge open, but you're not speaking about us partnering with continental Africans. I want to understand why we shouldn't be building that alliance versus worrying about people who have subjugated themselves to being at the bottom and focusing on manual labor.
Yeah, I get what you are saying. I think that has always been my first go to in terms of the African American and the diaspora working with the continent. As a matter of fact, that's the biggest source of their power. However, based on this conversation that we are having, I think there's something that is beginning to emerge because I've had a few people, a kind of almost taking the side of the Europeans in America. And is it possible that the black community can ascend up the economic ladder in such a way like the Italians when they came in and they ascended the economic ladder to a point whereby they become part of the establishment? Is that something that is possible for the black community? Because the way I hear some people sound, it sounds like there is that drift towards becoming the people that look down on other groups in that country. Is that a strategy that you can use? I don't know, but that question is out there. That's how I'm going to look at it. That's why I wanted to ask: could that be a strategy or a way that we ascend up the food chain and say, okay, the others are just newcomers and they should be treated like others? We become like the Italians of the past.
Yeah. At some point, black people need to eat somebody except our own. We need to prey on somebody else beside our own. At some point.
Absolutely. I agree
At
100%.
some point, we got to step on somebody's neck too, Nigel. That's all I'm
Yes,
saying. We can't.
we've been
We
too receptive, too open armed.
Yeah, we always got our arms out like we finna give somebody a hug or something. Like we want to care for somebody. It's Diners. We either got our arms out like we trying to hug somebody, or the black women out there holding the baby like mammy to the titty or something. That's the only two things we do. But when it
And
comes
you know
to
what?
each other, we wish a nigga would. And I'm using that in context. You get what I'm saying? That's how we act towards each other. You get what I'm saying? Like at the end of the day, we need to say we use the same way that we look at each other and come together. Let be like, hey, let's turn this energy on other people. Let us all gel together, and we wish somebody else would. We wish somebody else come in our neighborhood. We wish somebody else take over what we're trying to do. But like I'm saying, I understand somebody in the chat said, well, what's your strategy? And the only strategy that I have as black people is economics, because that's the two things that American respect. That's power. That's power, and they respect income. Money. So we don't have no power. You get what I'm saying? Because we don't want to breathe on a picture of a white person. We don't want to cough on a picture of a white person. So what we can do is stop being professional employees with that $3 trillion spending power that we love to brag about. How about we use that and become entrepreneurs? You get what I'm saying? Because if it's 45 million, we outnumber all the rest of them except for Latinos. We used to be number 2. Now we the number 3. We're 13%. They're 17%. But the 17% is actually the 13% to come up here and help us. That's crazy. Based on logic, the 17% is actually the 13%. But when the 13% wanted help from the 17%, the 17% is like, me don't speak no English. You know what I'm saying? You want salsa or you want lemons. That's all they talk. They want you to give them money, give them your business, but they don't want to give you no support. You get what I'm saying? And that's what the problem is with black people. So the strategy is to be entrepreneur, get your business, stop being a professional employee, and then maybe, just maybe, after you stop driving 80 to 90 miles an hour trying to rush to the time clock so you don't get no occurrence in ducking massa for 8 or 9 hours, you get what I'm saying, at your job, maybe you'll stick together, build something together, and produce something that we can have our children look up to, because that's what the Mexican doing. Even if it's landscaping, even if it's construction, they still teaching their kids like, hey, this is our thing. The black people don't want to do this. So this is a market that they'll pay us to do. The black people don't want to come out their house and cut their grass.
City, thank you for the $10 holla. I appreciate you. Your Mojo, are you done? And after that, I got past the Ndama.
Yes.
Yeah. I'll say this. My whole thing is this: is that I wanted to address to Niger, and the other lady who was asking to Niger, how come you don't promote Black Americans to have some sort of like alliance with African immigrants? And I think that was a really good point. And I feel like too, Niger, sometimes I think you I think I know you're an African gentleman, but I feel like sometimes you Africans, you guys fundamentally misunderstand like the situation when it comes between demographic groups in America. You think that just because we're a minority as Black Americans, we're supposed to automatically side with another minority on a given issue, and that shows like a fundamental misunderstanding. The fact of the matter is that like for instance, Latinos, they drive down a lot of the wages and the prices and stuff. Black men who are in trades, it hurts their business. Even black men who are in trucking, because for years, it's like America has allowed like these Mexican truck drivers from Mexico, not Mexican Americans, but Mexican truck drivers from Mexico. We allow them to come into the United States and drive around and deliver loads all throughout the
520s,
United States.
350s.
And then the DOT can't even do anything to them because
350s,
they're registered, they're
350s and
not
520s.
registered under their trucks are not registered in America. Their truck could have all kind of unsafe shit going on with it. It could have all types of violations and stuff, and they can't do a damn. DOT can pull them over, but they can't give them no violations. They can't do a damn thing for them because their trucks are registered in a foreign country. And they've been driving the price of freight down for years. They've been doing this stuff for years, and that's what you're not looking at, 2 Niger. I would like for 2 Niger to address that. Go ahead.
I've said it before. My first go-to is the diaspora should work with the continent, because you have a vast inheritance there that is not being tapped at all. Still to today, it's hardly being tapped. That is my first go-to. I'm just saying that in the context of another group that is competing with a group that has historically oppressed our community, then I would have thought that maybe we'll think about, okay, is it possible that we can ally with these people on a strict basis?
Nigel, you are
Nigel, who's
ignoring the
historically oppressed?
grievances, bro.
What are you talking about?
No, I'm talking about like the Hispanic and Latino groups that are they are the underclass now compared to the Europeans, isn't it? So we are in the middle to an extent. If you look at it now, we are in the middle. We can choose to ascend up the chain like the Italians did, which I don't know whether that is even possible, because black people are not just black people. Black people are a big people. They are not like Italians. You have a whole continent behind you. So it's very different. They might treat you very differently from the Italians. But if that is possible, maybe it's a way out. I'm just saying that I'm not either here or there, but I think there has to be a strategy other than just saying, "Oh, it's not our business." That's my
Let me address that. Let me address that. Let me address that really fast.
And you're not even addressing none of those points.
Exactly. And let me address 2 Niger really fast. First of all, you keep on underestimating the economic prowess of Black Americans. The vast majority of Black Americans are already middle class and upper middle class. Many Black men now are not just middle class; they're upper middle class, because a lot of Black men are getting into they're becoming contractors. They're getting into the skilled trades. They're getting into tech and stuff. And there's a lot of money that comes with that. So that being said, and you keep on talking about the stuff about Italians, nigga. We don't give a fuck about no Italians. We care less about Italians. As long as they not in our way trying to stop us from getting what we need to get, we don't care about Italians like that. I don't understand this obsession with
concept
Italians.
is that
It doesn't make sense.
No, you don't understand. The Italians were treated as underclasses before. Then later on, they became like white people. They treated them like white people.
We were too. We were slaves. Look, bro. No, let me address him. Let me address him.
They were dirtbags.
Yeah, let me address him. Look, we were slaves, okay? And one generation out of slavery, we had our own towns, we had our own companies, businesses, everything.
What happened?
Yeah, let me go ahead.
Obama came in, boy. Obama came in.
Let me pass it to Rudy first. I'll pass it to you, T. Go ahead, Rudy.
Hey, Dama, you sounding smart as shit today, bro. You must be smart in the daytime, bro.
Salute to the panel. Salute to the chat, everybody. There was a guy speaking probably 2 or 3 guys ago. He was talking about Latino numbers being at 17% of the population and Black American numbers being at 13% of the population. I'm going to say this here. I can't tell you how to live your lives, but I'm going to tell you one thing we need to do as Black Americans. We got to stop aborting our babies. These are Latinos come over here pregnant and ready to have another one a few months after they had that one. We got to stop aborting our babies. That was a huge mistake. Since 1971, over 40 million abortions from Black Americans alone. That hurt us. And we got to get unified. We got to stop having the individual mentality, and we got to start having a group mentality. Now, look, not everybody can be saved, but for the ones who want to give it the program, we got to have a group mentality. We got to put our minds together. We got to put our dollars together. I'm telling you, man, we up against it. We up against it. Y'all know. Anyway, I'm going to let somebody else have it.
All right, let me pass the. Go ahead, T. Then I'm gonna pass it to Chrissy. Go ahead, T.
Yeah, man. No, the problem to Nigel is that he doesn't address the grievances that Black people are having with the Latino population. Well, the illegal one at that, coming in our communities, the depressing wages is using our resources, just getting. There are some poor Black folks out here. Yet we're seeing them being put in hotels, getting all these just free things, and also a point was made about how we got to step on other people's feet because other groups step on our feet. The Latino community wouldn't be where it was had it not been the 14th Amendment. To me, that was for Black people. That was not. It makes no logical sense in my opinion. I don't see any
Right.
logical sense that the 14th Amendment would be for two illegal immigrants coming over here and then they have a kid and now their child is a citizen. That was for Black people. Yet these people use and abuse that system to become American citizens. That's why they're over here waving foreign flags. They don't care about this country. They are waving foreign flags and then they come in the Black community, extract, take over all the businesses, hire their own. They don't hire Black people and then send that money back to their community. This is not an even trade. I'm not going to help these people. I don't care if they're on the lower rung with us. Okay, we are on the lower rung together. What are you doing for me? You're not
So
doing nothing. I'm not coming to your aid. Do it on your own. I'm
I
sick of
wanna
Black people telling us with this mentality. No, we're not coming to their aid just because we are both low on the scale. Who cares? They're
now
not working with us.
I do want to
Period.
clarify something real quick though, right? Because everyone talks about like where groups are on this hierarchy and social ladder. And then my personal group was brought up, right? And I want to tell y'all this Saturday, I
Hey,
went to a
one second.
beautiful
Hold on, one second.
I went
Mexican
to
counter,
a
there's
beautiful
feedback coming
boule
on your end,
event.
so I just have to mute you, Mexican counter, until we pass you the mic. All right, go ahead, Willie. Then I'm gonna pass it to Chrissy.
Yeah, I'm just saying, like, when we talk about this hierarchy, I just want to let y'all know. I went to a beautiful boule event just this Saturday. They had shrimp with the cocktail on the side. Oh my God, like the fellas, we were in our best suits, and it was Gucci loafers as far as the eye can see. And we raised money for some Black institutions and things. We're proud to say that we were a part of helping to bring Charlotte Black infant mortality rates down over the last, like for the first time in 10 years, we started to bring it down. And this is due to all the doctors in this room, to all the dentists in this room, right? If you think anybody gonna step on us, you're bugging. I'm gonna make that very clear. You can blame what you want on us because we were one of the only groups that was successful, right? When you talk about that talented 10th, when you talk about the HBCU system, when you talk about, yes, this elite upper class of Blacks, we worked hard to get there and we weren't excluding, right? Everyone was welcome to the party. People just chose to go.
Oh, the Obama phone, his Obama phone.
Oh man!
Someone to
As
welcome
soon as
in
y'all
this
about to
group.
make a point, damn.
I was just saying, everybody wanted to go do their own thing. The Black Boule, we kept our heads down. We kept our heads in our books. We got those degrees. We got those certifications. We don't have a problem with being professional employees. We get paid very, very well, right? We're
How many
able
different
to
type of cheeses
hire.
did they have?
Hold on, and I'm gonna land. We're able to hire other Blacks. We're able to hire our babies. So if you don't know that this nepotism is going on in the Black community, I just wanted to tell you, welcome to Wall Street Willie's Boule Fair. Come in, have something to eat, enjoy yourselves, get a drink. It's an open bar. Get a drink.
All right,
And
let me pass it.
how many different type of cheeses did they have at the event?
I gotta pass the mic. Go ahead, Chrissy. I'm gonna pass the Mexican
Yes,
condo.
hi
Go ahead,
everyone.
Chrissy.
Can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Hey,
Okay.
Chrissy.
Hi, Police. How you doing? Yeah, so one of the brothers was saying that stop aborting babies, which I agree with. I'm not an advocate for abortion. But before you do that, you have to fix the family structure first, right? So marry the women you impregnate. That has to be a part of the stop abortion puzzle, right? It can't just be, the women out here are still going to have the babies and struggle. So there has to be a partnership between Black men and Black women, and that's going to be the agreement, right? And if we don't want to do that, then we're not having unprotected sex. So there has to be a changing mentally and socially in the dynamic between Black men and Black women. Number one. To Niger, he's gone. To Niger, oh, he's here. Yeah. So now, to Niger was talking about like partnership with Latinos, etc. I'm Caribbean, right? Geographically, we're closer to Latin America. When Black America a few years ago was talking about Black and brown, a lot of Caribbean people were very confused. I'm like, Black American people don't really travel. Y'all don't know these people don't like Black people? How many of our own people have gone to Latin America and was mistreated? I'm like, what is this Black and brown, Black and brown? If you see with these protests, there are Jamaicans being deported, the Haitians being deported. You see us out there with them? You know why we don't see us out there with them? Because there's never been any collaboration, unity, anything. There are some things culturally that we have in common, but because they have a color caste system, we've been separate. So yes, we out there. We're not going to put ourselves out there with them to increase their numbers, because at the end of the day, if they get what they want, our Black behind's still going to get deported. We're going to end up with nothing. You know what I'm saying? So there's a reason why you see that dichotomy. Now, there is a serious anti-Black issue in the Latin community. It's really, really bad. They treat their own people who are dark skinned like garbage in Latin America. So
I
it's
know
not
Black.
possible.
I know Black, mommy. I know Black.
Even, I hear that, even if they're saying that, because the concept of color is different in different places. Like a light-skinned person in Jamaica, we could say brown. Technically, yes, they're Black overall, but we say he's brown. He's not Black. A dark-skinned person, Black. But yes, are they African descent? Yes. Are they part of the Black race? Yes. So the way race is understood in different places is different, which is fine. But the treatment is horrible. And honestly, if I had to choose between white people and Latino people, I'm going to go with the white man, honestly, because the opportunities Black people can acquire in whites, that you cannot acquire that in Latin America. Black people in Latin America, when I say they're at the bottom, and indigenous people, the bottom of the bottom, it's really, really bad. So I think as people are learning more, Black Americans are traveling, the world is globalized, people have social media, they're starting to say, wait a minute, so they treat people who look like me over there? You can't have that. There's no trust. And when you don't have trust, you cannot have any unity. We as Caribbean people don't have no trust with them, much less you, who is less culturally related to them. So that's not going to be possible, in my opinion. As a Black immigrant, I would say, Black people, keep your behind home. Don't come out and let the police knock your head off. Stay home. Us as Black immigrant, our people gonna get deported. There's not much we can do about it. We're just taking it and do what we can do. Make the preparations we can make, because we don't see coming out. If there's no the way the plan is, we're not going to benefit.
Can I just ask you one quick question about Latin America? The discrimination that is going on there, who is supervising it? Is it the Spanish Europeans or
It is the
native ones?
No, the native indigenous Latin American people live in poverty. The dark-skinned Amerindian indigenous people in the native in Latin America are at the bottom of the barrel. The bottom of the barrel. They live very, very hard. Some of them
The reason why I ask is,
You don't even feel when you travel
hold on,
because they live in the hood.
This is important. When you look at Dominican Republic, the people that are at the top of the food chain there are still Europeans that we are choosing here.
Yes, they are the more European descendant, and you have the Black. Even though they won't call themselves Black, you have the Black.
But you are choosing Europeans over them now. You are still choosing Europeans over them. Is that logical?
You know why? Because in Latin America, Black people you can't be on TV unless you're playing a slave or a maid.
But it is Europeans that are doing it in those countries too. It's Europeans that are doing it in those countries too.
I hear you, but the people who are over here in the street, those are the Europeans. Those light skin, they're not necessarily Caucasian featured. The light skinned Mexicans are the quote unquote the white people of Latin America. They are the white people of Latin America. Not all of them look European. Some of them might have a little native admixture. You see in their nose and their bone structure. But once their skin is very fair skin, they, same one who are saying, come and help us black people, treat the black people where they come from and they share culture with like garbage.
So the ones that are being deported now in America, are they largely the European, Latin Americans?
Tonight,
European is wrong.
You don't understand. They are racist towards people of African descent. Period.
Yes.
Who is racist? And if they are Europeans, you don't want to double fall into the same trouble. If they are Europeans that are being racist towards black people in those countries, why would you fall into it here? Because they have common descendants. They are common.
Listen to me. Don't look at European. Look at
Does Tunisia live in America?
No, he doesn't. He lives.
I live in the world.
Come on, Tunisia. I didn't know
Okay, never mind.
No, I'm asking pertinent questions here because it's illogical to say Europeans are oppressing black people in other countries, but the ones in your country you will accept them.
Stop
it's
saying
illogical.
European. Can you take European? You know Salma Hayek. You know Salma Hayek. He look.
Okay.
Salma Hayek doesn't look like a European woman, but she's a very fair-skinned woman, right? You see that she have a little feature, she have a little indigenous ancestry, but it's very probably a minimum. You understand what I'm saying? The people who look like Salma Hayek are at the top of the food chain in Latin America. You do have the European-looking ones who are at the top of the top, but right below them are the people who look like Salma Hayek. Right? Okay. The people who look like me and you are at, when I said them at the bottom, they're at the bottom of the food chain.
If I may, Christy, you are very correct. In regards to Salma Hayek, her father's a Lebanese man. If I may just add that. So just to add that. But that's still, in no way does that discount what you just said. To respond to Naija, we have to remember something very important. When it comes to the United States, the islands, Jamaica, Barbados, South Africa to an extent, and even India. These are English-speaking colonies. These are countries that come from Western Europe. When I say Western Europe, British, the Dutch, that particular culture. So Black is defined by any Black ancestry. If you come from African ancestry, they do not care about color. They do not. Tunisia, let me please explain something to you. There is a Supreme Court case in the United States after slavery ended, Plessy versus Ferguson. This case is very important because there was a man by the name of Homer Plessy. This man was 1/8 Black. He had a full red beard. He wanted to literally just ride the train as a passenger. They refused because he had that small percentage of African ancestry. That's how it's always been in the United States. They do not go by color here. You can look as you can look white. That means nothing that you are white at all. The same, keep in mind, the average Black American is 30% Dutch, British Isles. So they're almost all of them are basically half white. That means nothing. They are Black. When you look into these other countries, that's why these words like white Hispanic, these people are not white at all. They can call themselves white in their country. When you come Brazil, Mexico, all of these Spanish-speaking countries, they go by color. They will mix and interbreed because they only look at skin color. The lighter you are, the more white you are becoming. They believe you can become white. You cannot become white in this country. There is, yes, stories white passing, but that's very rare, few and far between. And even then, those people, when you look at white passing, mainly the Creoles, a lot of the Creoles, they would have to hide their African ancestry because once it's found out that you have even a smidget, curly hair, Afro hair ancestry, you are Black. Also, to Nigel, let me explain something to you. During the census, for about 1 year, the United States was willing to count octoroon. Octoroon is someone who's 1/8 Black. Quadroon, 1/4 Black. They were going to actually take data, classify these people as like partial Black. They did it for 1 year and then they stopped. That was 1890, I think, because it means nothing here. The United States, the 13 colonies, have made it very clear about who is Black and who is white. If you come from a country that has any English, British ancestry, British colonial history, those who come of African ancestry, you are Black. Latin America is Iberian Peninsula. They are Spanish, they are Portuguese. These countries, they intermix. They mixed with the Black population and the Amerindian population. That did not happen in the United States. The United States was very, very clear to keep the races very separate. That's why you have Black, out after almost 400 years, you have Black people. You have Black people. That's not the same in their countries. Those countries go by color ferociously. It's literally like idolatry. It is their religion. The
It's called
lighter
mejor
you
la
are,
raza.
the whiter you are. These la raza, like that, these words
Mejor
they
la
use,
raza.
they
Improve the
believe that you can become white. So when they come into the United States, yes, the United States will let you be Hispanic and you can choose what race you are, but Hispanic is not white. They want to say they're white. You're not white. They don't look white because one of the things that they do to become white is they do interbreed. They do that. That is very known in their culture. And even Creole culture, the United States, Louisiana, they have a history of doing that too. Niger, in Louisiana, you have people who identify as white who have sickle cell. Sickle cell is 100% African. There's no Caucasian with sickle cell. But one thing Black people can do, you can interbreed for lighter skin. That's just something that we can do. We're a very old race. These Spanish speaking countries, Brazil, they do these things. A white Brazilian, 20% African ancestry, and you're identifying as a white Brazilian. That's unheard of. You have people in Brazil, they do DNA ancestry. They're 40% African, Black African, and they identify as white. That would never be allowed in this country, in the United States, ever. The only white people in Brazil are those of German ancestry, like Chrissy, Tom Brady's wife, Giselle.
Yes, Giselle.
The Germans came at the end of the 1800s. That's the end of the 1800s. So that's what, 150 years. Brazil is as old as the United States, 400 years. So white people in these Spanish countries is very, very recent. Let's be very honest here.
I think sorry. I think the conversation is getting more nuanced because if there are white people that are privileged, because I met a Brazilian here in the UK too, that they seem to be quite mobile, and the people that are darker don't seem to be that influential, or they don't have financial resources as much as the lighter skinned ones. So which ones are being deported from America? Those are the ones you want to know, because if it is the native American that are poor, that are oppressed, don't you think that the Black people should pay attention to the ones that are being deported?
No, absolutely not, Tanisha. You have to understand the people who are issued visas in Brazil are the white-looking ones.
The lightest one. I knew one.
And many of them, they engage in massive marriage fraud. They are known for that. I myself have known many women where I live who got caught up in that Brazilian, that marriage fraud. One of them tried that with me. I said a hard, flat no. They will go looking. So they want to assimilate into white culture. The United States is very clear. You're not white.
Yep.
If you are Mexican, Mexico, you're not white. There is that boxer, Canelo Alvarez. He's a redhead. A lot of Irish moved to Mexico, but you speak Spanish and you have a certain look. Yes, some people may see you as white, but the United States is very clear as to who is white ancestry. White ancestry is white Anglo-Saxon Protestant. That is the British Isles, that is Dutch, the Netherlands, and of course also those of German ancestry. It does not include the Iberian Peninsula. Unless you are from Spain or from Portugal, then yeah, maybe you can check white. But you're not coming from Mexico, Latin America, and you're going to check and live white. You're white Hispanic. White Hispanic is not white. It's just white Hispanic. And it's very arbitrary. Their history is not the English colonial history. Africa, English-speaking Africa goes with English colonial history, British colonial history. The United States is British colonial history. Jamaica, Barbados, British colonial history, even Suriname. That is not Latin America. We don't speak Spanish, and we come from a very different culture than they do. One of the significance about the difference in culture is race. So when the Latin America comes into the United States, they have to abide by the racial rules that are here.
Yep.
And the people who tell them really it's supposed to be Black people, because white people do that too. White people make it clear you're not white, and they get very upset, and then they want to start coming after Black people. But that's not my business. You first off, you don't look white. You look inbred. It's very obvious. One thing Black people know, we all know who is white. And if you're coming from Brazil and you look the way you do, and you I mean you're a lot of your ancestry, you have close blood, you're inbred. You don't look white. You look genetically depressed. And this is even in Cuba.
I think what I'm trying to get to
I don't know if
is that,
inbred's the right word, but
see,
mixed.
sorry, what I'm trying to
No,
get to is
it's
that
a
the
strong word.
ones that are oppressing the dark people in the Americas, like if you look at Dominican Republic now, you can see them clearly. These people, they are mixed. Actually, that they will be considered Black in America,
Yes,
but
they
they
would.
oppress Black people.
Yes, because
If
they
those
see
are the ones that
themselves
are
as
being
Indio.
deported, I don't mind.
Okay,
If
but
those are the ones that
Tunisia,
are being deported, I
we
don't
need to
mind.
correct something about your saying. They're not oppressing anyone. Dominican Republic, they usually fall with Hispanic. They don't have, first of all, they're not participatory in specialized work. Specialized work, it really is, a lot of them is the Indian immigrants, the Asian and the African immigrants. These cultures do not focus on
You say they are not
education.
oppressing anybody. I've seen how they treat Haitians in their country, in
Oh, yeah,
Dominican
okay. You
Republic,
treat Haitians in your country like that. Let's see them try to
and the
treat
dark
Haitians like
ones.
that in New York City. Let's try to see them. They want to try this nonsense here. Haitians do very well here. Haitians graduate here. A Haitian is the mayor of a city here in Texas, Plano, a man of Haitian ancestry. Black immigrants do well. You assimilate, learn English, go to school. Black immigrants love school, they love class. You can make money here. The United
But they are
States,
also being deported right now.
of
So
course,
No,
they're
no,
being
are you doing
deported
anything
because
about
the
that?
United
but
States is still the United
listen,
States, and yes, they are being deported. But yes, they are. So yes, you're correct. First off, they're not going to bring as many Black immigrants as they are Hispanic immigrants because number one, a lot of these Hispanic immigrants they do sneak over the border and they do overstay their visas. And you have many of the Hispanic immigrants. I was on a live. One woman, she's been here for over 30 years. She's never paid taxes, does not speak English. She's just been doing janitorial work. A lot of the Hispanic immigrants, they
Donis, can I
do
come in, please?
they what 30 more seconds, and then I will I'll land. A lot of the Tunisia, a lot of the work the Hispanic immigrants do, they're doing landscaping, they're doing janitorial work, they do taco stands. Black immigrants go into specialized work. One of the benefits Black immigrants is yes, when you're able to speak English and you can sit in class and take a test and take notes and get a certification and get your degree, you're going to do better. Furthermore, Black immigrants are more inclined to complete and get their paperwork, which is, of course, citizenship. Many Hispanics, they do not do that. They just stay in a position of just being just being illegal. And once you're illegal, after a certain number of years, there's nothing much you can do. They want to use their children. It doesn't really work that way, and things have become much harder now since Trump has entered office. One thing with the Black immigrants, when you are specialized, you are a business owner, and you have children who are college graduates, it does look more favorably. And another thing a lot of Hispanics do, they want to enter the military. But what happens is your son is coming back in a box. So you can't compare like African immigrants and the islanders are more like the Indians and the Asians and even the Eastern Europeans. With that, you are becoming educated. There's far less of them here. The majority of illegal immigration and legal immigration, Niger, is Mexico and Central America. They're well over 90%. That's why they're the face of illegal immigration. They use coyotes to sneak over the border and they stay here for decades. You can't do that if you're Asian. The smuggling is just not, it's
not
difficult.
feasible.
So when you're looking at immigration, you cannot bring in the same conversation what Hispanics do and what non-Hispanics do. It is vastly different. Furthermore, we come from completely different cultures. Nigerian culture, African culture, including French-speaking Africa and English-speaking Africa, is French colonial and British colonial. It's very different than what the Spanish and the Portuguese did. There's just no relation. Okay, I yield. Thank you, Dinah.
One
Hey,
one quick
Donis.
thing I just want to say to Niger, I'm not saying my heart goes out to them, I see it's horrible, but I'm just saying I don't think that black people should be putting their head out there to get bust up. You know what I'm saying? Especially given one, it's dangerous specifically for black people, and two, because of the cultural interaction, even as I said, as a person who's Caribbean descent. But I'm not saying that I'm not joyful. I don't take joy in other people's pain. It's horrible the way in which it's being done, but I just don't think that black people should be putting their neck out on it. Black people have a lot of issues within black people that we should, if we're going to focus on something, that needs to be focused on.
How is it horrible the way that it's being done, though? I
I
don't have a problem. I don't have a
I'll
problem with
tell
it.
you, there was a case where a woman just gave birth, and ICE was camped outside of her delivery room. To me, it's like, come on. Like, if I was the administrator of the hospital, I'm like, you can't do that here. When she leave the hospital, I can't have but labor and delivery. You know what I'm saying? There things like that. People are going to their appointment, and you get them at the appointment because the law said go to the appointment. They follow the law and go to the appointment. There was always an opportunity for kind of like a safety as you're going to the appointment, and they're tricking people. It's very cruel. You got Trump. He got the White House web Instagram page. They're showing taking people down. It's being done in a very humiliating way, and in a way that has not been done by previous administrations. My heart goes
I
out to the
agree.
people.
I agree with
But,
the humiliation
as I said, I
aspect
don't
of it.
think black people should go out there. That's it.
Hey,
I agree.
Donis.
I
So,
agree.
look, can I come in, please?
Yeah, go ahead and pass the Allen.
All right. So, let me clarify something to Naja. When I give my experience that those Dominican guys were, somehow, excluding me from cleaning my cubicle, they were just cleaners and work in mailroom, delivering mail. Some of them don't even speak English. Some of them have been to Washington High in New York for 30 years. They don't speak English. They are not working in any kind of professional environment. But for the fact that they have so much hatred for black people, when they see you and you working among white people as a black person, they hate you. And some of them even can be black, Dominican, they still hate you. And the other thing is, most of the Brazilians, especially light-skinned Brazilians, they can be disappointed when they come here. They group them as Spanish, but most of them say that they are white. The example is like someone like Neymar. Neymar, the soccer player, when he's in Brazil, they think he's white, but when he's in America, he's Spanish. He's nothing else. So that's why you have to understand. So they always think that they are white when they come here. It's almost like the Italians. When the Italians go to Europe, they are not white, they are minority. When the Irish go to Europe, they are minority, they are not white. But when they come in America, they are white.
Guys, let me pass the Mexican Condor. Go ahead, Mexican Condor.
Oh, hey, Donis, thank you for having me on your show. It's been a while since I've been on here, but I just want to share some observations about, America, Latin Americans, African Americans, and white Americans since I've, relocated to Oklahoma City last November. So the first thing I want to say is Oklahoma reminds me a lot of what California was like 30 years ago, in the respect that, Latino immigrants were a fraction of the population, but I see the same patterns developing here. Now, take into consideration where California was at one point in time. California at one time had a very large middle-class Black population. There was the backbone of, of Oakland and Compton and, the the industrial boom that happened after World War II. All of that has disappeared. The same thing is happening here. Californication is happening. It's spreading. Everything that happens in California eventually spreads. So that's just on observation. How you feel about it, I mean, it's up to you. But, it's just it's something that I think everyone should be aware of. I think a lot of African Americans are so obsessed with, 50 Shades of Gray when, you're missing out what where the real focus should be on is your nationality. Like it or, like it or not, you are a United States citizen, and that, there's no distinction between the citizenship of a white person versus a Black person, and that's where your focus should be. Everyone else in the world is focused primarily on their pocketbook. They're not obsessed with how they fit into the context of white culture. For example, do Asian Americans, do they let that, they don't They could give two figs about how white people feel about them. They're busy climbing the ladder at Harvard. They're busy becoming doctors, lawyers, whatever else. Latin American immigrants, they're here to improve their situation, not to get caught up in arguments about what percentage white or not that you are. They're just here to improve their situation. They come from a place that is ruthlessly corrupt, not just hopelessly corrupt, ruthlessly corrupt, with mortal consequences every single day. It's something that they should take care of themselves in Mexico. But our society, by proxy through the white liberal class, they suffer from something like the cat lady syndrome. They want to, take everyone in, regardless of the consequences. To the they're causing more damage than they realize. But they think they're doing the right thing. I guess is the way I would say it. So yeah, it's been interesting here in the middle of the country. It's just like California all over again. So I don't know what are the and I also want to comment on the riots in LA. Donald Trump was genius by calling out the National Guard, because the reactionary types did exactly what he expected them to do. The optics are terrible. You cannot wave another foreign nation's flag on your land in the United States of America. If you feel that strongly about it, go back there. Why are you here if you love it so much? Fight for your better standard of living over there, not here. I mean, you should be waving an American flag and standing for what America is. So those are my thoughts on the matter. I'd like to hear some feedback from the other guests in the forum.
Can I make a point?
Absolutely, please.
Okay. Yeah. So I agree with you, and when you said like not really caring what anybody think, I personally have that personal view as well. But I think it's hard for Black people to just say, I'm going to focus on my nationality, when the disparity in treatment between Black people and white people, especially when let's call even law enforcement, which is like the starkest and clearest and the most explicit difference in treatment, is so stark. You know what I'm saying? So I think it has been hard for, let's say, Black Americans who have been here for 400 years to say, oh, I'm just American, when they have not been treated as just American. So that, there is a difference in treatment that is to their detriment. That's to all Black people detriment when they're in this country. So it's hard to say, just focus on nationality, when you can focus on it all you want, but that doesn't mean that the people around you and the structures around you are just going to focus on your nationality. So in that regard, that's what I would say on that. But as far as caring what other people think about you, personally, I can tell you, Caribbean people come here, we don't really give a hoot. Where it becomes a problem is where I think with Black Americans as well, is the treatment of our skin color. That's when it becomes an issue, right? And those are things that are many times outside of your control.
Maxine Condor, that answer your question? You gotta mute yourself, Maxine Condor. Okay. Alan, you want to add something?
Yeah. Well, all I was going to say is that people need to remember that when they say that Latinos don't care about color and stuff like that, it's really, I don't find that to be true. To be honest, many, depending on what place we're talking about, many of them, specifically Dominicans, have a very sick mentality in regards to race, where they'll even discriminate against people in their very own families. The only people I've ever heard openly talk about improving the race and improving themselves through lightening themselves would be Hispanics, not through chemically, but through breeding. They're very open about it, and so they actually do very much care about race, and it's it goes all the way back in that country to like Trujillo and his ideas about race and hatred of himself, because he had partial Haitian ancestry himself. So that is completely untrue. I also was before I was on before. I wanted to go back to some of the things with the ID and people's ideas that somehow this is a racist thing and something that is not done in other countries. I can tell you for fact in other countries that as I told you, people are actually walking around daily with their national ID cards, and if you don't have one and you're asked for it, there can be consequences for it. Why that is such a problem in the United States, I'm seriously struggling to understand that, how that's seen as racist. How is that the worst thing that could ever happen? And how and I don't see how people don't understand how having a national ID card could actually solve some of the problems that you talk about with profiling and things like that. Where people could be simply asked for the ID, and if they don't have the ID, then they could be taken away. Having people deported or taken away is not a bad thing, especially if you're not here illegally. Again, there's not a need for manual work or manual labor anymore, and so the time is up, and every country does that. I could say they do things like that in Canada, all throughout the Caribbean. That those are things that happen naturally, and I'm still struggling with figuring out how that is considered such a horrible thing.
Alan, I know you say you're not a Democrat. I know you say that, but it's a Democratic talking point. The same thing happened when big Ford truck body Stacey Abrams was running for office, and she was saying that asking black people for ID before they vote was marginalizing black people. It makes us look like we're stupid. It make us look like grown ass kids. You get what I'm saying? Like for you to sit up there and have your ID on you at all times. I'm telling you, right here in Atlanta, I see black people having arguments with the people in the store about showing their ID to buy liquor, showing their ID to buy fucking cigarettes. And the main thing we do is that we always want to add this harmony, this some type of woe is me, this swing low. I just seen it on the show, man. This swing low, sweet cherry. I saw old black person sang it, man. I felt like I was on the slave plantation. But what I'm saying is, like, me, look at my. It wants you to this is the crazy thing, Alan B. Instead of black people worrying about something that's facts, they want you to go off of a moral thing. Tell me what you think. Tell me what you feel. Don't I look like I'm over 21? You see my daughter right here? You know what I'm saying? She's 21. Just show your fucking ID. You get what I'm saying? We at the point that as black people, we act like children. We think somebody asking us for ID is disrespectful. It's almost like it's hurting our feelings because we go inside this Quick Trip every day, or we go inside this corner store every day. They've been knowing us since we were 12 years old. How dare they ask me for ID? It's the silliest thing in the world. And I know for a fact, just by being a truck driver, I don't seen them pull truck drivers off the road that have passengers in their truck that driving around child molesters and murders when they couldn't find their ID, or they searched the truck and found these people ID. I have no problem with that. You get what I'm saying? I have no problem with a black person running around the neighborhood that committed crimes and got warrants on them, and they got them get his ass up out of here. What I'm saying is that we protect the worst of us. You get what I'm saying? And believe me, I'm not talking about the middle class, because the middle class don't do it. The higher class doesn't do it because we don't stay in them type of neighborhoods. We all know that. Listen, y'all all know my story. I've been on the street since I was 14. But soon as I got to a financial level, Alan HB, that I wouldn't even consider hood no more. You get what I'm saying? Like what I'm saying is that, like, I'm considered a square. I'm considered a lame now. You get what I'm saying? Because I'm not doing dumb shit. And in our black community, we got the leaders. They do these focus group, Alan HB. Did you hear about it? They trying to do invest $20 million to get our talking points, to see how we talk, so they can speak a certain language of us, because we can get their vote if they say for sure, going to the door, get crunk, get loose, like saying these trigger words, because that's how slow they think black people are. And LHB, let's be all the way honest. The reason why they treat black people like that is because it's what we present to the internet. We can talk all the shit in the world about what they glorify. But I had a conversation with my cousins at a cookout. I said, y'all love the clowns sitting up here pulling out your phones and recording it. Y'all got guns out here smoking and shit. Get what I'm saying? You putting it on there. Your location is on that when you send it. You get what I'm saying? Like, you're putting that out there in the atmosphere. You get what I'm saying? So how can you sit up there and complain about what white people gonna pinpoint and put on Front Street when you're putting the evidence out there to incriminate yourself? You're incriminating yourself. Nobody ain't making black women go to these restaurants and act stupid. Nobody ain't making black women go to this airport and act crazy. Nobody's making black women go to these schools with no drawers on and a house coat and a bonnet. Nobody ain't making black men recording themselves doing donuts on 285, blocking up the interstate. Nobody ain't making black men go in there and watch them as they punching somebody or busting somebody in the back of the head or robbing nobody. We put their own information out there. So don't get mad when another group of people use that against us. You get what I'm saying? We got to be accountable for ourselves, but we don't. We protect the worst of us. And I know for experience when I was out there selling drugs, when I had the good shit, that they wouldn't let nobody touch me. They would tell me when the police was coming. You get what I'm saying? It was nobody came out there and said, "Hustle, man, you shouldn't be out here selling drugs." Nobody came to me and said that. You get what I'm saying? I'm talking about in the inside neighborhood.
You
Nobody
must have had
stopped me
that
from
butter.
nobody stopped me from shooting. Nobody stopped me for setting up armed robberies. Nobody stopped me from doing none of that shit. It was like, oh shit, he got
That's
the
because you
brain to
had
put
that
it all together.
firework, man.
What I'm saying is it was glorified. I was boosted up to continue to do more, make better plans, bring
Trust
better
me, I get it.
drugs.
Trust me, I get it.
That's my whole point. It's us. It is something innately wrong with us that we glorify the worst. And when you get out of the worst, we look at it like, man, you ain't shit no more. You get what I'm saying? It's the old saying that when black people graduate from college, they get a Golden Corral buffet dinner and maybe $300-400. But somebody get out of prison for killing somebody, they throw a party, it's hot dogs, it's goddamn low riders, it's goddamn chicks out there shaking they stinking ass for that. But the brother that's graduate or getting a job, then he's a sucker. If somebody tell you they got, hey, Alan HB, I just got this job, man, they got good benefits. Oh yeah, where they work at, man? Let me get on. Hey, Alan HB, I got this job, man. I got this business I'm trying to open up. Yeah, man, I don't know, man. You know what I'm saying? It's hard out here, man. You know, business is going under. Like, that's what I'm saying. We represent the most mediocre shit in our community. And then on top of that, we so mediocre that if I get $12 more than what you got, I'll look at you like you up and down like you ain't shit, Alan HB. Like, I'll take your wife. Your kids will be my kids because I got $12 more than you. It's like, I'm telling you, it's like a disease because I don't been behind the gun and in front of the gun, Alan HB. I don't see both sides. And at the end of the day, it's a middle thing that's going on when you're behind the gun and in front of the gun, that you see the way how black people act towards each other. But then, like I said all the time at LSB, the two people that's the safest in the black American hood is a white person and a Latino person. They are the safest people in the hood. You get what I'm saying? Now, another black person, you come in the hood, LHB, they ask you where you from, where you going, what colors you wearing. But the white people can run around with a dog, a scooter, wearing some old shorts all up in their ass, jogging around with some goddamn biking tights on. They don't say a word to them. But when we look at another person, we have to look them up and down. That's the one thing that I can't stand about black men, is that when I have a conversation with a black man on the street, for some type of reason, he have to look me down and up to see what I got on my feet, to see what type of clothes I'm having in the conversation. It's never no straight up handshake, eye to eye, let's talk as men. We're always sizing each other up. And I don't understand that. I don't understand that with us. So now that we see another group of people, I say this is waking us up. I'm actually happy this is happening, because I say that the black race is doomed. I actually said when the shit was going on with United States and Russia, that was the only thing that can help us out is a war. So maybe something can start over. In order for something to happen for black people, it has to be a drastic change. And this right now is drastic. We got a small moment where we can conjure up and get something together, but we need something drastic more to happen. So I was hoping that it was a war happen between Russia and America, or America somewhere, because that's the only way that the level can come down a little bit so we can catch up, because every other group is surpassing us. We just sitting here dancing, shaking ass, shooting jump shots, running up the field, hitting baseball, dancing, rapping, and shaking ass. You know, so we got a few people, just like Wall Street Willie was saying earlier. They got the talent to, he out there eating goddamn couscous and goddamn French cheese and shit. They out there living the good life. But the rest of us is sitting up here talking shit about each other and hating on each other and not working together. Yeah, the
Hey
rich
yo,
will always
hey yo,
protect
family.
their own.
I never liked couscous till I got out the streets, man. Come on in, man. The
I,
waters.
I, 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 I feel your Wall Street Willie, but you know what? I'm lactose intolerant, so that French cheese just ain't gonna do me right. But what I'm saying is, I understand. But at the end of the day, what you're saying by default is that the only way that you can get a better life is to get away from majority black people. That's just honest. You get what I'm saying? Now, you could try to raise money to put some back in the hood, but you got to get away from black people for the most part, because 85% of them either going to talk bad about you, 85% of them are going to try to dox you, 85% are going to try to find a way how they can get you to not be in the position that you in, and the other 85% will be trying to set you up and follow you home. So even if you want to look out for black people, Wall Street Willie, this is the saddest thing about black people. Even when you try to look out for them, you just got to show up and hit it and quit it. That's why you get these black entertainers and these black millionaires. They just come around on Christmas. They come around when it's time for school to open up. They come around on Thanksgiving, because you can't hang around that long. You have to come up with an organization. Like, think about it like this, Wall Street Willie. You have to have security to give away stuff to black people. I go around these neighbors. I go around them.
Hey yo, you wild.
Hold on. I got to say this,
I've
man.
been waiting to say you lying. You
I,
ain't
I,
been
I,
telling no lies yet.
I got to say this. I go around the country all the time. I see these rich white dudes with NASCAR coming out here doing stuff for white peoples out there. They don't have no security around. No police around. They got that shit organized, set up. Them country rednecks that we talk shit about, they got cones out there. They have it all sectioned up and whatever. When you go to a black neighborhood in a black community to try to give something away, you got to have police and security with you to give away something free. Because you know how these grimy ass black people think? Well, if he over here giving away $20,000 worth of books and toys, that means he got a lot more at his house. That means Wall Street Willie must got that bag at the house, man. Let's follow which car he in. Which car he in? Let's trail him. Let's find out where he's staying. Let's look at his Instagram and find out what school his kids go to and watch him and see what that's how black people do. Black people spend more time trying to plot on you to take some from you than to go to these goddamn trade schools where all you got to keep is a C average to get a trade and get a job. But they'll sit up there and plot on you all day long, risk life and limb. Got 30 kids by 60 baby mamas. They'll go risk their life or risk life in prison to come take $30 from you.
See, See, only you would understand this, right? Because only you can appreciate it knowing where we both come from, right? But at night, when I say my prayers, I say, may the gates around my home protect me from common ghetto trash. You know what I mean? You ain't lying. You'll try to do something good for your people, and they'll try to tear that down. So I get it. I get it. But there is a portion of us that are leveling up. The problem is we end up taking the blame for everything wrong with the community. The community that didn't support us, that didn't throw us a party when we got damn near perfect on our SATs, but they threw our homeboy a party when he came home. Now, you ain't lying.
But then we sit up and talk about, what about the sundown towns? What about the sundown town? The sundown town people, they looking out for each other. Why you think it's a sundown town? It's because they come out and say, who the fuck you? Why are you around here? White people protect their own. You get what I'm saying? White people ain't gonna let your black ass sneak into their forts. You go outside, you get off the main interstate, they got forts around where they feeding each other. Come here and get free meal. They have carpenters. Come in here and get some fix. They got electricians to come up there and fix them. I see that shit happen. I be shocked. You get what I'm saying? Where they're networking. But in the black community, we got this thing against the game is to be sold, not told. I swear to white Jesus, you know what I'm saying? That I would never sell nobody anything for information. Now, don't get me wrong. You can't sit up there and call my phone and talk to me for 3 hours and 33 minutes, but I'll give you 10 or 15 minutes worth of free information if I can help you. I'm not going to sell information to my black people. But that's how black people talk. Send up here $600 consultation just to tell you what hotel to get if you go to another country. $600 just to tell you where to go buy goddamn jerky from or suya from. Like stupid shit like that. That's how we treat each other. We don't treat each other as to help each other. We treat each other just like the Arabs doing. What can I do for you? What can you give to me? If you're already in a position of having financial wealth or stability, why would you be trying to take $30, $40 from somebody that's trying to get help from you? Why would you? Why you don't
So
even
you're
need that? You don't even need. Hold on, this is the last part. You don't even need that $30 or $40. But just because it's a black person, you're gonna try to get everything you can out of her. But if a white person come up here, goddamn, you're damn near break a ACL in your kneecaps trying to help them, trying to show them that you different from the rest of them. And I pass the mic.
I think sometimes people, it depends. I don't like when you say that our people charge each other for services. I feel like sometimes is the opposite, where our people don't want to pay the value for something to a fellow black person. But if it's a white person, if the white person charges them, they are willing to pay.
Agreed.
So there has to be a balance there, I think.
And I think if I've taken 15, which I have, 15 years to learn something, and I have a course program, you know what I mean? When it comes to my community, I try to provide a reasonable rate. You know, the white lady, she's charging you $3,000 for what I'm going to charge $1,500 for. And I provide opportunity for payment installments, which she's not going to do. You know, if you're serious about it, I'm putting together the course, which is time, which is money, to the platform, the materials, all of that is my time and my money that I'm putting together to provide a professional service. There shouldn't be an issue with paying it if you're serious about it. Because when it comes to free, people will suck you dry on free.
Yeah, and
that's
No, hold on. Let me answer that real quick. No, Chrissy, I don't mean that. I don't mean a professional. I was real specific in what I was talking about. I was talking about black people asking somebody for simple. Say for instance, I don't been to Nigeria and I don't been to Kenya. It's just like somebody called me and be like, Hustle Smart, which hotel that you stay at? Hey man, which driver did you use to help you out over there? I know you just didn't go with anybody. Oh, you know what restaurant that you went to? And I charge somebody for that.
That's crazy.
I'm not
Yeah,
talking
I
about
get it.
something
I get it.
professional. Like Miss Chrissy, I'm a truck driver. I'ma charge your ass if you need me to move something. Something professional, I'm gonna charge you. I'm talking about basic information. I'm just talking about a hands out or a leg up. Like I said before, Miss Chrissy, you can't call and talk to me for goddamn 3 hours and 33 minutes, but a
They'll do it
10
now too.
but yeah, they'll try. But what I'm saying is for a 10, 15-minute conversation, just giving you base information, you know what I'm saying? Tell you, hey, you know, this area you might want to stay in. You know, this hotel is fine over here, but you know what? They got this other hotel over here for like $100 cheaper. You're not going to have everything at this hotel, but it's going to be damn near with American standard. What is the point of that? I'm seeing people online. What I'm saying is most black people are spending $2,000 or $3,000 just on the plane ticket, Miss Chrissy, to get to Africa.
Right.
And then if you stay there for 7 days, you're gonna spend another $1,000. So what I'm saying, if you don't get all that legwork, you're not gonna have to pay me for a little basic information. But something professional, yeah, charge they ass. But not on a professional level. I'm just talking about that mutual standard where we tell each other the game is to be sold, not told.
Got it.
That's the part that I don't like about black people. Anything profession, anything that you have to file taxes for, or anything you got to do to try to, any type of information you have that you don't put time, effort to support yourself, yeah. But me giving somebody basic information is not helping me or hurting me. That's not my profession. So what I'm saying is it's something that's I'll say it like this, Miss Chrissy. Anything that's leisure should be free information. If it's professional, then you need to pay like you weigh. Go ahead, Miss Chrissy.
I would just add as a last thing, statement that for me, when I look at the black community, I see us as relatively quite well balanced in many areas. Even if we like to think that we have issues, other people have even greater issues. The area I just feel like we lack the most is collective intelligence. That's the one, and that involves cooperation. I think was it also smart that said something about Hispanics, if they come in, even if they are not educated, they can be able to work together and achieve these great results. So that aspect of our community is the only area that we've not really come to a higher level on. Maybe like you stated, we are looking for a catalyst to force us to do something. So that's how I look at it.
Can I come in?
I just want us to support each other the way that I just want us to support each other the same way that I see other group of black people doing. I mean, other race of people doing. I'm just talking about at its most simple level as a pecking order. You get what I'm saying? I watch the way the Latinos work. I watch the way the Arabs work. I watch the way the Indians work. They have a pecking order. They have a respect. They have a culture. Now, Miss Chrissy always talk about the family at home. But what I'm saying is, even when I see them out and about, I see them act different when they see another Latino. I watch Mexicans that don't even know each other, how they greet each other. You get what I'm saying? Like they sit up there and network. I see them. I go to the Mexican restaurant. I see them walk in there and sit up there and have information. I see the women sit up there offering their services. I see them doing that to each other. They ain't sitting up there talking about, oh man, look at Shawty with the fat ass. Oh man, look at the car you like. When we talk to each other, it's all about bragging. We're braggadocious. And that's what I'm saying.
Higher racial esteem. A lot of black people suffer with low racial esteem.
Low, you know what? I like that. I like that term. You get what I'm saying? But I just see the way how they congratulate each other. We congratulate each other about how many chicks we can fuck. Or chicks congratulate each other how many dudes that they don't turn down, or how many dudes chasing them. Like we think that that's some type of prize to get a chick or a chick to get a dude. You know what I'm saying? How many phone numbers you get. You get what I'm saying? Like a lot of stuff that we congratulate each other's on is hypersexuality. Like that's what we promote the most. And I'm talking about any radio station. I don't give a damn if you wake up at 5 o'clock in the morning or you listening to it at 12. You listen to Keith Sweat at night. This crazy old ass man sit up here, he be talking about eating pussy. You know what I'm saying? On 12 midnight with Keith Sweat. You ought to just listen to the crazy talk. Only thing we talk about is shaking ass and goddamn having sex. That's and what type of clothes we got and what type of cars we got. We don't talk about networking. That's why I go out there and do what I do. Mainly because I know I helped destroy this neighborhood. You know what I'm saying? But mainly I go out there and try to help brothers be entrepreneurs because I know for a fact that it's plenty of brothers that's like me. And I know that once my mind got away from the street situation, that when making enough money that I could support myself, then that took me away from that. It took a lot to get me away from that, but I knew that working a regular 40-hour job wasn't going to do it because I was making so much money. Just like it's a lot of black people that are naturally good at sports, I was naturally good at selling drugs. I was just naturally good at it. Even when I wasn't trying to cook it up good, I would cook it up good. You get what I'm saying? Like, people would come to me and have me buy it, hold it, sell it, everything, because I was that good at it. And I know that I destroyed lives. So I go over there and try to get black brothers that don't end up like me and become entrepreneurs, and they ain't got to duck the feds. They ain't got to duck the robbers. They ain't got to duck the crackheads. They ain't got to duck at the envious people that's calling the police on you. And you can go to sleep with peace, and you can protect your family and support your family, be outside the gates. It's so many of our brothers is behind the gates, and you got people that's on the street, daughters, moms still trying to say, oh, that's my son, he doing the best he can. No, you're not doing the best you can if you locked up for life. It ain't that many zoom zooms and wham whams you can send a couple of $30, $40 out. You know what I'm saying? You trying for jail. When you get locked up for the rest of your life is over with. But we promote them. These are the type of people that get the most attention in the black neighborhood. You know what I'm saying? You don't sit up there and start talking about the first year that this guy was in college, the second year, his sophomore year, his junior year, third year. But let a black person be in prison. They got them salute him, free him every year. Every 364 days, free him. When you getting out? The streets ain't the same. You a real one. We don't talk that way for our black people that's coming up. We call them suckers. They are food to us. But you know what though? Them goddamn rednecks out there, they don't give a damn. They love when them rich white people come over there. They want them to invest in their community, and they're gonna get Mary Sue and Josie together, and they're gonna go out there and work that job. They're gonna pull everybody in the neighborhood and work this job because they know it's a dry county out there where they at. So they need their exceptional white people to come over here and open this business. And once that white person know that, you mean that I can invest over here and y'all rednecks gonna run it, everything gonna be good, the production, the shipping, receiving, everything, y'all gonna do all that, and I ain't got to be here. They like, hell yeah, bring it on. Because they understand that when you're out there in the rural areas, you can't depend on the government. That's why I say that black people, Instagram and Lyndon B. Johnson is the worst thing that ever happened to black people, because it made us dependent on the white man goods and service and goddamn safety net with the statues and the breaks that we get from the government. And we don't became lazy-minded. Lazy in our conversation, lazy in our goddamn thought process, that now, since white people don't pay us no attention, all we can do is sit up there, go for the lowest hanging fruit. And who is that? That's other black people and it's black immigrants that coming over here that ain't even barely 1%. But we sit online talking shit about them. Don't get me wrong. They talk shit too, but we're the majority. Who's gonna be the bigger? Somebody got to be the bigger person. You're gonna jump in the pig pen every time the pig goddamn honk at you? You supposed to be the big dog. We sell it every day that black Americans is the number one. Black Americans we're the most accepted around the world. People look up to us, and then we get butt hurt when an African immigrant say something about black people. regardless if it's true or not. We just itch on, oh shit, look at that immigrant said about us. Look what the black immigrant said about us. Look at this hairline, little stupid shit. Like we can't run our race that we so soft-hearted and so much like silly ass kids that when somebody say some words about us, we'll sit up here and risk our life. We'll sit up here and crash out over words. That kills me about black people because I know so many brothers and sisters that have died over somebody saying something that they don't like. It ain't no such thing as the principle when you behind prison. It ain't no such thing as the principle when you can't take care of your kids. It ain't no such thing about the principle when you don't lost your job. But we love to say that shit. It ain't the $10 that Chris has stole from me. It's the principle. The fuck the principle.
Yeah, can I make an announcement real quick? I'm looking at something now, and it's saying that Game has joined the protest. The rapper, the Game.
Yeah, why would he not?
Why would he?
because he's an aging felon rapper that he don't get no money from black people. So the next biggest money market is the Latinos. So now he can go do these concerts. He can go, this is how we do his old song from 20 years ago. He can go rap that to them and he can make money. It ain't no different from what Plies did with Kamamila. Plies goddamn 63,000 years old, 5'2", sit in the car and sit up there and laugh all the time and talking about sweet pussy. And he got millions of females gone. And so why would he not go with that? Why would he not go with feminism if he's gonna get paid? That mansion don't sell for itself. He ain't making no songs. Goddamn Game out there in LA where the property taxes for the rich is sky high. He got to make that money off somewhere. Black people ain't gonna go see that shit. So be on the Latino side and go there. Like that's what I'm saying. The bootleg black people, they're opportunists for the most part. They're gonna go with whatever side they're gonna pay them. They're industry prostitutes. Change that. They're ethnicity prostitutes. Same way you got the rap, same way the people from these certain groups they go to China where they got the market at. Why you think Stephon Marbury went to China? He got paid more than he did in the United States. They went to where when you get to that point where money is your end all and be all, you'll do anything for that. You ain't no different from a low show or a shower. You're a prostitute. You have no morals. Whoever pays you, you're going to go out there and stand up. So he going to take that picture. That picture probably be on the album or album cover or some type of promotion. And guess who's going to be at the Latinos out there smelling like burritos and goddamn Cinco de Mayo juice? The Game ain't never been a representation of black people. He been a representation of gang culture, blood gang. He throwing the zeros, he throwing the O's up, he throwing the B's up. He ain't throwing up B1. He's showing the rag every time where he go.
Facts.
Yeah, it still seems kind of crazy to me that he'd be out there. It's just strange. I gotta go. My phone's about to overheat, so I gotta get off. But yeah, thanks for having me on.
And at the end of the day, when it's come to this immigration thing, black people are staying away only because of that. We thought that repping for Latinos all these years, with hearing it from all type of 8 years of Democratic brainwashing, kept telling us black and brown, black and brown, black and brown, black and brown, black and brown. And when we knew it wasn't like that, but we kept singing it. And then when we saw the way how they act towards us, when we was at our plot, when we was at our lowest, we see that they didn't come out. We see that nothing changed. We see that they act like they didn't even see it happening. And now that it's happening to them, they're wondering why we're not out there. And why would they not think that way when they don't see black people for 60 years propping up other race of people? Like, that's what I'm trying to say. Like as black people, we've been doing it for 60 years. We've been putting everybody else ahead of us. We've been saying, man, we feel bad for everybody. Even you, Miss Chrissy, even with the lady outside the goddamn hospital, you felt bad about that. I don't feel bad about none of them. Because I ain't never heard not one Latino say, well, you know what? Even though I don't believe in that George Floyd shit, I ain't never heard a Latino say, man, you know what? That George Floyd situation was bad. They don't sit up there and pick out no one or two instances to feel bad about. If they don't fuck with black people, they don't fuck with none of us. They don't sit up there and say, well, you know what? It was a father on his way to court. And then he got put, to his daughter's graduation, and he got pulled over and locked up, and he couldn't make his daughter's graduation. If that was the same situation, would have been a black person, you know what the Latino should have said? Why is he driving? And he got warrants on him. Why is he driving when he knows he's illegal? See, that's when they use the 13% of the crime. That's when they go to talking that shit that they talk. They don't fuck with us. I've been saying that on this channel for years, that the Latinos don't fuck with us. But y'all have these politicians sit up here on the Democratic side that want to sit up and try to lump everybody together and saying that we're combined, black and brown, black and brown. I have zero sympathy. I don't give a fuck if she was having 3 goddamn triplets. Get her country ass up out of here and take the baby with you. Because just like the brother that said up here, Russ or whatever his name is, when the Latinos come over here, they come over here pregnant and they come over here ready to fuck. Ready to bust it wide open. And they ain't having no goddamn 600,000 abortions a year, Miss Chrissy. They ain't aborting they babies. They breaking you want to know the sad part, Miss Chrissy, is that when Latinos have them kids, they bring them in a house full of other Latinos to watch them.
A village.
So they grow up together. They have a sense of camaraderie. They ain't got to worry about no babysitter.
That's true.
So I don't care nothing about them at all. I don't give a damn if they been here 40 years. They've been on Central and Normandy selling goddamn tacos, and they good as fuck. Extra grease, extra seasoning, no fat, no bones. Fuck them. It's sickening to hear how black people be worrying about other people that will goddamn choke you. It's almost like you worrying about you're in a whole goddamn neighborhood full of snakes, and you sit up there worrying about the one snake that's hurt over there in the tree. Oh shit! Look at that snake. I feel so sorry about the snake, but there's 1,000 other predator snakes out there waiting for you. But you worrying about that goddamn one in the tree that's struggling. They ain't even worried about them. They sitting up there telling black people in the whole world that if you mess with one illegal, you against all of us illegals. That's how they kicking it. They telling you straight up, yeah, we're illegal, so what? Yeah, we come in your country illegally, so what? Yeah, we get benefits and government assistance, so what? Yeah, we getting goddamn food stamps and goddamn big boy hotels, so what?
Excuse me, brother. So sometimes too, they they abuse the system too, right? They will work under the table, and then specifically the Mexican and work under the table and put all their family on welfare. They do that too. So whatever money that they get, if they don't show you on whether it's W-2 or 1099, they don't show their income. So that's why most of the time they will take a job that give them less money, So I just wanted to say that.
I'll agree with that. I agree
Yeah.
with that. I agree with that 100%. But at the end of the day, they have a they deal with the government with their protective service with their safety nets, and they have, just like Miss Christie said, they have a village safety net. They have a village safety net with each other. All you have to do when it's their people is to follow a pecking order. How you think that, Miss Chris, how you think they get along in a house with 3 families? They ain't running around sitting up here talking about, man, all these kids getting on my nerve. You know what I'm saying? I got to get my own house. I got to get my own space. They're trying to be financially stable. And they know that the best way to be financially stable, Miss Chrissy, is to be amongst each other.
That's
Why
true.
the hell we don't understand that shit, Miss Chrissy?
I don't
We
know.
get far, man. It's almost like 2 magnets. Black people are like 2 magnets trying to be with each other. We pushing each other away.
I'll tell you quick. I have my grandparents had 13 children. I have about 50 cousins, right? And I'm saying, hey, it's almost, when you add it up, all up, and they have children, it's almost 100 of us in this family. Let's get together. We could, over a 5-year period, we put a little money aside. You can get $250,000, open up a McDonald's or something like that. I can't get them to want to do anything. One thing our grandparents gave us is people, you know?
Right.
I can't get any of them to say, all right, yes, we can do a business together. We can work together to do something. Or even like this, buy a $700,000 house and you have this wing, I have that wing, or something like that. I can't get none of them to do it. Everybody want to do their own thing. Everybody want to be an individual. So it's
Right.
unfortunate. But if we were a Mexican family, we'd be millionaires right now. If we were a Jewish family or Chinese family or Indian family, we'd be millionaires right now.
Right.
We want to do it.
What I'm saying is that when I go over there to these places, they sit up there and talk, advertise. Like this little taco place I go to, Miss Chrissy, they end up talking about another taco branch that they're opening up, and they telling everybody to go over there next week. This place is gonna shut down on a Wednesday to clean up and sterilize the place. That they go over there to that business. So they're keeping their business open with themselves. You get what I'm saying? We can't count. They can count on each other to keep their businesses open, Miss Chrissy. We can't count on each other to get our bid. That most black people, the business that they open have to come from a multiple different ethnicity. Of course, the barber shops, the beauty salon, that's different. But they all get their money from somewhere else. So what you think the Chinese people do? They come up there and see, like, what do black people need? Black women need 28 inches of yaki and 12-inch, Wicked of the Witch claws with a whole bunch of paint on the nails and these goddamn butterfly caterpillar eyelashes that look like she's trying to take an owl. So we're going to sell that to them. What do the people like in neighborhoods? They like cheap rice. They like thick, dry rice. And they like some cheap ass, goddamn seasoned ass, goddamn sodium-based wings. We don't want to sit in these type of business. We don't want to do these type of business. And the brother Ant was on talking earlier last night. He was saying that the business that made it so easy for other people to come in there and open up business in the neighborhood because those are the business we don't want to do. That always trips me out when I hear black people talking about the Arabs or whoever in the neighborhood with the corner stores and the gas station. Those are jobs that we did not want to do. We don't want to sit in a convenience store for 24 hours. We don't want to sleep in the back of the store. We want to be seen. We want, Miss Chrissy, you want somebody to see your outfit when you put it on. We don't want to be sitting behind a counter all day. But they do it because they do it with a hive mentality. That's why they can get all these hotels. That's why they can get the monopoly on these corner stores and gas stations, because they're working together as a unit. We're working together as an individual. So you can be in a house, you can have a family of 8 people, 12 people in your family, Miss Chrissy, and all 12 of y'all got different jobs.
Yep.
But you go with them Latinos, talk to them, this person's in construction. What the other one in construction? What the other one is to landscaping? What the other one is to bricklaying? What the other one is to, you know what I'm saying? They're all doing business where the other business can help out the other business.
Into the other business. If you're on construction, then you're contracting. So when they're doing business, they say, okay, yeah, you need this. Yeah, I'm going to refer you to Jose. Jose has this X, Y, and Z. The referral process throughout the network of the family. Okay.
And at the end of the day, and if one of their business fall or somebody else fall off, they still have the people around where they training each other. They sit around watching what each other do. They sit around and help each other. I see them do it all the time. They'll have a truck full of 12 people, 3 might be sleeping and 9 working, and they rotate them. They rotate them. When they was out there putting that shit on my house, I saw them out there sleeping. But for the 3 that was sleeping, there was 9 on the roof. They kept a 9-person working, Miss Christie, at all times. When 3 people took a break, the other 3 got out the truck and got right back on that damn roof. I didn't see not one time, Miss Christie, where all of them Latinos took a break. They guaranteed me by the time that the sun went down, they was going to be through with my roof. And it shocked me because how they all worked together, how they all got out there and cleaned up, how they all went out there picking up trash and nails out the yard, how they went out there with a blower, Miss Christie, and cleaned up my yard. And at the end of the day, it was 2 women that offered their service to come clean my house whenever I need them to. That's the part that they're networking, how they show up to network. And just because they sit up here offering a cheap service, they giving a cheap price. They giving good service. They ain't sitting around talking about, hey, you only pay me this, so you getting this much service. That's how they undercharge everybody. And they can undercharge everybody because they all stand in one house. If you sit up there in the house, Miss Chris, you paying $1,500 a month and $500, $800 in bills, you can't take so much less of a fee for your service. Just like you say, when somebody's charged $3,000 for, you paying $1,500. But if you had a lot of your people supporting you, and it was on a consistent basis, you can take it down to $1,200 because you're dealing with more of a quantity. But if you're not dealing with a quantity, you got to set the price at a base price just to be lower than other people. And that part right there just irks me with our people. So yes, I'm talking shit about the Latinos. I'm talking shit about the Latinos, but goddamn the Latinos, if this shit wasn't going on right here, they'll be out here practicing nepotism, beating down the block, beating down your street, cutting your grass, doing your decks, doing your house, building houses. That's what they would be doing. So while we have this moment to sit back and not do anything, not to support, what are we gonna do after the LA controversy is over with? Because they're gonna go back to doing what they doing, Miss Chrissy. They're gonna go back to looking out for each other. They're gonna go back to working with each other. They're gonna go back to supporting each other. What are we gonna do after these LA riots is done? They're gonna go back to dominating. What are we gonna do? What's gonna be our purpose? And at the end of the day, I'm living high off the hog. And I know that, but I know a lot of other black people that's not. And what hurts me is that I have to fight hard to try to get brothers to be more than just street dudes.
I think one thing that we can do, if Dinus will allow it, I don't even know if Dinus is even here, is even
I'm back. I want to go get my son. I'm back.
I knew you were going to pick up the kiddo.
Even when we have these, and Dinus, you tell me what you think of it. Even when we have these conversations together, because we're all strangers, really, just wanted to get something off of our chest. But many of us in here have skills. Some of us have businesses. This can be an opportunity to network as well. So, like, I don't know if it's changing our names and putting what we do, or our website, or, you know, maybe using, I don't know, Dinus, what you think, or using portion of it to, you know, to just
I would just, whatever it is, I would just have to vet it a little bit, because
Yeah.
just in the past, you
I
know,
understand, yeah, because you can't have just, you know, there's business and there's business, you know, or scamming. You don't want all of that kind of stuff. But we can use even these forums as an opportunity. There might be a landscaper here. I might need a landscaper. You know what I'm saying? And I would like to have a black landscaper who's in my area. If you're not in my area, you might know someone you can refer. So we can start using these as opportunities, because many of us are like-minded. If even if we disagree, we want to see better for Black people, you know. So this can be an opportunity. I tell you, I do fundraising for a living. Anybody wants to start a nonprofit organization or get grants for, I don't mean to like plug, but you know, their businesses, that's what I do. You want to start a business, you want to get funding, grants, etc., you know, and you do trucking, you know what I'm saying? So if we kind of all know what each other does, we can kind of use this as a forum, exchange email addresses or websites or whatever.
Chrissy, do me a favor, put your email address in the private chat.
Okay, sure.
And you know what, though, the thing about it, I usually be on some dragging or talking shit, but you know what, I purposely, when I knew Dinus was gone, you know what I'm saying, to do, I purposely tailor my message to be on a self-reflecting, accountability, what are we gonna do next message. And all you see in the comments is Black people cracking jokes, still cracking jokes, because all we are is the jesters of the goddamn society. It was a reason why Sleepy Joe Dinah said that, hey, you know what I'm saying, y'all better goddamn focus on these Mexicans. Told the Black caucus in their face on a Zoom call, Dinah. On a Zoom call.
I need to pull the video. I need to pull the clip up.
Please pull it up if you got time today, man. If not, do it again tomorrow. I mean, he got all y'all favorite Black people together that sit up here and talk about racism and Black folks and Black girl magic and Black boy disaster, you know what I'm saying, super predators, whatever. He got all of them together on the Zoom call while they were smiling, showing all they goddamn forged teeth in the battle of the dentist, and told them straight up to their face.
Sure did.
Told them straight to their face that you better get with the Latinos.
Because he sees that they're organizing and we're not.
He say not one word that he say. Let me help y'all out in the chat. He didn't say the word Black and brown never came out his mouth. Hold on, let me say it one more time, Dinus. The word Black and brown never came out his mouth when he was talking about the Latinos. He was real specific, and he was Pacific at the same time.
Hold on 1 second. Let me try to find the clip. I got the video right here.
Being able to do that, not a joke. I say this, but we're going to have more women than men, as it's looking like now. Okay, that's good, because I'm surrounded by women smarter than me, starting off with my wife and my sister. But all kidding aside, this is going to be fully across the board. I'm going to keep the commitment that I said. And here's the thing. And Reverend Al, I think you're right about this. It matters what a president says. And if you notice,
let me go back a little more.
Point R is because it will get out. And guess what? I can't defend them. They're going to be out there. People. There's a whole range of things I guess I'm trying to say here. Look, the whole idea of equity is built into everything we've done. For example, every single right restored to them. That's been my position before. Wealth. We can do all the rest of this unless the Black community is able to make up the wealth gap in my humble opinion, is real trouble. I support same-day registration. I'm the guy that extended the Voting Rights Act that I was told could not possibly win the election, and I never ceased from it. One was on restoring the soul of this country because of what I saw happen in Charlottesville. That was it. No one else was talking about it. The words of presidents matter. Nobody else, no progressive, was talking about it. I did. My son Bo used to have an expression. He'd say, remember, Dad, home base. It ain't worth the job if I can't say what I believe. I didn't want to run this time. I ran this time because of the racist son of a gun who was president of the United States of America. That's why I ran. And you'll remember, a lot of you told me talking about the soul of America was going over people's heads. They didn't know what we're talking about. The words of a president matter. What a president says matters. And you've never seen me shy away. In the middle of the debate, I called him a racist. In the middle of the debate with him, I took on white supremacists. I'm the guy that took on every single time somebody was threatened in this country. The only white boy you know who did it, period, out there, every single time. So look, all I'm saying here is, guys and ladies, we're on the same exact page, We talked about closing the racial wealth gap. That's the single biggest thing I want to get done. It's the ultimate equalizer, no matter what else happens, because I plan on spending over $15 billion to provide for opportunity for young Black entrepreneurs to get them off the ground.
Hey, real quick, Hustle Smart, did he close the racial wealth gap?
Hell no. Goddamn, inflation went up. Inflation went up. Gas prices went up.
I just wonder why no one called him out on it. But let me continue.
Ground. Black farmers to be able to own their own property. Young people being able to get their first $15,000 down payment on a home.
Hold on, Diane. Pause it 1 second, Diane. Hold it. Pause it. Now, y'all heard that clown talking about black farmers and all that. It was black farmers that was suing him. It was black farmers that was suing the Joe Biden. They kept that under wrap. All your black leaders, y'all look up. It was black farmers suing the Biden administration for all those promises he made.
Go ahead. None of them are advocating. They're just listening. And Biden, he don't sound like he got Alzheimer's at all. He sounds very strong on this call. He sounds very cognizant and very strong. And they just sitting there taking it.
We can do all the rest of this unless the Black community is able to make up the wealth gap, in my humble opinion, is real trouble. I support same-day registration. I'm the guy that extended the Voting Rights Act for 25 years as a United States Senator. Before, Sherilyn, you were even involved. I got it. I started off, I'm much older than you. That's why I got involved in politics. The assault on the Black vote and voting rights across the nation has never been more ugly than it is today. You got to go all the way back to the original Jim Crow to get where this guy is. If in case you haven't looked, we have the largest voting right, Kristen, my operation, 1,000 lawyers, bigger than you or anybody else out there on voting rights. 1,000 in this campaign. Not a joke, 1,000. So I want you to know, I understand this. I know, look at the 38 cases that have been brought against my being president of the United States. All about phony actions. And so I think there should be same-day registration, automatic voting rights. I've been pushing, and I got a number of people that contribute significantly to the effort down in Florida to make sure that federal prisoners who serve their time have every single right restored to them. That's been my position before it was anybody else's position. I've been out pushing that. In addition to that, I think it's really important that no one goes to prison for a drug offense. Nobody. They go into rehabilitation. That's what we should be building, rehabilitation centers.
Hustle Smart, did any of that happen under Biden?
Not one single thing. Not well, hell, I ain't got my rights. I ain't got my rights, and I finished my sentence. I finished my sentence years ago, and I still ain't got all my rights. You know what's so crazy about what he's doing now? This is what you call preaching to the choir. He's doing a campaign speech for all the cooks in the room.
All right, let me continue.
Not more prisons. I have a $20 billion effort that I'm proposing to get states to change their sentencing guidelines so that there is no more mandatory sentences across the board. In addition to that, we're talking about having diversity hiring in every agency. I promise you that is going to happen. We're just getting started here. Police reform, judicial reform. Look, you know, if you notice, when I was chairman of the Judiciary Committee and when I was advising the president, who did we get on the court? We got on a woman who worked for me, became a member of the Supreme Court. Another woman who was a leading Hispanic in America no one paid attention to is on the court. All the people that I pushed on the court have been really pro-civil rights judges across the board. And I, like you, the idea, Kristen, that everybody has to be a prosecutor. I'm a public defender. When I'm president of the United States of America, we're going to see to it the public defenders, federal defenders, get paid the same as federal prosecutors. So we can attract people. There's a whole range of things I guess I'm trying to say here. Look, the whole idea of equity is built into everything we've done. For example, I laid out my COVID team. Nobody's ever done this before. We're going to have Marcela Nunez Smith, but yeah, she is going to have one job. We have an equity task force. Her entire job is to deal with the inequity that exists because of racial discrimination. And Ms. Campbell, that's what this is all about. Making sure that, you may remember, I'm the first person, black or white, who called attention to the fact that you were finding that there was the rate of people who were African Americans who were dying was 3 times that of white people. That's because a friend of mine, a white guy who happens to be, as you well know, Derek, the mayor of the city of Detroit, called me to tell me about it. I insisted that we keep a record on everything that happened since then. Guys, guess what I'm saying, guys, is, you know, I mean what I say. The hard part here is I'm going to have a lot of trouble. We're going to have a lot of trouble getting a lot of this done with this Congress. And so the question is, for example, you know, I'm going to be appointing at least, and I'm, you know, look, the reason I'm not telling you who the other black made cabinet positions I'm going to appoint are is because it'll get out. And guess what? I can't defend them. They're going to be out there by themselves without any defense before their name. They're going to get ripped to shreds. That's why I'm going to wait. You will be pleased, I believe. You will be pleased to see there'll be more African Americans in major positions within a cabinet in major spots and more Hispanics in major spots than ever in American history. That's going to happen. I promise you that. And the other thing is, for example, thus far, you know, for example, when we went ahead and we made sure that, you know, I have as, the Secretary of Treasury, Janet Yellen, but at number 2 is Wally Adeyemo, an African American, who is the number 2 guy with real authority at that department. Look underneath just what we're doing in addition to the people we've already named. You're going to see people, look, and, you know, Cecilia Rouse, Cece, she is a significant player. That's a serious position. But it's like when I name it, well, I don't know if that counts. I'm not so sure. Well, if it doesn't count for y'all, well, the hell with y'all. But because it's real, it's real. So all I'm saying is look at us, judge us based on what we do. You're going to see more coming your way. And not only that, within the White House as well. Cedric is the best. Cedric's been with me from the beginning. And Cedric is going to be overseeing a great deal of this, and not all his responsibility, but he's in every single meeting. He's an assistant to the president. He's in every single meeting in the White House, period. And so what we're going to be doing here is making sure that We have diverse hiring, not only and for the main cabinet position and the sub-cabinet positions, but down the line. It's going to make a big difference, and within the White House as well. Assistant to the president, there's only 6 of those slots. It matters. And by the way, I think you're going to see, I always kid Kamala by say this, but we're going to have more women than men, as it's looking like now. Okay, that's good because I'm surrounded by women smarter than me, starting off with my wife and my sister. But all kidding aside, this is going to be fully across the board. I'm going to keep the commitment that I said. And here's the thing. And Al, Reverend Al, I think you're right about this. It matters what a president says. And if you notice, I am not mincing my words when I speak about what I plan on doing as president of the United States. The only thing I'm not doing is I'm not engaging in retribution. I am not deciding that the way to win is to go after hate with hate. We have to convince people. We have to move them. And one of the overwhelming reasons I won, by the way, is because we took on racism in suburbia. White women overwhelmingly voted with me, and black women were the 2 places where it was overwhelming because we spoke to those concerns. And Vanita, you know what I'm talking about. You and I have talked before. I don't carry around a stamp on my head saying progressive and I'm AOC, but I have more of a record of getting things done in the United States Congress than anybody you know. Anybody you know of getting things accomplished. And that sounds so self-serving. I know that, but this is going to really be hard. This is going to really be hard. And let me conclude and turn it over to Kamala, who says, what the hell am I doing with this guy right now? But all kidding aside, I've known you my whole life, most of you. I've worked with you my whole life, most of you. I've been around doing this for a long time. I don't always get it right, but I always take responsibility. When I get it wrong, I acknowledge I got it wrong. But my overarching objective, if we cannot make significant progress on racial equity, this country is doomed. It is doomed, not just because of African Americans, but because by 2040, this country is going to be minority white European. Hear me? Minority white European. And you guys are going to have to start working more with Hispanics, who make up a larger portion of the population than y'all do.
Play it again, Diners. Play it back. Play it back.
I'm glad back.
We're going to have white women overwhelmingly voted with me, and black women were the 2 places where it was overwhelming because we spoke to those concerns. And Vanita, you know what I'm talking about. You and I have talked before. I don't carry around a stamp on my head saying progressive and I'm AOC, but I have more of a record of getting things done in the United States Congress than anybody you know. Anybody you know of getting things accomplished. And that sounds so self-serving. I know that, but this is going to really be hard. This is going to really be hard. And let me conclude and turn it over to Kamala, who says, what the hell am I doing with this guy right now? But all kidding aside, I've known you my whole life, most of you. I've worked with you my whole life, most of you. I've been around doing this for a long time. I don't always get it right, but I always take responsibility. When I get it wrong, I acknowledge I got it wrong. But my overarching objective, if we cannot make significant progress on racial equity, this country is doomed. It is doomed, not just because of African Americans, but because by 2040, this country is going to be minority white European. Hear me? Minority white European. And you guys are going to have to start working more with Hispanics, who make up a larger portion of the population than y'all do in terms of raw numbers. We're going to have to be working with a whole group of people that in fact are the single most diverse democracy in American history and anywhere in the world.
Diners.
Yeah.
Did he say, did he tell any of them to get with the Rainbow Coalition, the Up With Hope, Down the Dope Black people, the Pastor goddamn, whatever his name, Jamal Bryan in Atlanta that run around talking about the demo. He said nothing about working with the black community about anything. He told them to move black people out the way and get with the Latinos, who is a bigger numbers than you. No, matter of fact, he said greater numbers to you. He said greater. He didn't say anything about a coalition. Diners. And you know what? I got, my ears are pretty bad. You know what I'm saying? My horn is pretty loud. Did he say anything about a black and brown coalition?
No.
Did he say anything about getting with the black people to put a coalition together with Latinos?
No.
Or did he say to Reverend Rev, and Cedric and all these coons and bammers with Commandment Harris sitting right up there with her curry go eating ass, sit up there and say that y'all need to get with the Latinos because by numbers, they're greater than you. Is that not what he said?
That's what he said.
And that's what I'm trying to tell y'all, that the black experiment is over. He said it out his mouth this time, y'all. It wasn't old Hustle Smart singing the same story. It ain't Hustle Smart that talking about the doom train. It was sloppy ass 94 crime bill calling y'all black people, black men, super predators. He said the word doomed. He said it's doomed for y'all black folks. It's doomed for y'all black boulets. Unless you tap into them Cinco de Mayo celebrating motherfuckers. Unless you celebrating Tapo dispensary. That's who he telling y'all. He said it right to their face. And you ain't see now one of them black elected officials go out there and start saying, hey, black people, we got a timeline. We need to do something. We need to get something together. You get what I'm saying? Hey, you know what I'm saying? They're saying that we need to go with the Latinos, but hey, black people, this is our shot to try to put something together. Did any of those politicians go out there and mention one thing that he said about that we need as black leaders, that we need to focus on Latinos and not for black people? Did any of them the leaders on this panel come out there to the black community and repeat those words, Diners?
No.
What you saw these black boule uppity Negroes do was ran out there and carried Joe Biden's and the Democrat plantation water and became a shield. It's disgusting. And I pass the mic.
All right, go ahead, say two. Say two.
I need a minute to fix my stuff. Give me one.
No problem. Go ahead, Yamoja.
Hi, Dinus. I think I posted a bit earlier. I was over in Baldwin Hills, Crenshaw area, headed back home, and I saw a fighter jet in the sky. So I guess I made it home, and I guess that was our signal that the Marines have made it here. Today is the last day of school for LAUSD. So I'm suspecting that they're prepping for, youth being available to participate in mayhem. I'm also watching the news, and I see on Associated Press's YouTube channel that the National Guard is in Santa Ana. A group of Trump supporters were there with their flags and, everything. And so there's a back and forth between the Trumpsters and some Hispanic protesters.
Yeah, that's Orange County. So that's,
Yeah.
that's the orange fence. So yeah.
Yeah. So what's interesting is some of the dialogue was about we were here first, the Hispanics saying that, and just going on and on about the history. And I find that a bit interesting and striking because we're told to get over slavery, that it happened, blah, blah, blah. But they're still stuck on the fact that they were here first, but they lost a war or a battle of some sort. And so California became California. So to say that, these are our allies and, there's a black and brown coalition, there isn't. Because when the tables are turned and we talk about things that have happened to us historically, we're told to get over it and move forward. On another note, also, I would like to say, and I support the talk about us doing something together and having some sort of forum. I can say that I was in Dubai last week on my own dime. I went to an AI conference and also a data science workshop. And the organization that held the AI conference is now headed to Lagos, July 9th through the 11th, to have the same conference. And the UAE representatives have actually partnered with a couple of companies in Lagos to bring forth AI and to give Lagos in Nigeria that step ahead in terms of the new frontier, per se, in terms of tech, because it's new around the globe. It's probably been out and people have been working on it for maybe 4 to 5 years. So this is an opportunity for us to get our butts over there as well and engage. And maybe we start here, but really get into this space and just leave this behind. Let them have it. We shouldn't be fighting for the bottom. There are opportunities for us to step up and grow, and not everyone can make it. But we need to start thinking about preserving ourselves and not needing an alliance with anyone that isn't Black along with us. It's just time to let it go. That's it.
All right, Setu, you ready?
Yes, I'm ready. Just
Yo,
give me
Dinus,
one.
how you just skip over me? Yeah?
Who's that? Who's that? Anthony. Go ahead, Anthony. Go ahead, Anthony.
Man, you done skipped two people over me. All right, what's good? How y'all doing, man? Listen, I want to make a few comments, especially with that last comment. Let me start off with that. There's a myth that Hispanic people was here first or whatever. That's a myth, because the Spanish American War, you know what I'm saying? It was a fight between two white people. You know what I'm saying? I don't know the indigenous people that was here, that was in California or in Texas or Arizona, but I'm sure they was quote unquote like Native American people, man. You know what I'm saying? So it's like when Hispanic people talk, they arguing like the Mayans or the Aztecs was running parts of California or Texas or whatever. That's a false statement. You know what I'm saying? And number two, you know what I'm saying? I mean, this is Black people's fault, man. And what I mean by that, you know what I'm saying? This like Hustle Smart said, but he said the Black and Brown coalition been going on for they've been talking about that for the last 10 years or 20 years. But in actuality, you know what I'm saying? Black people have been talking about that for the last 40, 50 years. You know what I'm saying? You had the elders, you know what I'm saying? People like Dr. Amos Wilson, people like John Henry Clark, even Claude Anderson. Everybody told Black people, man, you know what I'm saying? Yo, you got to get this monkey off your back, man. You know what I'm saying? I don't know how Black people in America just rolled that bandwagon, you know what I'm saying, talking about Black and Brown coalition. There was never no Black and Brown coalition, man. These people rolled our backs for the last 50, 60 years into relevance, man. You know what I'm saying? And as soon as they got their numbers up in California, they said, all right, this is it, man. That's how they lost. That's how Black people lost California. But they also voted for it. And they also stood aside and watched it happen, because they didn't form a coalition. They didn't like, you know what I'm saying, unite and say, all right, listen, man, we see the problem. You know what I'm saying? Because it seems like black people, they not only have selective memory, but they kind of the mentality of most black men is like they can see something coming. You know what I'm saying? That's how the Arabs took over North Africa. They Black people always see what's on the horizon. They see people coming on their lawn, setting up tents. But you know what I'm saying? Because you got a piece of acre of land, you know what I'm saying, and they on the outskirts, you know what I'm saying? You say, all right, you know what I'm saying, they can camp up on my land for a little while, you know what I'm saying? And slowly but surely they keep on encroaching, you know what I'm saying? So black people gotta understand, you know what I'm saying? But I don't know. I guess most people that call in or most people that's in the comments, they like in their 30s or their early 40s. So they don't understand his historical context. So they actually like waking up and saying, okay, damn, it's a problem now. But it's been a problem, man. Especially here in New York. You know what I'm saying? It's always been a problem. You know what I'm saying? You maybe the Puerto Ricans, you know what I'm saying, in the beginning they kind of worked with us or whatever. But they've been pulled away since the 80s. You know what I'm saying? So black people got to understand, you know what I'm saying, there's still a chance to push back, but there's a lot of you're gonna have to just like, you know what I'm saying, separate yourself from these Latinos, you know what I'm saying? Whether they black Hispanic or white Hispanic or whatever, you're just gonna have to separate from them and just do for ourselves, you know what I'm saying? And I don't think we got to just like give up what we got here in this country, you know what I'm saying? Because we're gonna have to be global. We can't just all sit up in Africa, you know what I'm saying? Because that's how they got us over here in the first place, man. So it's good to be all over the world, but you know what I'm saying, you gotta solidify what you got. And I'll let somebody else talk.
All right, I'm ready, Dennis, whenever
Go ahead,
you are.
Zetu. Go ahead, Zetu.
Okay, so yeah, thank you. And I just wanted to ask you, how was your trip to Senegal? I know yesterday
It
I
was
heard
great.
it was great. I heard the bus situation.
Yeah. The
but
bus on the way to St. Louis, the bus broke down. They
yeah,
had to
but
cut the
did you
bus.
remember when I was back in Senegal? I was working with a company, a transportation company. I was trying to offer you a deal so you can have like I don't know if you recall
Yeah,
that.
but said too. The problem, we'll talk offline. But you know,
Okay, all right. So
they was definitely on some. Yeah, we'll talk. We'll talk
but
offline.
those bus was brand new, like all the company that bus, like you will talk about that later. So what I want to say about this topic is unity is needed. The guy that last spoke, he was saying something about we don't have to ally with the Latinos and stuff. Of course, yes, I understand. But if they are black people, I think it's needed. We need the numbers. Whatever this guy Biden just said in the video is crazy. So I don't think you need to try to seek alliance with some people that are hating you when you are in their countries. But as far as like black people, whether they're black Latinos, Africans, or whoever they are, I think unity is needed, like especially at this day and age right now. So I think it's something that people need to think about when they just show like delineations and all that. They need to rethink that. Okay, so if push comes to shove, Africa is like wide open. It's like a place where you can go and thrive. So I think uniting with black people all around the world is needed because we have the numbers. If we talk about the numbers around the world, we do have the numbers, right? White people, they don't have kids anymore. They are old, even in the European countries. Like they are very old people. They don't have the same like energy as us. We are open-minded. We are all around the world. I think the black unity needs to be in place. That's what I want to say for now.
Hey,
Let's see, let
Dennis, can
me
I come?
Yeah, go ahead.
Um, yeah, I was just listening to the brother that just spoke. I don't know what the alliance that he's talking about with the Spanish. I know we can't work alone, but we can have partnership with the white. That's far better than being with the Spanish because it's no way that we can have any kind of cooperation with the Spanish. I think Democrat was using black people because of political gain, And I think this is why they stay doing it, because they want more population to vote for them. But the coalition between Spanish and Black, with my experience with them in New York, I don't think it's going to work. For we the Black, we have the population. I think we have one of the largest Black population in Brazil. We can reconnect with people in Brazil, Black Brazilians, and we also have the entire continent. So with the population here, with the population in Africa, I think that's enough for us. We don't need the Spanish people. But even if we want that, it's not going to happen. Democrats wouldn't use the Black people for the vote. And I don't think it's worth it for us to invest our energy into that coalition. It's not going to work. It makes no sense. We have bigger platform, we have bigger place. That's what Dennis always say, that, if you think the system here is not working for you, or you have other means, try Africa and see whether you can invest there or not. Your money will go far. So that's what I have to say. Thanks.
Hey,
Listen,
Dennis, I want to
can I
address this real quick. When he said Hispanic, I was not talking about Spanish people. I was talking about the Black Latinos, right? So that's what I was saying. And also
Well,
for this situation in particular, the fact that many illegal immigrants like was able to breach the borders, it's a Biden problem, right? So Biden did that, right? So it's not. And I overheard yesterday during the conversation that Dinus was having with some folks about, people in Senegal that like use that same route from Nicaragua and stuff like that have like money and stuff. Yes, most of them, because they need to buy a plane ticket. Not everybody is well off. Some of them was like, helped by family members and stuff like that to come through Nicaragua. But that route existed before even the Senegalese started taking that route. They like there's a huge community like back then when it was like hard. There's a huge community in TikTok. They show you all the routes that you need to take, the contact with the gang members in all those countries to get you through the borders and stuff like that. It was a system in place, and US was aware about all of that. Everybody, I know a lot of folks that came through Nicaragua that are all over the US right now. If they were to track them, it's like millions of people, a lot.
yeah, but
listen?
that's
Can I say? Hold on, brother.
what
Let me say
I think.
something real quick.
What I was saying.
I'm
Uh,
gonna give you a chance. Just let me say something real quick, because I
go
don't
ahead.
like when people come onto platforms and they're not educated enough. And when people are educated, or when people got experience that's telling you these things, y'all just keep coming up with y'all conjecture and giving y'all opinion, man. You know what I'm saying? There is no such thing as a Black Latino. Okay, you might have dark skinned Latinos or whatever, but there's like a very small percentage of dark skinned Latinos in America. That's number one. Number two, once you speak Spanish, you on one side. You know what I'm
No,
saying? I don't care.
that's not the reality,
No,
You
bro.
see, see,
I'm
see this,
glad.
You are
this, this,
saying you
this.
educated, but you're saying something wrong right now.
No, I think
Prove
this
me
brother
wrong. Prove
right.
me wrong, brother. Prove
Hey,
Like,
me
I
wrong,
know
brother.
some Black Latinos. What you talking about?
no, he's right. I don't think if there
This
is,
brother's being
I have just
disingenuous, man. It's not fair, man.
I have just
Yo,
Hey,
expressed.
I
Dinus, you
know
can't
some
have these
people
people come up
that
here
are
and
Black
spit
Latinos, and you say
disinformation,
there's
man.
no such thing as Black
You said
Latinos.
there's
I
no
never.
such thing as black. That there are black Latinos. I
No,
don't.
I said there's a small minority of Black Latinos, and you know what I'm saying. Once you speak Spanish, you identify with that side, man. Come
I
on, man.
Not
think he's
everybody. Not
right, hundred
everybody. You're
percent.
just saying
Because
something like out of the blue. That's
All right,
not
man.
true.
Listen, I'm
no,
not gonna argue with you, man.
no,
I'm
no,
not gonna argue because you delusional, man. You want to live in your little bubble. You know what
No,
I'm
I'm
saying?
not living in no bubble. I'm just saying you the reality. I know some people that are Black Latinos that are proud of being Black, that are claiming their African ancestry. What you talking about?
all right,
Well,
but
it's a
then my
small. It's a.
experience with the
Yeah,
It's
brother.
not
black.
Yeah.
small. Come on,
What
man. When
what?
they come here, they start speaking English, like, and they can blend in from their colors of skin. They can blend in with the Black people.
Okay.
Unless they start speaking Spanish, you would not
Which
know.
black Latinos you talking about? From which country?
From like for example, from Suriname, I know people from
Bro,
Brazil. No,
bro,
listen. That's not
Suriname ain't
true.
no
That's not
Latino
true.
country.
Okay, it's not
Nah,
Latinos. I'm
nah,
sorry, but I
this
know people from
country.
Suriname. But
Nah,
there's
It's not a
people from
Latino country,
Brazil.
man.
it's not
There's
Latino
people from
country.
Brazil. There's people from Nicaragua that are black. There are people from the other country I can't even think of,
Brazil is not
Guatemala.
Latino
Maybe
country.
Panama. You mean like
It's
Panama,
not.
Honduras,
Yeah.
maybe.
But
So
Brazil is not Latino country. Brazil is
Bro,
not. But
and then,
my thing is my experience with the Spanish, specifically the Dominican, which are Latino, black Latinos that hate black more than even the light skinned Latino. So Brazilian is completely different. If you go to Brazil, they have real black Brazilian. These are Portuguese black, because they speak Portuguese. But most of them you see them, they are Yoruba. They are originally from
Yes.
and these are real black. They are not Latino. They are not. Brazil is not.
okay. So how about Nicaragua, Guatemala, Honduras, and all that?
brother,
Oh,
there's not that many Nicaraguans and Guatemalans in America like that, man. The majority of Latino people in America are Mexican,
Mexican.
Puerto
And
Rican.
Dominicans,
Dominican.
Puerto Ricans,
Yeah.
you know what I'm saying, Colombians and all that, man. You know what I'm saying? Come on, man. We in the trenches over here, man. You gotta
Yeah.
stop putting in your own small
No, you
anecdotal
not in no
experience, man.
trenches. You just talking shit.
Yo, all right, I'm done, man. I'm done, man. I'm
Yeah,
done, man.
be done, man.
They align along ethnic lines. So language is the great unifier.
Yo, a lot of these brothers from the continent, man, they just want to talk what they don't know, and I find that's just being disingenuous, and it's totally unfair to the chat, and it's totally unfair to the panel, man. If you
No,
don't
no.
know, just admit you don't know, man.
No. You don't know. You just like saying some stuff that don't make sense. Like I
Yo,
know
No,
black Latinos that
Dinus,
are really proud
you
of
gonna
being
let
black.
this guy get away with this? You gonna let this
no,
guy
but
get
brother,
away with this,
No,
man?
there's no
I'm
get
from the
away with
continent.
nothing.
I know the difference between Latino. What he's saying, brother. I mean, I know he's Senegalese, but what he's saying doesn't make sense at all. The black Latino that we know are Dominicans, Colombians, and few Puerto Ricans. But even if they are black, they don't even have that opportunity to come here. You hardly see Colombian black coming here. They don't even give them that opportunity. But even if they are black, they're from Colombia, they don't hate black people from here. But don't mix it up to
Yeah,
the
they don't
Brazilian
align
that
with us. They're not coming in, joining our communities, coming to our religious centers. They're not trying to align
no
with us at
Well,
all.
according
at
So
all.
let's
according to
stop
this,
talking theory here. Let's be
according to
real.
this
We can't even
brother,
solve our problems if we won't get to the truth.
according to this brother, I'm lying. According to this brother,
Please.
I'm an idiot, man.
You don't know
No,
According
anything.
you
to this brother, I'm an idiot.
I
Like,
didn't
let's
call
be
you no
real. Let's not
idiot.
stop talking about what should be and what could, because we can't legislate what's right and what should be. We got to deal with what is going on now. Let's be real. If this ain't your thing, you back up. Don't try to
Exactly.
speak on it.
Thank you.
Don't try to
Thank you.
speak on it, man.
Thank you. And I'm up here on Broadway, man. Not too far from Washington Heights. Ain't nothing but a bunch of Dominicans up here, man. And I hardly see a damn black Dominican, man. I
Yeah,
hardly
you
see
in
one,
one
man.
spot and you want to generalize.
I'm in one
That's the
spot.
problem. Yeah,
I'm
one
in one
spot. Yeah,
spot.
yeah, you in one single spot and you trying to generalize. Look at the super chat. This guy said, but Brazil is Latino, right? So read that.
Okay, so you only got problems with me because when the sister just told you, if you don't know what you're talking about, just back up, man. But now you telling me I'm in the
I'm
one
not
spot.
talking to the sister. I'm talking about stuff that I know about, and I'm calling people, black people, to try to
Okay,
unite with every melanated being in this
with,
damn country, right? And
A question. Do
it's
you
for
live in
them.
America?
I do.
You do.
yeah, but
what
your
part of
mistake was you called Brazilian Latino. Brazilians, they are not Latino. They are
what
not.
part of America you at? What part of America you at?
I'm in the southern belt.
You've been
This
here
dude
for
don't
a
even want
while.
to tell nobody where he at, man. He in the
I'm in
southern belt,
Kentucky.
man.
I'm in Kentucky. I'm telling you now. I'm in the
This
southern
dude in
belt, Kentucky.
Kentucky.
So
Yes.
here's my question.
This dude is crazy.
Do you think that? Because I hear an accent. I don't know how long you've been here.
I'm from Senegal. I was born and raised. Very proud of being Senegalese, and I love my accent.
Yeah, no, nothing wrong with it.
No,
You've been here for a
nobody
while.
picking on your accent. I have an accent. I'm proud of that. They just
Because
trying to
one
actually
thing
destroy
I
Hey,
your
if
accent.
I can interject real quick, Brazil is considered a Latin country.
Okay. One thing I'm gonna give you a story. So my husband is from Ghana. I'm from Jamaica, right? And he had a friend who was coming to the US, just came to the US. This was around the George Floyd era. He came some of those Midwestern states. We were trying to explain to him. He was talking about, oh, what's going on with this whole race thing. Black people need to do X, Y, and Z, X, Y. And we're like, look, you just come to America. We're telling you what you're saying, this kumbaya thing, that's not how it operate here. And we're trying to explain to him what Black people experience. And he's like, no, everyone is nice, this and that. He just come. We've been here. And he wants to lecture us on how America's racial politics operate. And then a few months down the line, I hear he's talking to my husband. My husband tell me like, oh yeah, he had an experience and he's starting to notice things and he get it now. So sometimes I notice Africans in particular, when they come here, and Black people who are here try to tell you how the place is operating. I don't know if it's maybe it's because not coming from a white person, but you want to tell the people who are here how here work. You understand what I'm saying? So that I don't understand why that is. But he's
you wet behind the ears, just ran across the border or got off the boat. You're trying to tell us how things work.
Yeah,
listen, you haven't even had a chance to be an economic threat to them yet.
Right.
Wait till you make your way, try to wade your way through the systemic
who you
racism.
saying that didn't have like the chance to get into the system or the political economy?
I didn't speak to you at all. I'm talking to the people that the people that Chrissy is talking about and actually aligning with what she says. Right, I don't know you and I don't know how long you've been here. However, your dialect and what you're talking about makes you sound brand new as hell.
You sound brand new.
I okay, but I'm saying the truth.
From
That's
Kentucky,
the thing. You can't deny the
then
truth.
this
I'm
man,
saying you can discriminate however you want, but you
nobody's
can't
discriminating, brother.
discriminating.
No,
Nobody's
You
discriminating. You weren't
just
here
told me.
earlier when I
You
said
just
I
told
have
me.
Mexican residency. I'm not discriminating at all, but I'm speaking fact. I grew up in the South. So you can't tell me about the South and you can't tell me about LA. Been here 25 years.
Hey, I'm in the South right now, but
this brother
I've been
just
in New
told me.
York. I've been in New York. I've been
Kentucky
in
is not.
DC. I've been in
Kentucky
have
is
all
you
not.
the
been an
areas.
economic
Kentucky is
threat
not the
living in
South,
New
man.
York? Have you been an
Kentucky is
economic
not
threat
the
with
South.
assets and resources? You can be in Inglewood today and you can walk down the block and almost every house on the block is worth $1 million. So the Black folks who own these properties are an economic threat to some Hispanics. So until you've been in that space where you have assets and resources.
And I don't know much about Kentucky. I don't know if Kentucky is a hub for, you got tons of Black people, tons of Hispanics, so he can see the dynamics that we're talking about. But
you can Google it.
Yeah, the people who are living there might have more insight than you. You've been. I mean, you visit and live somewhere is two different things.
Chrissy, let me ask you a question. Chrissy,
part of New York? Which part of
let
New
me
York?
let me ask you a question.
Which part of New York?
You asked me what part of New York am I?
No, him. He the Senegalese guy. He said he.
All right, but let me ask a comment. Let me ask a common sense question. Let me ask a common sense question. Do you think there's more Latinos right here in Harlem than there's in Kentucky?
I think they're more in Harlem than Kentucky, yes.
For how long?
This dude just told me the small place I'm in, I don't know what I'm talking about, man. Yo, brother, stop being disingenuous.
Have you ever been in Kentucky?
Yes.
No, I'm talking to the guy from New York.
Sure.
No, I ain't been in Kentucky, man.
No,
I ain't been in
shut up
Kentucky.
now.
Listen to me.
You've never been here. You can't say shit about it.
I've not been.
Okay, but you haven't lived in other parts of the country. He's been here longer than you. You can't tell him it's the same thing. You can tell him.
I'm gonna tell him because he has never been to the state that I visited or lived there.
For the fact that I went there on a job.
Are you even an economic threat in Kentucky? What resources and assets do you have in Kentucky? Because it'll be gravy and cool beans for you if you ain't got shit that they won't.
So
Hey,
every
So
I
it's
got
justice
it's a
kids
does.
that
whole different
everybody wants. I don't
experience.
care about what I'm saying. You guys may have missed my point. All I'm saying, all I'm trying to say is, um, I'm not with Latinos like in general. Like I'm not trying to like create an alliance with Latino people or stuff like that. I'm just saying, if they are black, we better consider them and get them in our team. That's
We
all
don't
I'm saying.
need them. We don't need them. We
We
don't
don't. We
need them.
don't really need them, and it's not even going to work. It's not going to.
We
These
don't need to be
sisters are
bending
telling
over
you.
backwards to
We met
align
these
with
people here.
anyone.
This is
That's
their
not how this
country.
works.
It,
That's
no,
not
it
how this
doesn't matter
works.
whether you and I came here, we have that American citizenship or what. These are real indigenous Americans. They live it. Their neighborhoods are being invaded by the Spanish people, and they discriminating against them. They go
Not,
to
o-
school
not,
every
not,
day.
And
not
and
only
my
that,
last statement
not
is
only
no
that,
nobody
not only
nobody
that.
nobody nobody is illegal in a stolen land. So
See,
whoever
this that
Okay,
whoever
bullshit,
keep
fucking
man.
that
come here
This
single
that
can do
dialogue
whatever
bullshit,
they
man.
going.
want because these
This
crackers,
that
right?
bullshit.
These crackers
This
they
that
stole the
bullshit,
land,
man.
right? They
Yo,
stole the
listen,
land.
man.
What you
Yo,
gonna answer about that?
take the white man out your head, man. Cause you ain't telling the Arabs in North Africa and all that they own stolen land.
Listen, you know
Yo,
what I
y'all is a
Hey,
see.
bunch of
Listen,
hypocrites, man.
I'm talking
sometimes.
Y'all is a
you if
bunch
you
of
scared to talk
hypocrites, man.
about the whites, I'm not scared of that. I'm gonna tell you
Y'all
like
is a
straight
bunch
up
of
that
hypocrites, man.
this is a fucking stolen land and
This ain't
nobody's
no
illegal in a
stolen
fucking
land, man.
stolen
It is
land.
what it is, man. It's a country now. It's called the United States of America, man.
No,
It ain't
no,
no
no. It's a
stolen land,
country.
man.
There's a lot of discrimination against
Ain't
black
nobody
people.
listen. Ain't nobody giving
You
back no
telling
land,
us
brother.
about discrimination we face?
Ain't
You telling
nobody
us.
giving back no land. You sound stupid, man.
But listen,
You
what
just
I
mad
saw.
at me. You just
You
mad at
like
me because
you like saying sound stupid. You don't even know what I'm talking about.
yo, brother, this not no stolen land, man. It's called United States of
It
America.
is
It's a
a
country,
stolen
man.
land. It is the history. I'm talking about back in the days when New Mexico, Texas, and all of
Yeah, but
those
we
states,
can't change
California
that
was
now.
not
That
part
dead
of the
and gone
U.S.
already.
Brother,
That
Yeah,
dead and
I
you
mean,
gone
live in what,
but
500 years in the past?
hold
yeah.
on, Anthony. But said too,
What's going on now?
they Mexico lost the war. You know, they lost
Yeah,
it.
He
yeah,
chose
they
to
lost
leave
the word. They
Africa
lost the
to
word. I
go
agree
and
with that.
settle in Kentucky and gonna try to tell us how to be American and live American
I'm
and
not trying to tell you
kumbaya.
how to be
Are you
American or
serious?
live American.
Are you
You
serious?
trying to be white. I'm
I ain't
black
trying to
as
be
fuck,
shit but what
and
I
you know
am.
you trying to
I
be
ain't
white.
trying to be
I'm black,
shit
and
but
I'm
what I
proud
am.
of
I'm
being black.
unapologetic with mine.
Nah, you ain't.
Brother,
Unapologetic.
You ain't.
brother,
You ain't. You
Okay?
trying to align
brother,
I ain't
with
trying
brother.
to
white
align with
folks.
shit. They
Why
trying to
don't
align
you
with me.
why don't you go to Egypt? Why don't you go to Morocco? Why don't you go to Algeria? Why don't you go all up and down North Africa and tell those Arabs they own stolen land, man? But you come over here in America and you want to talk about stolen land, man.
Yes, I'm talking about stolen land in America, and I will say it every God's given day. And if you mad at that, just bite your nose, man.
We,
Yo,
I don't care where you
I
are.
see
You
y'all got
chose
venom. I see
Kentucky. You chose
y'all got
Kentucky.
venom for
Nobody mad
people
about
that
you being
don't
there.
agree with y'all, man.
You chose
The
Kentucky,
minute
but gonna try to act like you can tell us about America. That's
I'm
Kentucky.
the,
gonna
You're in
tell you about
Kentucky.
America because
You're in
maybe it
Kentucky.
seems like I know more shit than you
Are you sure
for
about
Okay,
being
that?
here over like I don't know how many years. I know more shit about America than you do.
Oh, do
okay,
you?
set two. So as you said, it's stolen. All
yo,
right,
this thing,
yes, to
man.
a degree, you're absolutely correct. Now what? It's
Now,
Well,
stolen. Now
now
what?
nobody's goddamn illegal in a stolen fucking land.
Okay,
That's
but
what I'm
guess
saying.
okay,
what?
and then
Guess
what?
what?
So and then
You
so what
came to
next?
when you came to America. Which government did you come through? You came through
Trump,
the sets. You
Trump.
came through the U.S. government system, immigration system, right? Correct.
Keep
The
keep keep
people who
keep going in
stole
your
the land
statement.
set up a system that we are all operating in. We are all living through. We all have to obey the rules. It's unfortunate, but this is the current situation. So talking about, oh, there's no stolen this, there's no stolen that, and you're coming through the said stolen system to reside here and paying taxes to the said stolen system and getting your paperwork through the said stolen system. There's just no point even bringing that up at
Hey,
this
you
time.
know what I'm doing here while I'm
But
in the U.S.? I'm taking my money back.
notice these people that spit that bullshit ideology, you know what I'm saying? In Mexico and all across Latin America, they not talking about it's stolen land. They not telling the Mexicans ain't telling Maria Sheinbaum, you know what I'm saying, the president of Mexico, yo, this is stolen land. Only when they come to America. Only when they come to America, it's always stolen land. The white man is such the boogeyman in these people's heads, man. They don't got no smoke for nobody else. You ain't got no smoke for the Arab. You ain't got no smoke for them people down in South America. You ain't got
You don't
no
know. You
smoke
don't
for
know who I
nobody
got
else,
smoke
man.
with. You don't. You trying to like maybe
Brother,
investigate and
this is
all,
not a
but that's
pissing,
not.
brother. This is not a
Nah.
pissing contest, man.
Nah.
I'm just talking facts, man. This is not a pissing contest, man.
But you don't know
That's the
who I have
problem.
smoke
That's the
with.
problem. Listen. I know you want to get aggressive, but we
No,
on
I
a
don't want
chat,
to get
man.
aggressive. I'm just speaking fact. But it's like it seems
How,
like you don't want to take it.
everybody just told you you're not speaking facts, but are you just too ignorant to acknowledge that you're not speaking
No,
facts?
no. Chris, you
Hey,
said
if
you
I can
just
interject
told
real
that.
quick, Anthony, you bring up a great point because technically Mexico would be considered stolen land as a
They
colony.
know that, man. They only do that because they got smoke with the white man, yo. The white man is a boogeyman in all these people's heads, man. This dude in Kentucky talking about it's stolen land. In damn Kentucky, man. I wish you would go tell one of them rednecks in Kentucky that, man. See if they don't go upside your head, man.
You can bring it on. Like I know them rednecks. They're not gonna come towards me
You
and
know that.
say shit.
Listen, man.
You
Sometimes
can bring it on.
people can be ignorant. When I remember when the Palestinian war started, I saw people in Dhaka were demonstrating in favor of the Palestinians because, and these are Arabs, right? They have no love for black people. They are even worse than the Spanish.
No, you
But
don't
then
know
I
what
was
you're talking
asking them,
about.
why
That's
you guys
bullshit.
demonstrating? Why? He said, well,
Okay, I'm gonna tell you why they're
listen, let me finish.
demonstrating.
Don't cut me off.
That's a
So,
question. You
when
asked
I
me a
saw
question.
the
You
only
mentioned the
African
car.
country, listen to me, the only African country, specifically
Whenever
West
you're ready,
African
just
country,
let me
that
answer
I
you.
saw people demonstrating in favor of the Palestinians, right?
Yes,
And
yes,
this is
yes.
the same Palestinian, this same Arab. When black African go to North Africa, they dump them into the sea, specifically the Senegalese. Most of them die on the sea because they're black, and they
Right. Not
enslave
not
them.
the Palestinians,
That,
but
They
the
that
Arabs.
enslave
Yeah,
them,
that's
North
bullshit.
Arabs.
That's
right?
bullshit. That's bullshit.
So sometimes people can be ignorant. When you say that we should have a line with the Spanish, we should have to listen to the African American. We met them here. I had the same ignorance when I came, but until when I started, immigrating, dating African American, then I realized, yeah, they know more than what we don't know. Right? You want to form an alliance with people on the ground telling you that it's not going to work. The politicians want to do it because they want to be in that power, but it's not going to work. They invading their neighborhood. They're taking over their neighborhood. If you be in Harlem or you go to Washington Heights as a black person, they, there's no way that you can walk in the block. There's no way that you can get an apartment over there because of the even specifically the dark or how do you call it, Dominican. They hate black more than anybody else. So we have to listen to them. We have this is their country, this is their system. You and I, yeah, we have that American status or American passport, but your country of origin is Senegal. It's written in your passport. They can take that passport away from you today. They
Hey,
can
let
revoke
them
your
take that
citizenship.
passport. I don't give a damn. I'm
But
just gonna tell you the
listen,
truth no matter
they
what.
can
And I'm
revoke
gonna
their
correct what you
citizenship.
just said about Palestine. That's not true. You just said some BS right there. When the Senegalese people was protesting for Palestine, it's not for the Arab people. It's for the Muslim Palestine because Senegal is a majority Muslim country, and they've seen how they've been persecuted, trying to eradicate. And what was happening in Palestine? That's the same type of genocide that happened in the black
I
countries.
don't
Like
want you to get into that politics. I'm
no, no,
telling
no,
you
no.
that
You asked a question. You said some BS about
so about
Senegalese,
Gambia,
this and that, but that's not true. I'm just gonna correct you. You just
yeah,
gotta
you
listen.
said
I
because
listen
of
to
their
you.
religion, but how about Gambia? Gambia is 99% Muslim. How about Guinea Conakry? They are Muslim.
Hey!
No demonstration in
People
those
were Google people protesting in Gambia, like after the
countries. And
Friday
I
mosque
asking
prayers
you why
for
they all
Palestine. Google it. You don't
it's
know
because of the
shit about what
ignorant.
you're talking about.
This is the same
Just
Arab
go
people
to
that
Google.
enslave
Just go to
black
Google
people,
and
and
type
you're going to
type
demonstrate
type
because you have
Gambian
the same
supporting
religion.
Palestine, and you will see. That's
How
bullshit.
about
What you
instead
just
of
said.
trying to tell us how to be here in America, you focus on the fact that you're in a stand your ground state, Kentucky, which disproportionately impacts black
It's
men.
a complete
So
white place.
focus on that. in
It's
this
not
whole
a play.
event.
Make
These
me
black
make
people
Makano,
right
right? Make
here, they are
Makano from
strapped
the
up. They got their guns, and it's no problem. It's a free fucking country where you can buy a gun,
You
you
think it's
can
free
like
until you
open
use
carry.
that gun. You think it's free until you
Hey,
use that gun.
It's
no,
not
no,
gonna
no,
listen to you.
no,
You
no,
know
no.
what? If a
You
white
can
man
go
come on
get it.
here and
You can
tell him what
protect
you're saying,
yourself.
he'll listen. But when black
Yes.
people are saying it, he's not gonna listen. He's one.
Yes.
Sorry to say, Setu, you strike me as one of those. If a white man come on here and tell you exactly what everybody on here is saying, you would take it to heart more than all of we here who live here longer than you, telling you. You don't hear us. Let a
Hey,
white
I
man
got
come and
family
say,
that
Y'all are
lives here longer than
mischaracterizing what he
you. I
said,
got
though.
family that
Y'all are
lives here longer than you, even maybe before you were born. What you talking about?
y'all are mischaracterizing what he's saying, bro.
so what he
No, not
say?
at all.
Exactly,
No.
Yeah,
exactly. I'm
y'all
talking
are,
about
bro.
blackness, man.
He's not talking about and we have to put context into each individual quote unquote Latino ethnicity. When you bring up Dominicans, of course, with the history of Trujillo, their relationship with being black is different than the other people. What Brother Anthony said before was accurate. There's a very, very small percentage of black Latinos that come over here, but to just try to castigate all of the black Latinos as if they side with Spanish people just because they speak Spanish, that's not accurate.
Think
And
about
people are
what
speaking
Israel
on
Exactly,
you were
exactly.
given.
people
I
are
don't know
speaking
if
on
you could
anecdotal
hear.
experiences as if that's the case. I done lived in every demographic in the United
Yeah,
States, from the
yes.
inner city to the rural areas to the suburbs. This is different on a person to person basis. Now, I would say the average Latino that does get to come over here, yeah, they more in line with Latin people because that's their culture. I mean, it's the
That's
same.
what
You
we're
can
saying.
with every demographic. You can say that
That's
with,
what we're
with
saying.
Haitians that come over here. You can say that with any group that's gonna come over here that's not familiar with the terrain is gonna link with their own people, bro. Like that. He's not saying to link with all Latinos, bro. Like y'all have to actually
Yeah,
actively listen to what he's
exactly.
saying
And what
and
we're
stop trying
saying
to
is, and maybe you
ascribe.
didn't hear what Hustle Smart.
It can't. What'd you say? You
They don't
hello.
have no argument because they heard exactly what you said and what
Yeah,
I
I
was
mean,
saying.
I feel they just they really doing. It's really a straw man fallacy what they attacking because what they attacking is not what you said. They hearing what they want to hear.
Exactly, exactly. They don't want to
Hey,
hear
guys,
that.
let me read these super chats real quick before I forget. Raid Ndungu, thank you for 499 holla. Brazil is Latino, and there are more Afro Latinos than any other group in Afro Americans. Brazil has more blacks than any non-African country. Yeah, but I don't think I've ever seen a black Brazilian here in America. Uh, uh, Kwame
Hey,
Matsurani,
Dallas, I've
Mitchell
seen
Hopet,
some.
thank you for the $1.99 holla. U.S. debt is 36 trillion. Focus on industries FBA. Kwame Matsurani, Mitchell Hotep, thank you for $1.99 holla. Foundational Hebrew Moorish Israelites Americans. Kwame Ryan Niami Mitsu Hotep, thank you for $1.99 holla. The Senegal march and support for the Congo or Haiti.
Yes, we supported Haiti in Senegal. We supported Haiti.
they did not support Congolese either. Une Arab.
We got Congolese in Senegal. We got a lot of like a huge like Congolese
What are you
community in
talking
Senegal.
about? I know more about Dakar. There was no demonstration for the Congolese. Never
What you
no
talk? Go
demonstration
just Google it
For
before
the
you start
Haitian.
here lie on bright daylight. Just go Google the support we have. You people just say
First
shit.
of all,
No, come on, man.
you said that you're demonstrated because of the religion. What is the
No, no,
connection?
no.
Because
That was Palestine.
okay,
That was Palestine.
okay, I understand that. But what is the connection? Because there's no way the Senegalese would demonstrate in favor of the Congolese and
Hey,
the Haitian
what you
because there's no
just
Muslims in no two
go
countries.
go go
If
go
they have
go
it,
go
probably zero
Google it.
percent.
It's not about Muslims. No, come on, man. You just sound stupid as fuck. Just go to Google,
No, I don't have to be.
type Senegalese. Like it's simple. Just type
I'm looking
Senegalese
at
supporting
it
Congo,
could
and
be.
you will see all the footage. I'm not just like saying shit. Even Haiti. When Haiti, first of all, when the earthquake happened back then, the Senegalese president back then, Abdoulaye Wade, offered a lot of land for people from Haiti, right? Like for them to relocate in Senegal, right? We collected money and fund. I was in high school, right? We were doing like theater in our English extracurricular activities, trying to like do a performance about the earthquake to show our support. So we are aware, and we've been supporting Haiti for a very, very long time.
This is my first time ever seeing Haiti now from any West African that you guys. When they country, first of all,
Go,
Haiti
go,
have no
go, go.
connection
Just go
with.
to Google. If you don't know shit, you just gotta shut up or go do your research
No,
first
no,
before
follow
you
They
do
speak
wouldn't
your
that
even
first,
shit.
though, man. I'm not
allow
gonna
Haiti to
cause
That's
join the
kind of
trouble,
true.
AU,
but
Can
but
I can I
somehow
can I
He's
Haiti
talking
interject?
fully
about
supports
Senegal,
it.
which is one country. One country's not going to allow somebody to join the African Union. Stop these
No, no,
arguments
but
people make are
what he
so
said,
stupid, bro. Stop
what he-
saying
what he-
dumb
what he-
stuff.
what he's saying is true though. I'm Haitian American, and that's true. There's a Haitian community there. President Wade in Senegal did invite a lot of
We in
Haitians to
Senegal fighting for
Senegal.
Haiti to be
But
aligned with
can
the
I get back?
AU.
Can we touch on the can I touch on the actual topic of why the black elites side with the Latino immigrants over black issues, especially African American issues, is because the Latinos have a clear cut agenda. Those who do have papers and rights to be here actually states this clear cut agenda. When they sit down with leaders, they have a 20 point, 10 point thing that they want from these politicians, while the African American leadership, the Haitian leadership, the Jamaican leadership in America, the Nigerian leadership in America failed to coordinate and come up with this collective agenda to present before these leaders. That's why nobody can hold a black caucus accountable for anything because there's no clear cut black agenda. And this is what I feel like this whole panel is dancing around, even though the bro is right to a certain degree. There's Afro Latinos who are very positive and very pro African, married to black, while some of you guys are not even married to black people. He's right. But there is a clear cut desire by some of them to integrate to the higher group of Latinos, and most of them are discriminatory towards black people. Anthony Dude from Brooklyn, or where he from, he right as well. But again, it goes back to the reality is there's no clear cut black agenda in the black community. So when the Latinos sit with the politicians, they know, hey, we want this on immigration, we want this for some kind of business group and grants, we want this for green card or TPS or whatever. They have a clear cut agenda. What is the black agenda in 2025? The answer, that question don't exist or never been answered. That's the main difference between the black community sitting with black politicians, the black community
Exactly.
holding the black caucus accountable, and the Latinos. That's the main difference.
Can I say something? I mean, you right to a certain extent, but the fact is, there's been a black agenda. You know what I'm saying? Back in the early '60s, late '70s, or whatever, early '70s. The point is, most of the politicians that black folks had elected, you know what I'm saying, they was elected as Democrats. You know what I'm saying? So they was on that type of time frame, that type of agenda. You know what I'm saying? Which they didn't push the black agenda. See, that's the issue. It's not that we didn't have the people telling us what we supposed to do correctly. We didn't have the proper people in the proper position. We don't listen to the right people. That's the difference between Latinos, you know what I'm saying, quote unquote, and black people, man. You know what I'm saying? Latinos, they follow the right leaders, man. Black people don't follow the right leaders, man. And the leaders that we do have in power, you know what I'm saying? They have a Democrat liberal agenda, which is to sell us out and bringing these other people, man. Because at the end of the day, people like Maxine Waters, her district is mostly Latino, so she got to answer for these people, man.
Yes.
You know what I'm
Yes.
saying? That's why she
We learned
caping for
that
them, man. Because
message a long
they
time
they
ago.
they want to remain in power, but they don't know. See, they see these people, black people, old and young. They don't study history, man. Because as soon as the Latinos get finished with her, they gonna dump her ass anyway, man. But she might leave this planet before that happen, man. But she know her time is up, man. So she just living off of what little good grace she got, man. But you are right to a point, but at the same time, man, it's not just about the black agenda. It's about
But
we don't have the proper leaders. Like for example, you still got black people, and I don't know if this is because we have a matriarch system, you know what I'm saying, within the black community, but you got black people still listening to Al Sharpton. Now, people like me, people like Diners, people like Hustle Smart, people like Chrissy, we've been found out about Al Sharpton and we've been got off of that bandwagon. But you got people that still actually think Al Sharpton is a viable person to even listen to, man. People like Maxine Waters, people like Jim Kleinberg. Who the hell in 2025 as a black man is gonna listen to these damn people, man? But you got people
Hold on,
still
hold on, hold on,
listening to
hold
them,
on.
man.
Anthony, they flipped the vote though. Biden was losing. Those individuals that you're naming actually helped flip the vote. Right now, there's a Target boycott
Trip,
going on.
trip the vote
These
to what?
people are the ones who initiated. So you're trying to
Trip.
make it seem like
What
you
you
don't
mean?
got no power.
What
But
you
the
mean trip the vote?
Target boycott, I think, is also foolish. You know what I'm saying? Because
No, but they're doing it. You're saying it's
but
foolish. You're
how
trying to say they have no impact, but they're having an impact.
they're having
But
but
it's
not the
not
right
putting
type of
money in our
impact that we
pockets.
need.
It's
Not
not
the
doing
right type of
anything for
impact.
us. Yeah.
But not only
No, but
that, not only that, not
why?
only that, not
Yeah, I'm
only
sorry.
that, not only that, when Target shuts down, let's say y'all do shut Target down, man. Oh are y'all gonna employ these young black people that work for
Thank
Target, man?
you. Thank you.
And
I
then
agree
to
with you on
Already
that,
even
but
have
I'm
get
trying
to
to
the
say,
see,
next
but
This is
you
place,
what
can't
I'm
say they
trying to
don't
do
have
it.
no power.
do we have
see.
jobs to
They
replace
don't have
your
no
target
power.
positions?
And
They,
where in our neighborhood are we going to go buy supplies? Do we have to now go out 10 miles,
This is
7 miles to buy
emotional.
things?
But it
more
ain't
than
no
emotional,
targets
man.
in no black neighborhoods for real.
You
They don't even
absolutely
touch that
are. You need to come
demographic.
to Inglewood and
There
see
are
how
black
many are
people
in
working in
I got to
apartments.
a
interject.
large
Hold on. I got to
Check
interject.
that shit out.
I'm in Atlanta. There definitely are targets for black
Yes.
people.
No, I'm talking about in majority of black demographics. Yeah, you can have some in Atlanta, but in majority of black demographic
Inglewood.
areas, bro,
that
Target is not the
majority are
majority
not.
chain that's there, bro.
Inglewood
They
is
are a
absolutely
large
because Big
employer, one
Lots
of the
has
largest
closed.
employers of black
Bro,
people.
there's data and statistics that will show that it's this is an empirical matter. It's not a matter of opinion. All you got to do is look it up,
Absolutely not.
bro.
I know demographics, sweetie. I know
Okay,
demographics of our people, so we can go
look up
toe to
Target's
toe on
demographics
this.
of
Target
where they
is
put
in
their stores.
Inglewood
It's not in majority
before
black
time.
neighborhoods or communities, bro. To
Inglewood.
say that statement is asinine.
Oh my
That's a
God.
lie.
What about
That's a
all the
lie,
black
brother. That's a
people
lie,
they
brother. That's a
Don't
employ?
lie,
throw
man.
stats at
Do
me.
we
That's
Don't
a
have
throw
a
lie, man.
don't.
plan B for all
Bro,
the black people they
this is
employ?
empirical data. You can look up, bro. It's not. It's factual. It's
Bro,
not,
Yolandi,
bro.
how you saying it?
that's a
Yeah,
lie,
but
man.
who
That's a lie,
frequents
man.
Target?
That's what I'm
Is
saying,
Atlanta
bro.
Black people,
Everybody
Targets
black
ain't
knows
in
people go
black
to
because
Target though,
communities
Big
bro.
like
Lots
that.
is gone in
Yolandi.
Inglewood.
Black people go
Big
to
Lots
Target
is
though,
gone.
bro.
I'm
That's the
not
Bro,
same
saying
reason
they
why
don't, but
they
I'm
shut
is
them
saying
at
that
down.
least
to act as if it's some cornerstone that's employing a lot of people in the black community.
brother, hold on,
I don't
brother,
even care about the boycott. But these arguments people be making are retarded.
Bro,
Oh,
hold
yeah,
on,
the
hold
black
on, hold on,
understand.
hold on,
Get your
hold on.
stats right.
This is the host talking. One mic. Dude, in Atlanta alone, all right, Target employs more black people than all these black folks that
Thank you, Linus.
are pushing to boycott Target employees. Period.
You don't
Just
see.
Target in
No,
Atlanta.
that's not the point I'm
That is the
making. I'm
point. What
talking
is
about
gonna happen to our people
nationwide.
when they're unemployed?
Target is not a big employer of our people, bro.
Yeah,
They are.
again, they Target in Metro Atlanta alone probably employs more black people than damn near all the black-owned businesses in the South. I don't know. It's just I don't.
Nah, I mean that's black-owned businesses. That's not really. But I'm talking about as far as major corporations. Target is not employing more, black people by percentage like that.
All I know is when I'm in
What
Atlanta
is
and I
your
go to
plan for
Target,
them when they
I
lose their
see us.
job?
Well, I
But
see us.
that's anecdotal. That's one city. Again, all we have to do is look up the data that these stores have. It's that simple.
Brother,
How much they're employing.
I'll give you another city, man. In Brooklyn, there's two Targets, man.
Atlantic Ave,
No,
yeah,
the one
Atlantic
off
Ave.
of was it off of Fulton Street? Fulton, I think.
Yeah, Atlantic
Atlantic
Mall.
Ave,
There's
yeah.
one in Flatbush. You know what I'm
Flatbush
saying?
Junction, yeah.
In Harlem, I know they got a Target. In Queens, I know they got at
Brother,
least two.
all you have,
And
bro. Listen, we can give our anecdotal
brother, come
opinions.
on, man.
There's data and numbers, bro.
Yeah, I
That's
know
what I'm
y'all
saying.
want to come up here and feel
It's
like
that
y'all the
simple.
smartest, man.
No, it's
I
not
know
about
y'all
being
like
the
to.
smartest. Yeah, bro. Y'all every time y'all talk, bro, it's anecdotal in y'all area.
Okay, what
You
area
want
you
Also,
it?
the
live in, man?
metro
I have
areas that pretty
research. You
much
want the research,
define.
sir?
You live in Chicago, right? How many Targets
Yeah.
in Chicago? How many
It's
Targets in Chicago?
Target is not the major chain
I
that
didn't ask you
most
that.
black
How
people
many
was going
Targets in
to.
Chicago? How many
Bro,
Targets in
off
Chicago?
the top of my head, I don't know how many. Black people here go to Jewel Osco. Black people here go to
We know
Walmart.
that.
Black people
You
here go
don't
to
We
even
Food
know.
know
Palace.
that.
You
We
don't
got
even
I
data.
know,
have
but
the
We
you
got
I
you,
have
you
data.
the
argue.
data. He wants data. I have data. Would you like the data? data?
Yes, I want the data
Okay, let's
to say that to
yes.
show me the data that's showing that that is one of the top 5 corporations that's employing black people in this country.
I'm not saying it's top 5. Don't move the
Okay,
goalposts.
top 10.
Goalpost.
top
Don't
10.
move,
You want
don't
to
move.
No,
go?
but
No,
but
you
that's
Hold,
what I'm
don't
saying.
hold,
move.
hold.
The
Okay,
top
top
10. I'm
five
not moving
president.
the
Don't move the
goalposts.
goalpost.
I'm not
Let me
moving
tell you.
top
Listen to
20.
me. Hear
Top
me out. Hear
20.
me out. No. Don't move though, because that's not what you had asked for before. That's not what I looked up. According to a 2023 workforce diversity report, around 25% of Target's U.S. team members identify as Black or African American. That equates to 100,000 Black employees, making Target one of the larger private sector employers of Black people in the country by volume. Now, my question to you is, after we bankrupt Target, what is your plan for 100,000 of our people who are going to be unemployed? What is your
I would
plan for them?
again.
How are they
Anybody
going
that's
to find
I'm not
work?
a
Do you
proponent.
have job openings for them?
No, bro, listen. That's not even what I was saying. The reason I brought up the Target thing is because I'm not with we need to boycott. In my opinion, we should be like, the boycott should be permanent with all of it. We need to make our own. But I'm saying, if
Okay, so we
you're
just
talking
make
about
our own
replacing,
first.
if you're talking about replacing the jobs, in my opinion, Black people need to be split more towards trades. We need to do what the other
Let's
ethnicities that
do
come
that
over here are doing.
first.
We need there's a large contingency of our people that are going into this service sector, which a Target retail job is going to get you what, $15 an hour. When
That's
if you
fine.
go get it, if you go for 2 years and get a vocational trade, you're going to be start making off 20,
Wonderful.
30,
Let's
40.
build
That's
the system first. Then we can't worry about who we're gonna bankrupt. We cannot have a pot to piss in or a window to throw it out
bro,
of and
they're
talk
not
about fully
financing, bro. Make
bankrupting.
it anybody that's making $15 an hour working in Target, bro.
Do
It's not
you
about just simply
can
just
you
bankrupting
replace
the system.
Brother
That's not
Frank
making no financial
can
difference,
you
bro.
replace the income they are getting right now? Yes
Nope.
or no?
No,
Nope.
no,
All right,
but
Nope.
they can.
exactly.
All they have to do, again, there's a trade demand. There's a
Okay,
demand for
that's
skilled
fine.
trades. People
Everybody
need to,
can't do trades.
And
One of
I'm
the
not
bro.
women
just
who
coming
work at
from
a
the
Target, they're in the
independent
50s
side
or
of things.
It's a
70s.
deficit. You can
I'm
go.
coming
There's
from
a
the
deficit.
Who work
There's a
at
deficit in
Target,
business side of
cybersecurity.
things.
People
our
need to stop.
elders, the young
People
people,
need to
our
stop taking
elders
the
who
easy
work
way
at
out and getting these
Target.
retail jobs,
Listen
bro.
to me. Our
We
Yeah,
need
they
to
need
elders,
go
to go
beyond
our
get
that
some
elders are
too.
working
certifications and
too.
work.
Our
We need to
elders who
look
work
at
at
the
Target cannot
access
go
to
and get a trade
services
right now at
also.
70 and
Man,
75.
come on, bro. This
What
is
is your plan for
elders
them?
that work at Target. When's the last time you seen somebody old at Target, bro? Working at
Me,
Target,
there's yes, me on
There's,
a
there's some,
regular
there's
basis.
some.
There's an older
bro.
black woman
Y'all
who
be
works
making
in
these
my
dumb
Target.
arguments, bro. This is
But
retarded.
you hold on. Can I say
This is
something
Hey,
real quick?
Target, honey.
You
What are
gotta
you
be
talking
more
about?
honest though. Like you gotta look at it. Sometimes certain people utilize that as supplemental income, aka part time work, as pocket change. There's people that's in school that also work at Target. That's impactful to the general community as a whole. So my thing is simply, if you don't have a collective agenda to replace this said target, then
Again, but
why
that's what they
boycott?
need to be
no,
developing
let's
skills.
not get off the topic of that, bro.
If you attain the skills to even develop websites, if you
Hmm.
learn graphic designing skills, you're gonna make more supplemental income than you would at Target.
But
That's
bro,
what
Can our
bro, bro.
elders
But
at
what
people
about
need
That
to
may
this
be
stop
though?
true,
doing
but
this.
our
is that
age go and get
What
a
about
trade,
this though?
sir? And
You
who's
said
going
go
to
what?
ahead,
Who
employ them?
actually sell their products in Target?
We have to also think beyond just the
My
job
gosh.
side of it. It's the access to services. We
Yes,
bankrupt Target and they close down the Target in your neighborhood. Now you have nowhere to go to get services because within Inglewood, there are two Targets off of Crenshaw, one on Century, one on 120th. The Big Lots near there has already closed. If those two Targets close, there's nothing else in the area. And what that also does is impact your property value. There's no services around your home. So it's not just about the job side of it, it's a big picture.
If Target leaves, there's gonna be another corporation that's gonna come in and fill the void.
Big Lots been
some
closed
The
of
for
us
20
problem
years.
are willing to
Ain't
that
die
nobody
on
came
the
corporation's
over
not
to
vine
Big
of
Lots
eventually
in
finna be
20
ego.
black.
years.
Some
So
of us
stop
are willing
acting
to
like you
die on
know
the
the
vine of
answer.
ego. Our people cannot live on your ego.
It's
We
not
have
about
to
an
have a backup
ego. It's
plan.
not about an ego.
It's ego.
Y'all are
When
too
you don't
stuck on
have
this
a
stupid
plan B,
pragmatism, dumb
all
stuff,
these
bro.
people.
Again, bro. It's simple, bro. Like
And I'm not a bro. I'm a
people get
woman.
caught up in this immediate pragmatism, bro. That it's not gonna help anybody, bro. We've been trying to be pragmatic for years, bro. It's not working. Somebody has
So
to bite the bullet and sacrifice, bro. Okay,
bro,
so
let me
your
ask
property
you this
value goes down for a little bit. So it is another, and people acting like it's not finna be another corporation that's finna come in and take it anyway, just to be speaking. But again, if the overall goal is not to create our own chains, our own skills, our own means of income that are self-generated, bro, then that's ultimately going to be the problem. I'm not saying there's not a demographic of our people that's not benefiting from these retail service jobs, and saying go quote unquote bankrupting Target is going to be a bad thing for the whole race of black people in America, when it's like that's minuscule, bro. Like, but y'all entitled to y'all opinion, bro. Y'all just be saying stuff to say it though. At the end of the day.
Okay, you don't. All right.
So, but can I ask Anthony a question real quick?
Yeah, what's up,
Because
brother?
because he talk about like grassroots and all this type of building your own. This type of, is it practical to build without the connection of the elites? If the elites are doing something against the masses, shouldn't the masses try to hold the elites accountable rather than trying to create these grassroots solutions
No,
and the grassroots somehow
you
meet the elites in the middle, the black
the
elites,
elites
to
became
create?
the elites because they have tactics that are smarter than the masses. The masses need to become more intelligent, and that's the problem. The masses are stupid.
No, but
The
the
masses of our
elites come
people
from
are
the masses
idiots.
though. No, the
You
elites
said
come from the
what?
masses though. Don't the elites come from the masses?
Yeah,
Don't you
I mean,
question vote the
in certain
senators and the,
circumstances, yeah. But a lot of, if we're talking about in America, a lot of the elite has been grandfathered in. The people that have been getting money have been getting money for a long time, and the people that haven't been getting money haven't been getting money for a long time. It's not that much.
but
It's not that much
but,
upward mobility and stuff in terms of class.
but you don't think they solidify their power by showing the power that they have over you, such as the Al Sharpton can call on a boycott and you guys follow. It's a
No, I'm not.
relationship that you guys
Listen,
want to
bro. I'm
minimize the
not. I
dynamics.
don't. I never shopped at Target in my life, so I don't. I'm not listening to no Al Sharpton. But if we're talking about the masses of people, I would say, I mean, if you want to work in quote unquote tandem with the elites, bro, that's up to you. But what I'm saying is, bro, history is best qualified to reward research, and the track record of quote unquote elites or boule, bro. If you trying to land with them, you might as well. I mean, just give it up, bro. Like, in my opinion, if you trying to work with black elites, you might as well just sell out to the other side, because the other side is going to do you better than black elites, because black elites
You
are
don't think that
dumber.
you don't
Listen,
think that
listen.
kind of thinking is
I
much
think
what the Latinos are using against you, because the Latinos are willing to sit down with the black elites while you are the own same race, but you're trying to demonize
Nah,
and vilify the black
Latinos ain't
elites.
worried about sitting down with no black elites. No, they not. They could care less.
listen,
They got their
listen.
own
I
thing
think
going, bro. They could the black
listen.
y'all put too much emphasis on these people. Al Sharpton don't have no power. He's just a figurehead that gets on TV and talks, bro.
Hold on,
Bro,
brother, brother.
they helped
Listen,
elect
listen.
Biden. How do he have no power if he helped elect Biden?
But again,
Don't come here and want
how
to
does
help flip
them
the
working?
votes.
How does a Latino working with a black quote unquote black elite get Biden in office, bro? It had nothing to do with it. They
All
gonna
right,
No,
vote
right.
for their interest.
I'm saying that Clyburn flipped the black vote in the black community. He has impact on the black community, but you're saying that regardless of this fact,
How
we're
does
not
that
going to deal with
translate to
him.
Latinos though? That's what I'm saying. Working with
No,
black
but
elites. That's the point that you
on
made.
immigration, on the show's title is based on immigration, right? So their immigration laws are being lobbied by black politicians. So therefore, they're willing to sit down with black
But that's
leadership,
because it's the
while
greater
you're saying
democratic
Okay,
that you're
brother,
agenda.
brother,
demonizing
brother, brother.
That has
black
nothing to
Can
do
I
with
just
Latinos sitting down with
can I
black
just get in here
Democrat
for
leaders, bro.
can I just get in here
That's the
for a
overall
second? Can I
democratic
get
agenda. It has nothing to do with black people. Black people don't
can I
have no agency in that matter. They just going along with the Democratic Party, bro. Can we stop
can
this,
I
bro?
just get in can I just get in here for a second? Because I know the brother think he's very smart. But this the point somewhere about with the boycotting or whatever. Nobody's saying that that's a bad thing per se. You know, argument is you burn a house down, you might want to start building another house. You gotta wean your people off of these small time jobs, but at the same time, you know what I'm saying, you should also be educating the people to do other things we're talking about, but you can't just pull out of one, economy. Like my grandma used to tell me, you know what I'm saying? Don't give up a job before you find another one, man. You know what I'm saying? It's only
That's
common
common
sense,
sense.
man.
I'm not disagreeing with
All
that.
right, but
That's common
hold
sense.
on, brother, let me finish, man. Cause see, this the thing with a lot of people when they come on platforms, man. They want to
You're breaking
take
up,
what
man.
everybody,
Yeah, you
huh?
breaking up. I didn't know if you was finished or not.
Y'all can hear me now?
Yeah.
Yeah, you good.
No, I'm just saying, man. I mean, what you saying
You still
overall.
breaking up,
You know what
brother.
I'm saying? All right. Let somebody else talk. Let somebody else talk.
You good now. It's good. It's clear now.
All right.
I
All
think
right,
as soon as he starts speaking,
Yeah, as
Flash,
soon as
Yeah,
you
microphone
talk
go
again,
off.
it start getting bad.
all right. Somebody else talk. Somebody else talk.
Yeah, but I mean, I'm not, and I just made the point as far as like I don't care about them boycotting Target because again, they're not gonna sustain it. I mean, if Target gives them one little trinket, they're gonna go right back and start shopping with them. So I mean, that's that. But
No,
my thing is,
I'm
bro,
not saying.
black people, bro, we gotta stop
Yeah,
being so stupid, bro. Like, as far as just intelligence, bro, like we're just not intelligent.
Well, you
Strategically,
don't know who you're
tactically,
talking to on here. That's the
we move
thing.
stupid.
no,
Because someone
we're
doesn't
not trying to
agree
talk
with
down on
you,
nobody. It's not
don't call
good.
people stupid because you don't know what
Nah, bro.
caliber of people
Exactly.
you're dealing with.
No,
Okay, that's the
strategically, we
stupid
are
part of it.
stupid. We wouldn't be in the condition we in if we're not stupid. It's not about talking down
Everybody's
on
not in
people.
the
That's
It's the
same
not true,
reality,
bro.
condition.
bro.
Come on, man.
No,
Everybody's
but
not in the
no,
same
it's
condition, and some of us are doing
yeah.
Organization
things to pull
denotes
others
intelligence.
along.
Unorganization denotes unintelligence, bro. Can
That's
we be
bro.
honest, please?
You being too
No,
Yeah,
harsh
but
now.
you
you
speak for
some of
yourself
the stuff
and your
you're doing is
circle.
talking
Everybody
down,
want
bro.
to say we being too
We
hard,
have
bro.
to agree to
Speak
Bro,
disagree,
for
because
guys.
yourself and your
it's a
own
lot more
circle as
organization
it
you
comes
give
to
people credit for.
intelligence.
It again, bro. On a mass level, it's not.
It is,
Because
bro. I mean,
because some of
it.
the
It
I
is.
don't know where you
so-called
compared it
gurus and
to,
elites are actually
it
pulling
definitely
others
is.
along. Actually
Man,
pulling others
stop,
along.
man. Bro, y'all be just coming on here lying, bro. It's not.
I'm a
That's not
boule.
true.
I'm a
It's
boule
not true.
all day, every
You're
day,
not a
and I'm
boule.
helping
You're not a
other
boule.
people.
You're not
I'm
a
not
boule.
sitting here telling
You're
people
not a
to.
boule. If you was boule, you would not be on this panel. Stop.
Oh,
Why is
why?
that?
They can't engage in conversation with people? Aren't they
She's not boule.
supposed to?
It's not.
How you
It's not
No,
gonna
hold on.
boule.
punish
Can I ask you a
Stop.
question?
you
Can I
know?
ask you a question? Why are you vilifying her by saying that if she was a boule she wouldn't be here? Wouldn't you
No,
want a boule to be here that at
it's
least getting your
delusions of grandeur.
points?
I
She's
might
not
be
boule.
shaping
She just coming on here
programming
saying
based
stuff,
on
bro.
the dumb shit you saying,
No,
You,
bro,
and the
Yeah.
again.
unintelligent
how
shit you're
you say your
saying.
name? Yelemde?
Yelimde, yes.
Yolanda, I assume you're a young person. All this bro, that sound like my nephew with his
Yeah.
bro talk. You're a very young person. And maybe you
That
should,
don't have anything to do with it.
a
It
little
That
has
more
a
has
lot
nothing to do with
to do.
anything. It
A
has
well,
nothing to do
lot.
with
a little
anything.
more listening, a little more listening
Bro,
might not
because y'all, it's not about listening, bro. Y'all are not intelligent enough for me to listen to, bro. Y'all
well,
come
you
in and
are
say
you
Right.
this
Got it.
approach
You're
is
So
dumb.
intelligent.
who's
All right.
intelligent
Now we
enough for
know.
you to listen to, bro?
We knew that was coming.
Who's intelligent enough to listen to them, man?
I'm talking about the two females that's speaking. They
Oh, okay.
everything that
They're
they.
not
Well,
saying
They
nothing
went,
you're
wrong.
I came on
They
here
didn't
intelligent,
say
so
nothing
just
when
sit
they
wrong.
was
back and learn
discoursing
something. Put your damn
when they was
pacifier in
discoursing
and sit back
with
and
dude
learn
them.
something.
Man, stop, bro. You came in with the same ignorant, retarded talking points. You postulated a straw man argument for the other brother from Senegal that was speaking, and he wasn't
Hmm.
even saying that, bro. So
Hmm.
what do you
Yeah.
like, bro? Stop.
I'm not
I'm
your
not,
Talking
I'm
about
bro.
not
you,
gonna lie.
boo.
I'm not your
I
bro
came to the
first.
chat so I could defend Setu
Trying to
too.
get
I
a
think y'all
goofy.
was trying to do him wrong.
Yeah,
I'm
they
not your
was.
bro.
Yeah,
It's
you
the
trying
same,
to,
and it
yeah,
was
Yeah.
stupid. They was ascribing the argument to him. He wasn't even
And
saying, bro.
plenty of
Y'all are
what
not
you're
I
saying
don't
is
intelligent,
think
bro.
that was
dumb
the point that
and
he was trying to
stupid.
make,
but
bro.
Yeah,
you
He
all
was just
right,
trying to
bro.
say
call
like
everybody
we
bro.
can't
Goofy.
Man,
throw
I don't
people
I'm
want
not
away
your
to
just because
bro
they
goddamn bro.
your
identifying a certain
intelligence.
group or
Yeah,
certain
yeah,
race.
yeah. Y'all gonna
I'm
get
sure you go to
emotional.
work and call everybody bro, right? But you're the intelligent one.
YNs can't
We're
tell me
dumb.
shit.
Y'all need to what
Shit.
Well,
ladies?
yeah, they see that. There
y'all
y'all come with
respect
that
one another.
emotional
Y'all gotta
stuff, man.
respect another. Yeah, but can I say
He
one more
he
thing
he
before I
lost
roll
my
out?
respect when he called me
I don't want
dumb,
your
stupid,
respect.
whatever.
Shut up.
Nah, y'all respect one another. Y'all respect one another. But my thing
No,
is
no,
like
no, 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 no.
similar to what they do in Haiti, where these politicians come through and they galvanize hundreds of thousands of people, and they kind of vilify the other politician. That's what's going on here in America. I see that this guy here, he's smart or whatever, he's young or whatever, he has good ideas, but rather than try to coordinate with the other leadership, they want to vilify the other leadership, which leads to other people taking advantage over you. That's what's happening in Haiti. One politician will become popular, he galvanizes 50, 500,000 people, 200, 300,000 people, but rather than utilize his people that's following him to go sit down with other leaderships and create partnerships and actually advance the nation or advance the people, he rather vilify the other politician. He rather call this guy a criminal and this and that and this and that. So it's energy wasted. wasted. So I think that's what you guys are doing here. You're trying to vilify her idea just because it's slightly different. You're not really that different in terms of ideology or thinking. You're just trying to vilify it because you disagree with these 4 or 5 points. Rather than do that, you should kind of coordinate on things that you agree with. The same when you do with the when you're doing towards the elites. You kind of vilify them, and rather than sitting down and say, okay, here's why I agree, here's where I agree, here's why I disagree, here's the 10, 12 points we can present before the government and actually create a movement of change in the black community, you rather vilify them. You see what I'm saying? Which is backwards. You
No, but
know,
again, brother, the black elites. My thing with working with the quote unquote black elites, they benefit off of the dysfunction and the lack of structure that's within our community. So it doesn't behoove them to try to change the current dynamics that exist. So I
yeah, but
mean, to try to
you don't
work,
think you don't think
you can work with them on general problems or just general topics. But as far as ingratiating them into a quote unquote movement for general progression for the grassroots and the masses, I don't think that's intelligent to do that because
but
again,
you don't think
their goals are diametrically opposed to ours.
you
So what
don't
do
think
you
some
how do
of
you think
their
we should
goals
go
should
about it
align
then?
with your goals as the
What do
masses?
you think is a good way to go about it?
For me, it's grassroots organization, like
No,
Malcolm
I
X
agree
said,
with
bro.
you on that too,
It's
bro.
grass,
Because
bro. Until grassroots organization is the most important thing. It's the only thing that we should be focused on right now. That's
so
it.
what's the example of
Absolutely.
grassroots
Grassroots organization is us coming together, creating trade unions, and going in these neighborhoods, getting these shorties off the
on a
streets.
local level?
Oh, sounds like what I'm doing.
On a
Oh,
local
good,
level.
good for you.
No,
I
don't try
appreciate it.
to
I
chat,
applaud
man.
you.
That's beautiful.
Thank
That's
you.
That's
beautiful.
crazy.
That's good.
China. That's funny. Well,
But
you
yeah,
are right.
that's true. But
You
you
yeah.
why can't you do both? Why can't the Black Caucus reflect the ideals of the masses
Nah,
or some of
nah,
the ideals of the
no.
Nah,
masses
He
bro.
just
as well as you
Again,
do
bro.
your own
understand.
grassroots
Because
thing
I
that don't
know
involve
what
them?
I know its function, bro. The Black Caucus, the NAACP, the Black Bullet, their function is dysfunction, bro. They're created to uphold the status quo. They're not trying to create radical change, bro. Radical problems need radical solutions.
Exactly. Yep, that's true, man. And I just want to come back and piggyback on what brother just said and say that I have no beef with nobody or no hatred towards anybody, whether you are from America, Haiti, or South America, Brazil, or whatever. All I care about is black people united. Like that's my main goal. So when I come to this panel, when I say something about the fact that we don't have to exclude ourselves, we got to include, like, because the numbers matters, right? We have to be in a good consolidated group and do some grassroots work and trying to collect and trying to align with what unite us more than trying to seeking division. So that's what I'm trying to say. And I came here was trying to say something. I didn't want to be spicy or none of that. I just wanted to say what was in my mind and my heart. And people were like, "Oh, your accent, you're from here, or you're new here, you don't know nothing about this
Yeah,
and that."
bro.
No, that was very, very, very no, that was bad. Like I think that's not something that's needed in this platform.
Yeah, bro. Said to I think they kind of they dogpiled on you because they kind of took it as you siding with everybody seemed like they pretty much in agreement, uh, but they took it as you siding with immigrants and stuff that they're trying to deport illegal immigrants and stuff. And locally here in the United States is more of an issue because regardless of what anybody says, black people in America do have to compete with immigrants and illegal immigrants economically and for resources. That's a fact. You know what I'm saying? Nobody's gonna really argue that point that they don't. So because of that, it's more personal to people than it might seem. So that's how they see it when you're saying this. But I think you're right, and it's good to stick to your guns, man. I know people be pissing you off, man, especially when nobody's like backing you up on the panel. But like you're right, man. There's a large portion of people who are Afro Latino. There's a guy who comes in
Yeah.
here. I forgot his name, bro, but he's an Afro Latino guy, like indigenous or something like that. And he comes in here too, and he represents. He's still in touch with his African roots, even though he's Latino. And you know what I mean? It's a whole thing, but it's like people just get lost in the kind of the optics of how it looks when you say these kind of things, and it's like it's a lot of you know people crossing the border. The majority of them are Latinos, and it's like we got to work with the Latinos, but it's like nah, we can't because we're competing with them. But you're saying like look within the group and find if there's Afro Latinos, that are trying to stick to their culture and part of the diaspora too.
I would like to add to that in that also if you're not in a border city, then you know your views of how this thing is playing out might be a little bit different too. There's sanctuary cities and then there are border cities as well. And so the impacts are different because you're largely paying for a lot of this dysfunction to happen and to take place. And you're seeing it before your eyes. And you might be seeing things within a 5-mile radius of your community that your tax dollars could go to that could benefit you or a generation behind you. But it's not happening because the money is being filtered to other people who haven't worked a day in your city and come in and immediately get assistance. So it's a very passionate talk. And so that's why it's important to have a sense of geography when you're talking about these things, because what's happening in your city might be a whole lot different than someone else's city who's feeling it in their pockets immediately.
Yeah, real shit. For real, for sure.
Yeah, I don't think I don't know who, since I've been on here. I didn't hear nobody that disagreed with that. I
Well,
think that y'all were
he
trying
came
to
the
say that.
closest to disagreeing, I guess, and that's why they
No,
jumped.
I mean he didn't. He was just, but he prefaced his statement by saying black. He didn't say all Latinos and all of them. He wasn't trying to do the black and brown coalition thing, and I
Right,
think that
right.
they ascribed a argument to him that he wasn't making.
You know how that goes, man.
They personalized it,
You
and
know
they
how
were
that
just
No,
attacking it.
but maybe because they kind of see like they are indeed black Latino, like I say, Afro Latinos, black mother, black father, etc. But some of them kind of fold or bow to the mixed Latino. So certain people kind of notice this relationship between the two groups in the
Yeah,
Latino, community. So some people just push them all together away. You see what I'm saying? So that's
yeah.
probably their mindset. But I don't think all Afro Latinos are like that. You know, so that's my personal view. I grew up with an Afro Latino. My grandfather, he's a Haitian, Cuban. So it's different. So my view of Afro Latino is different. But I do know for a fact that some of those the mixed Latinos look down on the Afro Latinos. One of
Yeah.
my
Of
close friends
course,
growing up, they would talk
that's
shit.
the
They would talk shit in
common
Spanish,
play.
and he would understand and didn't know that he was Afro
Hey guys, sorry
Latino
to cut
because he
you off,
looked
but
like us.
we got to close out. Everyone, thank you so much for joining. Like, share, subscribe. Until next time, family. Dynasty Search for Huru. Peace.